I love Bangalore. I love the food over here. I love the people over here. And I think I love some of the cultural heritages that's associated with the southern part of the country. So I think Bangalore ke liye, can we have a big round of applause, please, for the wonderful city that it is. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the BW People GCC Talent World 2025 Conference and Awards, the 6th edition of the HR 40 Under 40 Awards, and the inaugural edition of the HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards, all powered by Amity University, Bengaluru. Can I have a big round of applause for Amity University, Bengaluru, please? Thank you so much. Amity is literally everywhere. Bangalore, Mumbai, Kolkata. I've had friends from Amity, so kudos to Amity for the great work. You know, ladies and gentlemen, today's insightful conference will serve as a platform to discuss, deliberate, and brainstorm on the talent and people management issues that currently need immediate attention, especially for the global capability centers environment. From harnessing cutting-edge HR technologies to fostering a culture of continuous learning and leadership development, today's summit will be witnessing remarkable leaders in people and talent management. The expert-led sessions will equip you with the tools and knowledge to build resilient and high-performing teams, something that you all have been doing already. But I think with technologies and new things shaping up, it's about cross-exchange of information and knowledge to get better together as a community. A little background about today's conference for all of you. With the robust economic growth, there's currently a very, very high demand of specialized and high-value skills, and there's an unprecedented boom in the global capability centers, transforming from cost-effective back-office operations into strategic innovation and value creation hubs for multinational corporations. The expansion is now expanding beyond traditional tech hubs to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities as well. This rapid expansion brings unique talent needs and challenges for organizations, and particularly for the GCCs, all of you. There's an urgent need to move from traditional workforce management to strategic talent planning, continuous upskilling and reskilling of the existing workforce, as well as attracting and retaining top-tier talent. Talent retention, strong employer branding, inclusive and flexible work cultures, and clear career progression paths are very, very critical. Everybody, I believe, resonates with that. Today, BW People GCC Talent World Conference will delve deep into these issues and focus on trends that are transforming and shaping tomorrow's workforce. Before I move forward in terms of saying what the panelists will be discussing, can I please request everybody to keep their mobile phones in silent mode, because once the speakers are on stage and they're talking and discussing their points, we don't want anybody to be distracted. So a bit of a humble request to all of you, if you can please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the panelists today will be discussing on strategic AI-powered talent acquisition and ways to enhance employee experience, comprehensive personalized upskilling, reskilling, and continuous performance management, enhancing talent retention and reducing attrition risks, new compensation strategies and reward systems, very, very important, rapid expansion of GCCs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and renewed focus on diverse and inclusive culture. So these are some of the interesting key pointers that we are going to be talking about today, and I'm sure it's going to be very, very helpful for the community overall. Other than a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking keynote addresses, we also have three exciting recognition ceremonies. Let me quickly point it out for all of you. The inaugural edition of the BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards, BW People GCC Talent Worlds 2025, and the 6th edition of the BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards for the young HR leaders in the HR ecosystem. That's incredible indeed, right? Summit, awards all together. Can I have a big round of applause for BW People and their initiative, please? Thank you so much. Everybody knows about BW People. You all have been working together with the team, but then it's important that I say certain important elements about what they have achieved and done so far in all these years. BW People, ladies and gentlemen, brings the latest insights of learned CHROs, CXOs, HR leaders, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech service providers, academia, thought leaders, HR solution companies, HR associations, government organizations working for people management, and social impact agencies working in the HR space. The community also caters to job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, job market, and absolutely everybody in the HR ecosystem. Everybody is well aware about BW People and all the incredible work that they have done over a period of time, but I believe more than words being said, a little bit of an interesting audio visual will do the job better, right? So can I please request the console to play the community AV of BW People, please, for our esteemed audience. Big round of applause for the event, Heavy, please. Thank you so much. This was exactly what you need to expect from today's event. Now what I'll request is I'll request the console to please kindly play the specially designed and curated BW People community AV for our esteemed audience. Can we play that AV, please? Can I have a big round of applause for BW People, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. This is just early in the morning. Can we clap a little louder? We need to maintain that intensity throughout, right? Thank you. Very, very kind of all of you. Now, talking about BW Business World, it's led by Dr. Anurag Batra, who's the Honorable Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, and also the founder of Exchange for Media Group. It is the fastest growing business media house in the country, and with a network spanning across 25 niche business communities. Earlier, they used to say it's 24, but very recently they launched a new community called the BW Privacy World sometime back in Mumbai. So now it's 25, and I'm very, very happy to say that I've seen the little bit of journey from 24 to 25. So 25 business communities and several magazines, including the BW Business World, which is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as the global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive, massive readership in the digital space as well. In its portfolio, it has, like I mentioned, 25 niche communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders that help in creating a conducive environment for collaboration and working together. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to the Business World Group magazines. It would certainly add to your quest for knowledge and insights. Watch out for BW Business World's latest issue as well, which is the BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 special that is currently spotlighting India's next generation entrepreneurs who are scripting growth with ingenuity, grit, and most importantly, a purpose and direction towards life. For more information, please reach out at the registration counter. Today's proceedings will start with a keen look at the talent strategies for GCCs and corporates to drive business transformations. We are absolutely thrilled to welcome respected veterans from the HR fraternity, HR leaders from big and small corporates and GCCs, HR service providers, product innovators, HR tech enthusiasts, and startups, coaches, mentors, founders, you name it all, we have it all over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be moving forward with the announcement. This is going to be about the digital broadcast for the day, which is currently being live streamed across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on the www.bwpeople.in. So anybody who wanted to be a part of the event or see the proceedings who are not physically present over here, all thanks to technology, you can see that. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day. This is the world of social media. Everybody's either on their Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn. So hashtags play a very important role, right, in terms of engagement. So the hashtag for today, ladies and gentlemen, is hashtag BW People GCC Talent World. Very, very simple. Exactly जो event का नाम है वही है. So please use the hashtag for all your posts and stories, and we would love to engage with them and also see your celebration and be a part of your celebration. Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for the day, as without the support of the partners, it's truly impossible to pull off any event. So I would like to take out a moment to thank them. Today's conference and awards is powered by Amity University, Bengaluru. Gold partner, MediBuddy. HR network partner, NHRD Network. Health partner, Right Shift. Event partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee. Can I have a big round of applause for our partners, please? Thank you so much. You all must be feeling that who is this man making us clap so much, this, that, etc. But trust me when I say this, this is also a bit of a mock drill for the awards because we have many awards and we really want each and every one of you to clap the loudest and cheer for your community because it's a result of a lot of hard work because of which they are winning. So आप लोग अभी ताली बजाओगे वो reflex हो जाएगा and then when people come in on stage and accept their awards, you can clap even louder for that. So thank you so much. What I'm going to request the console is to kindly play the partner AV for us, please.
Amity University Bengaluru is a 70-acre secure and smart campus with state-of-the-art labs, infrastructure, and sports facilities, offering 35+ UG and PG programs. Learn from 200+ distinguished faculty. Get placement ready through skill and communication enhancement workshops. Be part of a vibrant campus life filled with endless opportunities. Shape your future with Amity University Bengaluru.
Thank you so much. Very, very kind of all of you. You know, we played the partner AV, we played the event AV, we played the community AV, but then all of this comes under the broad umbrella term of BW Business World, right? It's a legacy in itself. It's a milestone in itself, and I think it's absolutely humongous in any way if everybody or anybody is a part of BW Business World. Like I mentioned, 25 niche communities, so many magazines, so many conferences throughout the year. It is actually a legacy in itself. So how can we actually go ahead without playing the legacy AV of BW Business World and all its milestones and achievements in all these years? So can I please have the legacy AV for our audience, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for BW Business World, please. Thank you so much. Hitting new milestones every year. We're going to be moving ahead with the welcome address of the day. And of course, to do the honors on stage, I would like to welcome the most incredible, the most, I would say, popular lady of BW People. Everybody knows her and all the kind of work that she has done. And most importantly, she has been a force to reckon with in terms of putting today's event together. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Bilkis Naqvi, please, as I welcome her on stage.
Thank you so much, Shobhojit, for those kind words. There's a lot of teamwork involved in everything that we do. So I will not take the credit for anything at all. It's the entire team which has worked together. Good morning, everyone. Dear leaders, delegates, senior HR professionals, and partners in India's growth story. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you here for BW People GCC Talent World 2025. In today's time, we are no longer discussing if we have the talent, but rather how strategically we are managing it. BW People GCC Talent World 2025 is focused on exploring exactly that. The transformation of talent management from an HR function into the central, non-negotiable strategic need for every GCC and corporate environment. The massive growth and evolution of GCCs in India make them one of the most critical topics for corporate strategy, investment, and talent management today. We will witness some knowledgeable keynote addresses and very insightful panel discussions. We will dive into fresh ideas, practical strategies, and inspiring stories. These will remind us why talent management is the essence of every successful GCC and corporate today. As Subhojit said, we have 3 very exciting award ceremonies lined up for you today. These awards recognize not just achievements, but salute the passion and perseverance that the young HR leaders and GCCs are displaying. Through these awards, we are also celebrating the exceptional work done by GCCs in building better workplaces. We have a very interesting fireside chat with the young HR leaders, and Dr. Anurag Batra, our chairman and editor-in-chief and founder Exchange for Media, will be talking to these young leaders. Thank you all very much for being here today. Let's make this conference a powerful force for a more culture-centric, happier future. Let's engage in meaningful conversations, share insights, learn from leaders present here today, and celebrate the achievements. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a bigger round of applause for Bilkis and her team, please? There is her team over there. You can acknowledge all of them over here. As without an initiative, there is no summit, there is no recognition, there is no awards. So kudos to them for the initiative. We were supposed to have the morning address by Dr. Anurag Batra, but then we will not be having it right now at the moment. He will be joining us very soon. So we will move forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the first keynote address. Can I please request the console to mic up our honorable speaker with the, sir, hi, good morning. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, setting tones right. Baiju, sir, are you mic'd up already? Okay, amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a keynote address on evolution of GCCs from cost centers to strategic innovation hubs, unique challenges and opportunities in nurturing talent for future. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Baiju Khudovan, please, Governance, Risk and Compliance Leader, Adani GCC. I hope I pronounced your name correct,
yes,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and over to you.
Am I audible enough? Yeah, thank you. If you can't be a sun, be a star. If you can't be properly a leader, be a spectator. But whatever you are, do your best, and that's the talent which we are focusing in GCC. So that's something a tagline, because that's something which we are going to face in the future GCC, which we are talking about talent. I am Baiju Khudovan, a governance, risk and compliance leader, accompanied by Abhishek Sharma, who is automation leader, Adani GCC. We are here today standing for our leader, Adani GCC CEO Sanjeev Rastogi. He couldn't make it to this event because of some personal emergency, but we have requested him to join online if possible. So getting into this standpoint, where we are with regards to the GCC evolution and where we are shaping up currently and what will be the future GCC in terms of talent as well as in terms of penetration level is something which we thought internally this should be the focus area which will be starting point for this journey so far. So getting into the facts ready, and it's already there in the public domain, 1,700 GCC is something which is getting operated from India. Overall penetration, if you look, it's more into 50 to 55 penetration. We are contributing it to global GCC. And what the aspiration goal, which McKinsey and DNB is quoting as more into reaching out to 60 to 65% penetration. That means we are talking about setting up of GCC in India is closer to 2100 to 2400. Now, the success story till 2025 or probably till 2026 will be the number of headcounts, but that's not going to be the case going forward. Success story of GCC is not getting defined by number of FTEs which we are going to recruit. It's more into talent, innovation, transformation, and orchestration. The mindset is going to be changing. So how we are going to deliver, how we are shaping up, how much matured enough we are going to get into this is something which we need to think about. So before we get into that challenging role which GCC is going to provide and how we are molding more leaders from GCC to global leaders is something which we are going to look at in the upcoming slide. Before we do that, this is some small snapshot which will derive where we are currently at GCC and where we are envisaging GCC at a global level. So if you see this, the current operating model, now when we have set up GCC in the initial 10 years before, you might have seen this and you have witnessed this, that operating model and whenever the process getting transitioned to GCC is more into transactional world, more into SLA-driven approach, where more into KRA specific. If your KRA SLA has been met, then the VOC of the stakeholder will be 4 out of 5. That's not going to be the future scale of VOC. The future VOC is more into the process-driven, where more of the process, wherever that advisory, more into more non-core operations has to be automated, because unless we do that, that big change management, unless we have that mindset, you will not be able to drive more into quality-driven innovation, orchestration, and transformation. And when we say transformation, it's not just that automation. It's more into value add, what we are going to provide from a GCC angle, how much we are going to provide inputs in terms of decision-making function. From a task-based orientation, how you are going to enterprise risk management, decision-making, and strategy decision-making. So this is where we are currently at. This is where we have to be. Currently, business is driving technologies. Going forward, technology will define the business operating model. And this is something which we thought when we were designing along with Abhishek and our leader, Sanjeev Rastogi. This term, acronym, is very much aligned with our future GCC, BRAVE. And the BRAVE has to be coming from all the angle. That doesn't only driven from the CEO level. It has to be an operation manager level, how the BRAVE function has to be. The thought process is very much clear, business aligned, reimagine the data, AI-led, vision drivers, and empowered. It's pretty easy to design this, but when you get into the technicality, take an example like HR or finance or techno-commercial procurement function, where everyone knows that, okay, there is going to be an era where we are planning to have 60 to 70% process end-to-end process automation. What exactly we are going to drive after that? Let's take an example like HR. When we are envisaging the entire process, onboarding process as a touchless hiring, what exactly the set of process now people are handling manually, how those skills get reskilled, how those set of skills can be reskilled and be aligned with what our future skills is required about. How the retention of those skills can be managed. Is there is any possibility where we can cross-train people? Is there is any possibility where we can create a learning academy where all these set of people can be envisaging to the next level of thinking of how the generative AI data can be used as a decision-making function. So this is something which we thought has to be there. The mindset should be very clear that, okay, whatever the process which you are driving today, those set of processes will not be relevant for tomorrow. The transformation is going to play a bigger role, and we should be accepting the fact that, okay, whatever process is happening, I might be doing and might be non-complex process, how it is going to be redundant and how I should be surviving in the society as well as marketplace. So take an example, enterprise risk management, and take an example, risk management function. It doesn't make any difference Risk management will continue. The SLA, if you are getting into an engagement where you are finding a conflict of interest, today it's taking 24 to 48 hours to get a resolution from a global delivery director to get a sign off that, okay, we can do with it. But at the same time, tomorrow, 2 years down the line, or maximum 1 year down the line, the SLA will from 48, it will be just 4 or 5 hours. Within that, if you're not able to take a decision whether to go with that engagement or not, someone will take over. So that's the risk we are talking about. Whether it's enterprise data lake, unless you have a single source of truth, any data, whether it's HR database, Oracle, if you are dealing with SAP, you are dealing with Ariba, any manual process, if your data is not right, definitely this brave concept is not going to fly. Unless you have that data in place, the single source of truth in place, the decision-making function is going to be a kind of a secondary activity. Because you are going to drive this initiative based on inconsistency of data, definitely that even if you come up with the LLM operating model, that decision is not going to fly as a success story altogether. So this is something which we thought we would like to highlight. And these are the transformation journeys so far we have been witnessed so far from the GCC angle. We started with outpost process outsourcing, where we're talking about transactional world. We just kind of done a lift and shift model where we have taken a couple of process transition from onshore business to offshore. We've been doing this from ages. Now then got into the satellite model where we started delivering end-to-end delivery operation model. And then from portfolio hub, transformation hub, and decision hub is something the future GCC is going to get defined. Now, as I stated earlier, like business, where defining technologies, now technology is going to define what business we are going to do. These three pillars is going to play a bigger role in this. Where most of the ideas, most of the decision-making function has to come from GCC. The task-based activities has to be automated, transformed into such a way that more of our people should be focusing more into the quality-driven approach. So running into this, now this is something which people always, this is something, a big challenge nowadays, which GCC is witnessing, and something which we need to focus more into. And what we are currently having is the same examples which I have called earlier, like irrespective what process you are into, HR, finance, techno-commercial, risk, wherever you are sitting today. You should not be in the dilemma that your job, your profile is not going to get redundant. It has to be open mind that enhance your skills. Whatever you're doing today, you need to ensure that whatever possible way, you need to come up with that comfort zone. I'm a risk professional. I've been into this for 20 years. I've been into Deloitte, I've been into EY, I have experience setting up EY GDS, as well as Deloitte GCC along with Sanjeev. We have seen in the past, so it's just not saying yes to everything. So if you are doing this capability implementation, you need to do a AIO approach. That means advisory, implement, and operate. Wherever you see a potential threat, wherever you see that, okay, these are the set of complex process, at this stage, we are not mature enough to take it up to GCC, please call that in the initial stage itself. Because if you don't do that, you are just inviting trouble, you are just inviting as a reputational risk, and wherever possible, media is so strong, if something goes wrong, that will be a kind of a spark in the market, and that will create a panic situation. So wherever possible, implement and operate model has to be part of GCC, and wherever possible, that kind of an advisory role has to be out of GCC, and that should be our envisaging goal, where these advisory role can also be part of GCC as and when we progress into the North Star event. When I say North Star, it's more into all the processes. That includes HR, admin, operations, IT, finance, anything. When you have a defined goal of reaching that North Star, and you see as a leader that you have reached that milestone, then we should be getting into this advisory role and getting those advisory into GCC. And that will lead to more leaders to getting into the global enterprise risk decision-making role. Otherwise, we should be more focusing on the basics, right? Because unless we do that, And unless we have that thought process in mind, that unless we have that success story in place, no one is going to buy the point without any success story, without any business case approved or recognized at a global level. Now, getting into process and technology, again, I've spoken about whatever process you are into, your single source of truth in terms of data has to be validated first. Before you are doing any kind of experiment in the data, you should be clear what kind of a data you are performing, what kind of analysis you are doing. Unless you do that as a background check, we will be ending much more into a different tangent altogether. The right kind of decisions is something which might get into challenging. So the enterprise data lake, as well as more into a talent management, is the secondary, which again, it's a pillar where the task base, because that now we are getting into the era where we are focusing more into niche skills from a generic skills. Now, as take an example like me, if I don't enhance a risk management profile, what exactly going wrong with the capability with regards to the enterprises, what all areas as a checklist, which is getting measured in terms of risk. And I'm just focusing on my entire career or the thought process like, okay, whatever I'm doing right now is going to be the same approach which is going to be going forward in the 2 year or 3 year down the line. It's not going to happen. Then it's a kind of a fancy world I'm just creating myself. So please ensure whatever you're doing it in the talent management, please ensure that every day and night you enhance that skill set, and wherever possible, cross-functional skill set is something which we have to inbuild ourselves. Because today, if I might be HR professional, tomorrow if I'm getting an opportunity to be part of finance transformation or a techno-commercial transformation, when I'm getting interviewed, I should be having some confidence level that I can take those positions. Rather just blindly saying I can take it without any baseline, that will not fly. And this is going to be crucial. So talent management, wherever possible, GCC has to invest more in this. More talent management can be driven by creating an investment in terms of learning academy, where people should be getting an opportunity of having a cross-functional training. And then probably that the best way where you can control and talent retention process. Else, people will get panicked. Nowadays, you can see a lot of layoffs and a lot of panic situation in the market. Everyone day and night might be having this operation or standpoint that where are we standing? How good you are, how strong you are in the captive world and GCC world. So with that in context, I would like to take a pause and we'll I'm expecting a couple of questions on this. And I don't know whether Steve has joined. Probably we'll take it some questions. Yeah.
We have a mic, please. And somebody, if we can have somebody to help me with the mic coordination amongst the audience. We have a bandwidth for 2 questions. Yeah. Okay. So just pass the mic to sir, please, over there. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Roy. I work with, process intelligence and a lot of other companies. So RPA means we have seen RPA repeatedly for last 3 to 5 years is not working properly. Only reason is that robotics process automation tells that what are the areas your majority of the people are doing a task, specific task, you automate that particular area. But I think robotics process automation should be replaced with a word called process intelligence, which actually identifies the shortest path, optimized path, and the path what we should be following rather than robotics process automation. Now, there are 2 different problems are there. One of the robotics process automations, there's a standard tools are there. How you define how many people are using it, how much cost savings it is going to do, what kind of effectiveness or efficiency it's going to bring. I think nowadays AI-based lot of tools are there, and I think the process or intelligence will be the right word rather than RPA. Lot of RPA tools are there, they're failing. Just for my info.
Thanks for highlighting that, Doctor.
Thank you, yeah.
And I also invite Abhishek on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is right. Nowadays, we are not calling it out RPA anymore. Now people have started using LLM architecture, and that's how we are driving, and correct me if I'm wrong, Abhishek. So that's more into the reality, Dr. Roy, because when we have done in the past, and there is a lot of case studies where there is a success story as well as a scope of improvement. I will not call it as a failure story, but there is a scope of improvement where the basic problem statement was not defined properly. And even if you drive most of the black belt projects or master black belt projects, people were just doing a business case and getting approved, and they were driving it, immense investment being made. And then when you are getting into the execution stage, you are getting into that dilemma, okay, this is not something which we have envisaged. So RPA, yes, 5 years before, we were always been hiring people based on the skill set. Okay, you have done some kind of RPA, come on board and do it. But that real problematic statement has never been the case which has been thought of. Now, based on the historical scope which we have seen in the past, couple of scenarios people and leaders have also seen in the past. Like take an example, we as Adani we also take the business case. It's not that blindly, like Sanjeev, he go into that business case in keystroke level. Whether that is possible, RPA level, and Abhishek as a leader, he also look into that keystroke level. What is a benefit which you are going to drive? Is that right investment in place? Are you getting a right ROI in place? Or is just a manual effort is getting automated? That is also fine. But end of the day, what value add you are giving back to the society, back to the customer is something more important. And nowadays, LLM is the most fragmented and high visible topic which nowadays LinkedIn, you can see it, how the architecture is getting worked. Again, it's too early for me to comment or probably Abhishek to comment how success story is going to get defined, but it's something which is leveraging, and all the big fours also are getting into that level of thought process, how the LLM can get into more into a transformation story, success story. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Please pass the mic to ma'am over there. And in the best interest of time, this is the last question that we can accommodate for this session. Any more questions for sir? If there is, I'm pretty sure there are. Please feel free to connect in the networking zone.
Thank you. Wonderful session. I would like to mention, adding on to the RPA factors, right? It has driven the reporting and also, the structures, whatever we have brought in terms of the people alignment and engagement. However, you brought out a very important point on the HITL charters. So I would like to know what kind of HITL, initiatives you have driven and how it has actually translated to the, overall.
Which we have implemented in Adani or Deloitte or EY.
You could, we could mention. See, thank you.
It's too early for me to comment. Again, Adani GCC is 1 year old baby. So, and Sanjeev has joined from Deloitte, and he is having a big picture in mind how transformation Adani GCC has to be built as a North Star. We started with finance, HR, and techno-commercial as an initial transition to GCC. And he is very much clear. Day in, day out, we do have a session. We do have a connect with Abhishek. We have vendors onboarded, consultant has been onboarded. Every day, day and night, it's something which is a tangible outcome which we are looking at. Defining a North Star is pretty much easy. You can define that in a PPT, and drive towards that is something which actually take a pain area. And the journey, it's not going to be 6 months down the line, are you in a better position to reach that North Star? It's not, North Star can't be achieved in a short span of time. North Star is always a time-consuming process, but that time-consuming process has to be validated on frequent basis. There should be a strong governance where you should be looking into the status where exactly is the project is going aligned with that milestone, or wherever you feel like, okay, RAG status, wherever you are getting those projects back to amber, again, it's a kind of inviting trouble. Somewhere we are lacking behind. So amber is nowhere is going to be a kind of a leading to a green signal. So whenever any project where you're defining a North Star, every single day and night, you should be having a tab on the process, what is going right and what is going wrong, and where you have to focus more on daily basis, where you can bring that project back to action. So that's something which we are looking at. That's something Sanjeev always drive, and that's something which we always keep him posted where we are currently. And strong governance, which Abhishek is driving, is also similar to that. We are not expecting that every time when we drive, that should be a success story. We also learn from our failures, and that's the open mindset we are having. We are into 25 business altogether in Adani GCC, and a lot of acquisition every year you have witnessed in the past, media is covering. So how top we are into? Are we doing a right set of acquisition? When you are doing the right set of acquisition, are we onboarding the existing vendors altogether to Adani environment? Are we doing a right set of assessment? And chalking out the set of people or vendors who are already blacklisted. They might be using those vendors, but when it comes to Adani environment, we should be doing a proper due diligence. We should not be inviting trouble in terms of reputational risk. So whatever we do, while it's a keystroke level we say, but when you do a proper due diligence, when we are onboarding any new acquisition, we have to be thoroughly validated what kind of vendors, what kind of customers we are onboarding before we get into and kickstart the action.
Thank you so much. Okay, I mean, it's been a fascinating session. Maybe just take one more question if anybody has. One more quick question if anybody has. Just thought of making it the magic number of 3. Okay, yeah. Can we please pass the mic to sir over there at the back? Sir, if you could please stand for the convenience of, yeah. This will be the last question before we move to the next session. Kindly request you to keep it crisp and, yeah.
Thank you. Hi. My question is there a reason why people and resources are not part of CEO's imperative? I know it has been covered separately, but why is it not part of CEO's imperatives? Thank you.
CUC?
CEO's imperatives. People, I didn't find the brave definition, people getting covered there.
Okay. Are you referring to Center of Excellence more?
No, in the initial part, as part of CEO's imperatives, right? People wasn't covered. So my question is there a reason for that?
I didn't get that question right.
Probably,
can you just elaborate more and then probably I can take that?
In the initial part and the brave definition.
Okay, I've got it. See, so brave, again, that's what I said. It's very easy for us to define brave in the slide. It's a one slider. It's impact a lot. And when it comes to the talent standpoint and COC standpoint, it's very much clear that, and today the leaders who are sitting here might be having that mindset. Okay, people is the backbone. We say they are the brain behind our success story altogether. But when we say that, okay, something goes wrong or somewhere we breach something and where we are inviting more into a compliance issue or the risk management standpoint, we just see as a bottleneck, okay, what went wrong? And then we take decisions based on that. It all depends upon the brave concept that, okay, accepting from the failure and what we do is something kind of a risk mitigation steps. But the reality is, if we start putting that, the people who is taking proactive decisions, proactive in terms of learning new things, might be having that kind of a dilemma, okay, are we into the right direction? Or if my leader doesn't have clarity in terms of what vision he is driving, what values we are driving, and all of a sudden something goes wrong, what exactly is going to create an impact behind it? So that's the reason we thought, okay, this will be the key area that brave can be considered, and the rest is something which other focus area where other leaders are going to speak up, probably having more insight how that is going to lead to better GCC successful story. That's it.
Thank you so much for all the questions. Thank you so much for all the answers. You've been so kind and patient enough to address all of them. Please give him a bigger round of applause, everybody. And what I'm going to do is sir, I'll request you to wait, and I'll request Bilkis to please kindly come up on stage and give the moment and token of appreciation to sir. Once again, a big round of applause for Bilkis and for Baijo sir, please. Can we have the token of appreciation on stage for sir? Yeah, just wait a minute. We'll just do a nice photo, so just hold on for a minute. I'll request all of you to just hold on for a minute. Can we have a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. We truly value your time and effort, sir, for coming over here and sharing your thoughts and insights. Very, very grateful. Any more questions, anything, please feel free to connect in the networking zone. Thank you. This is the BW People magazine. Thank you so much. And now coming to all of you, we need 2 more chairs on stage, please. 5 chairs in total. And 5 mics, please, on stage. And I'll request our videographer to please kindly approve the frame so that everybody is fitting in the frame. We don't want a situation where anybody gets cropped out. So, is it fine? All of them are coming in your frame? Okay, superb. Five mics, please. Thank you. All right, in the meantime, I'll request Baiju sir, he's around. So we have the speaker bites happening over there at the speaker's lounge. Please get it done. Thank you. And this is a reminder and gentle note for all the speakers over here. Once you're done with your session, please kindly move towards the speaker's lounge. We are having the speaker bites over there as well. We want to capture more of what you have to say, right? So this is very, very critical in that process. So thank you. We are ready. We have the mics all set. Thank you. All right, so the first panel discussion for the day, this is going to be about strategic AI-powered talent acquisition and enhancing employee experience. I'll quickly reiterate the topic for everybody. This is about strategic AI-powered talent acquisition and enhancing employee experience. Before I call our speakers on stage, once again, a reminder to the ones who joined us late, can I please request everybody to keep their mobile phones in silent mode, as we don't want to disturb or distract any of our panelists, so thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'm going to be introducing our session chair. And then I'll request all of them to come on stage together. Or maybe when I do the introductions, come one by one. I think that would be more appropriate, right? As we can welcome them in a better way. So, my first speaker for the day, can I please have Sonali De Sarkar, SVP HR Epsilon India, on stage, please. Hello, ma'am. Pleasure. And a bit of a request, I'll request all the speakers to sit as per the photo alignment. Aesthetics, very important in the world of social media. Thank you so much, ma'am. My next speaker is Moez Barodawala, Associate Director HR Senecron. Can we please have Moez ji on stage? Thank you so much. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Okay, thank you. My next speaker is Shruti Walia, Head HR from CureFit. Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause to Shruti, please. My next speaker, Prakriti Sinha, Head People and Organization from Sandoz, India. Thank you so much for joining us over here. And to moderate the session, we have Subramanian Kumar, Senior Director, People Ops, I believe it's Operations, People Operations, and People Partner from Zepto. A big round of applause for him as well, please. Stage is set, panel is ready, timer, I believe, is not ready. Can we quickly update the timer? And we'll start. And bigger round of applause for the first panel, please. Thank you, and over to you.
Hello. So, good morning, everyone. Can I have some energy? I know it's Monday morning, and we're all here to beat the Monday blues, and that's exactly what we're going to do in this session. So, thank you so much for introduction. And so today is about AI, and it's AI-powered talent acquisition and enhancing employee experience. I think this topic is something on everybody's table, and the HR folks, business partners, people operations, everybody will echo my thoughts. So AI is just not a tool for efficiency. I think it's just moving from just being back office to solving for business strategies and being proactive, predictive in nature. Let's unravel what's AI's impact on the entire employee lifecycle. We have these esteemed panelists who will give their insights and take us through their experience. So without wasting much time, let's get started. So Shruti, the first question is, AI is drastically solving for speed, right? And it's cutting down manual reviews. And beyond just speed and, say, efficiency, is it really giving you or enhancing the experience, the quality of candidates, screening and matching? Are you really able to get the right culture fit, talent fit, the team fit? So what do you think about it?
All right, thank you, Subbu. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, BW, for having me here once again. So to answer your question, Subbu, in today's dominating AI world, I must say that AI is transforming talent acquisition from the process-driven function to a predictive intelligence system. What it means is that AI is not only helping talent acquisition to find the right fit, but it is also helping the organization shape their future capability and potential. AI is also helping talent acquisition, moving from just to find the right fit or the right talent or candidates. It is not only about finding the right fit for the role, but it is also about understanding the talent there. So I'll just elaborate here. What I'm trying to say here is it's so fascinating to see how AI is changing the meaning of talent acquisition from just searching the right talent versus to understand them, to decode them. So earlier, search the talent means finding the right skill sets, finding the keywords in the resume, or probably finding candidates fitment check in terms of preferred location, the preferred compensation, and so on. But now the narrative has been changed, and AI is now reading between the lines, and this is the real game changer that AI is bringing here. AI is not only getting talent acquisition the right fit, but also helping us in predicting the capability, adaptability trend, the culture fit, and so on. If you look at it, I would say back then, finding the right fit when it comes to the most time-consuming thing in talent acquisition process, finding the right candidate was never a challenge, but the challenge was decoding them, and this is what AI is doing. Let me give you some use cases of CureFit, which is also known as CultFit, the brand name, what we are doing. So we hire people at scale, especially in our on-grounds team. We have fitness products offering, we have fitness services offering. And let me just take one role's example, which is center manager. Now in center manager, you have two kind of categories. One role will be sales-oriented, another one would be operations-oriented. Now we bring in AI in our talent acquisition team, not only to save time, not only to improve the efficiency of our recruiters, not only to automate the process, but to bring in accuracy and standardization, and I'll tell you how. So how the process works here, and I'm taking the example of, again, center manager. Let's say in one of the and when I say center manager, these are the store managers that you find in our gyms, in our workout centers, or in our EBOs. Let's say we hire 50 to 60 center managers in a month, and I'm sure we all can do our math. To hire 50 to 60 center managers every month, we have to screen X number of hundreds of resumes and hundreds of interviews we have to do. Now, what happens when a interested candidate applies? They fill up a form, and the form is just some questions, yes and no, you'll have to just fill it up. Now, AI shortlists those candidates as per our requirement, and it nudges the trigger for the AI interview. Now, what will happen? The AI will shortlist candidates because when you have to hire someone from sales side, you will evaluate someone on their negotiation skills, their sales pitch, you will check their communication skills. Do they have the ability to understand consumer and customers' insights and expectations? And similarly, operations side, you will check on vulnerability, empathy, ability to handle a stressful situation. So the AI will not only shortlist the right candidate for us, but will also allocate the right fit to the right bucket. This will bring in accuracy. Now I will talk about standardization. Most of the interviews happens in person, and the panelists are supposed to fill up the feedback form, but either people are busy or a little lazy, they do not fill it up, or they fill it up in their own style. Now everything will be recorded in our AI interview. Now that data can be used in future for any kind of analysis, be it the performance trajectory, be it rehiring of the employee, be it even if you have to just predict the employment risk or probably engagement risk, anything can be done here. So yes, the AI is changing the way we look at recruitment today. It is not only about searching the right talent, but it goes beyond finding the right fit for your culture in terms of adaptability and capability and potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was some interesting insight. So moving on, I think AI is actually solving for letting the leaders know what to anticipate next, what to predict, what's going to happen next, where the opportunity lies, and how to stay ahead of the curve, right? So, Prakriti, I just wanted to understand what's the biggest competitive advantage that AI is giving you in understanding and deepening engagement, and letting you or help you connect with people, influence, and staying ahead of the curve. So where does engagement stand with the help of AI?
Thanks, Subbu, and congratulations, Shruti. Beautiful use case. You spoke about candidates being lazy. You should also study why your customers are sometimes lazy. I mean, I keep buying cult fit, but never make it to the center. So, yeah. So thanks for that question. So I'll shift from talent acquisition to talent engagement, and that's where we have been applying AI. I come from Sandoz. Those of you who grew up in the 2000s would remember Sandoz Calcium. Yeah, that's the company I come from. Pharma, so kind of an outlier in the group, and I'm here to learn from them. But yes, we've been able to embrace AI in the space of employee listening. We are 23,000 employees globally, and I know my colleagues here have 23,000 people just in India, right? This company generates roughly 11 billion in revenue. So you can understand that it's not a very people-intensive organization, right? It's pharma. So we are generating our revenues from our R&D, from our manufacturing. So when you're dealing with a handful of employees and you're located in multiple locations, by the way, we are in 100 countries with almost 150 locations. So the teams are very, very dispersed, right? A typical team at Sandoz would have the employee, the manager, the 1/1, the L+2, sitting in multiple countries coming from different nationalities. And add to that the complexity of diversity in gender, ethnicity, right? When you look at that kind of a complex problem to solve, you know that you're looking at a tapestry of opinions, voices that are very hard to understand. And if they aren't understood, they will become a cacophony and you'll not be really able to keep a tab on your culture. And hence, at Sandoz, we take our job of listening to employees very, very seriously. Every year, twice every year, we do this employee engagement survey. We all know what our employee engagement survey is, right? And we've been doing it for a long time. But sadly, with these static surveys that we had been using for a decade, for almost a decade, engagement and sentiment had become just a number, right? Leaders would quote what is their engagement score, and that's all that they would remember. You know, leaders are anyways good with numbers, and for some reason, HR professionals had converted culture also into a single number. And I personally, never really agreed with that whole concept. AI has helped us solve that problem. Today, AI, we call it NLP, natural language processing and machine learning, is basically able to read the qualitative comments that employees are putting in. 2023, we launched this AI-powered employee voice platform, and the whole situation has transformed. Now, basically, it's no longer about data and numbers, it's about having a dialogue with your associates. It's very easy to open up a survey response when you have just 10 employees in your team. But when you have thousands and thousands of employees in your team, let's say you're a leader and there are some 10,000 people reporting to you, chances are you don't really know what are they telling you. They are filling these surveys every 6 months, but you don't understand anything beyond the number that HR is giving you. Today, that has changed. Today, AI is able to generate these very beautiful summaries, which humans could never have done it. I could hire a team of 10 HR professionals, they would still not have produced these kind of summaries. They tell you what are the positive trends in the team, they tell you what are the negative trends in your team. What are your employees truly telling you? And that generates a dialogue. We no longer ask our associates that, how engaged are you with the company? Instead, we are asking them, what is it that you want? What is it that you want from the organization? What are you trying to tell us? And the answers are coming to us in such a succinct fashion that they are basically actionable. Managers get these reports on a 6-monthly basis. Leaders are now getting reports which they for the first time understood. And I think now we are able to hold our leaders more accountable on the topic of culture. When AI came, I think 5 years back, we were all thinking that AI is gonna make everything algorithm driven and AI is gonna replace empathy, right? Nobody's gonna be empathetic because man will be taken over by machine, but actually it's the other way around. We were all interpreting numbers, and today we are interpreting data in a manner that the emotion, the sentiment is coming out. This tool is so beautiful. It not only tells you what the emotion is, it also tells you what's the intensity of the emotion, depending on how many people have said what, right? So it's mind-blowing. And now we are basically telling our leaders that, look, you have a big organization and the big organization is telling you something. What are you doing about it? So that's how AI has transformed employee engagement for us at Sandoz. And I'm sure many of you are employing similar solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is getting me to, open up one of my experiences because I work with Zepto. We have a lot of folks on the ground, and we use this performance monitoring system, which enables employees to detail or summarize whatever they want to say, their achievements in a beautiful manner. This is very, very important and essential for people on the ground because they could have done wonders, but they will not be able to articulate it in words, right? So this is helping summarize a lot of things, and from an end user, which is the HR admin point of view, it becomes very easy for us to pick keywords. It gives us summaries to understand what's happening on the ground. What's the pros, cons, where do we have to index more, So that I think AI is doing a great job in these aspects of better enabling us more than replacing us. Thank you so much, Prakriti. So moving on, I think this is one of the very interesting topics. So we live in a world where chatbots and virtual assistants are becoming the new norm. Every HR product has a chatbot which is within its entire ecosystem, helping us find whatever we want, enable that first space of self-service for employees and cut down the entire HR and employee connects in terms of these basic queries. I think we are also hearing a lot about the word called hyper-personalization, right? So Moiz, I wanted to understand what's the biggest measurable business metric that's coming out of implementing these hyper-personalized employee experience initiatives, like in the likes of, say, reduced regrettable attrition or higher internal mobility, or what could it be?
Thank you for the question, Subbu. So when I started this hyper-personalization journey for one of my ex-organization, we realized that if we treat our employees like how we treat our customers, the stickiness or the retention would increase. How many of you resonate with this thought? If I can see a raise of hands. Okay, quite a few, thank you. So glad we are all on the same page today. So we started with putting this AI wrapper on the onboarding platform first, just to understand if we can leverage AI, the kind of AI chatbots that we have, in order to give HR as a service to all the new joiners initially. Eventually that picked up, the experience was excellent, and that also motivated us to put this AI wrapper on other systems. So the first case that I had was to increase the future readiness of the headcount that we had. Now the easiest way to do that was enable AI in the learning management system. See, all of us consume in a different way. Some of us want fast. Some of us do want to do it on our own pace, depending upon what stage in life we are, or what stage in the career we are, or what are our aspirations, what are the skills that we bring with, or what are the aspirational skills that we want to acquire. Everybody has a different journey. So it was for us to respect that, and which is why this hyper-personalization helped us a lot. So now employees got that liberty to choose it for themselves. And eventually, initially we were struggling with having employees learn or get certified. Now, when we gave them a choice with the help of hyper personalization and again AI as an enabler, the learning graph shot up. So that is one of the matrices. The second matrice that I could see was our leadership pipeline. That shot up by 7%. Also, now we had a future ready workforce. We could engage them in newer opportunities. Plus, there was this internal mobility. That also increased because now people were learning. They were trying and applying on newer roles, which was beyond the scope of work. And now they're certified again, so we don't have any means to reject them. Also, one of the measurement that we saw was the diversity within the organization. That also rose, especially in the leadership roles. And one of the byproduct of all of this was that the time to productivity, that also increased by 18%. And it rose our great place to work, which is like a internal survey. That was also increased by 10% over the year. So a lot of things changed just with changing the attitude or the approach towards our employees. So we were a client first organization, and when we moved to an employee first organization with the help of AI as an enabler, of course, that changed everything. Back to you, Subbu.
Thank you so much. And one thing that strikes is like, say 10, 15 years back, when the organization sends like a small note of greeting for any festivals, right? Could be a Merry Christmas or a Happy Diwali. The moment you see, hey Subbu, Happy Diwali, it makes a lot of difference than, hey employee, Happy Diwali, which is like a macro-driven email that goes out, right? So that's the start of hyper-personalization that I think that's something that kick-started, and now the entire ChatGPTs, Geminis, Groks, Perplexities of the world are trying to solve for this. Thanks a lot, Moise. And one aspect that is getting shadowed or we don't pay a lot of attention to is internal talent marketplaces or internal mobility, right? So we are all, obsessed with looking for talent outside, and then we over-index on hiring people from outside, But I think, Sonali, what I wanted to ask you is, internal mobility driven by AI is a huge shift, right? So, so how is AI enabling you or enabling the employees to find, the best role, and how are organizations overcoming the historical silos, and are there any cultural shifts that's happening in the space through AI?
Thank you, Subbu, and thank you, BW, for having me here as a speaker. Before I get into the topic, it's only fair that I talk a little bit about the company where I work. I work for a company called Epsilon. Now, Epsilon is into this space. It's a tech company in the ad tech. So that's the advertising tech and the marketing tech space. So fundamentally what we do is we work with our clients, and these are Fortune 500 companies globally, who basically reach out to their customers. Could be their current customers, could be their future customers. So basically go back and talk about their products in a way that works and makes sense. Today we have different ways of looking at data, right? I mean, I could be on social media. Maybe the best way to reach somebody is through print. It could be through TV. So what makes sense to reach to the consumer, and all of us are consumers, in the best way that makes sense, which will help us buy for that particular customer. So that's the space that we are in. Epsilon is part of a group called the Publicis Group. Now, the Publicis Group is around about 100,000 employees globally. And I'm sharing this because it'll provide the perspective of what we're doing. Moise here talked of hyper-personalization, and that's what we are also doing. So if I go back and look at employees, we all are on LinkedIn. So can I see a show of hands of people on LinkedIn? Everybody, right? Now imagine you have LinkedIn and Facebook, and maybe, not really Insta, but some features of Insta that you can have and provide that internally within the organization. And it is not just for Epsilon, but it is for the other companies of Publicis. So 100,000 employees globally can go back and look at it. Now, what are the things that are there? If you have to look at talent mobility, one of the things that you'll go back and say is, I would like to grow, but how do I grow? I would want to learn. So any kind of skill, so you will have maybe technical skills, or maybe like Udemy, Pluralsight is available to employees. Maybe I want to learn Spanish, it's just interesting. So that's my growth area in whatever I want to learn. Or the LinkedIn Learning Program. So basically, training at your fingertips, the manager plays no role in deciding what I as an employee want to learn. So I've learned that. Now, while I'm learning, I would say, hey, I would love to get mentored. And I'm sure amongst this audience, there are many who would want to be mentored and would like to be a mentor. So as an employee, I can go up and sign up and say, I have these skills. I would love to mentor somebody, or I would like to be mentored by somebody. What the AI at the back end does is it goes back, matches what I bring to the table, either as a mentor or as a mentee, and matches me up with someone else. Again, this is all employee driven. So my manager plays no role. I would decide what I would like to get mentored in or where I would want to be a mentor, and it ties it back. So you get mentored in certain areas. So one is you learn what you would like to learn, then you go back and say, I have these skills already. This is the kind of role that I have. What could be some other courses that I could take? So I go back and get a list of those courses, again, all driven by AI at the back end, which tells me that these are the kind of programs or courses you could go for. Then you would go back and say, okay, great, I've got mentored, I've built this. What are the kind of positions that are available? Now, these positions will show up for the entire Publicis group. Again, 100,000. So not only are we talking of within each company, we're also enabling people to be able to apply outside. So what is happening is our internal mobility is not just across different organizations within Publicis group, it is also across Publicis. So for us as an organization, we say, hey, there are 100,000 of us across the globe, across different countries. We shouldn't be losing talent outside of Publicis. If we're losing talent, it should be to another Publicis company. So that is the other part where you go back and say, these are the kind of things that are there. When you look at from, just not just internal, so let's say somebody has picked up a new role, has got into that job, is feeling very kind of, under a lot of stress. So when you're under stress, you would say, okay, what do I do? Do I listen to something? Do I see something? So within this platform, which we call Marcel, which provides hyper-personalized learning, your growth opportunities, your internal mobility opportunities, etc., I can also go back and pick what I'd like to do in terms of de-stress. Because when we talk of mobility, you do have times when you just got stressed with a new manager, so you can do that as well. And the last part is, we are talking of bringing our whole selves to work. Work is one part of our lives. But I have a lot of hobbies, a lot of interests, and I would like to be able to find out people across the globe who maybe have a similar interest. So I go back and say, hey, I have this interest, and Marcel, which is which is the platform, would go back, the AI at the back end would go back and tell me, hey, by the way, Sonali, I found somebody who has similar interests like this. Maybe the two of you can catch up. And if I say, sounds interesting. Shall I connect the two of you? Sure. So the AI at the back end will go back, find a time slot that works for both of us, depending on our time zones globally, and set that first meeting up. So what AI is doing is fundamentally going back, creating series of experiences for me as an employee, by which I can take control of my career and get the AI model or the platform at the back end to enable it for me. So that is what we're doing, and that's how it's really helping us from an employee experience standpoint, or like Moise was talking of, the chatbot. I've really stopped going to check as to when the holidays are or any specific employee question. I go back and ask, hey, amigo, can you tell me what's this? Amigo gives me my answer and I carry on. Or I go back and check it with Marcel. So that just gives you a sense of how at Epsilon and Publicis, we're actually using AI.
Great. Thank you so much, Sonali.
Sure, thanks.
I've just heard about IJPs and a lot of bureaucratic processes, but I think this is more interesting than that, and it'll be interesting for employees as well, and it'll help them. I think the next question is it's not only a question from me. I think everybody will echo whatever I'm going to say. That we have a number of products, HR platforms, which are solving for different challenges, right? Some modular, some call them suites, but I think the data is still fragmented, right? So the business partners in this room will agree that they will have to pull a lot of reports, consolidate, and waste a lot of time to be able to take business decisions, right? Which are very meaningful, could be for the entire team, for the entire business unit, or for a particular employee. So my question is AI really the bridge to be able to give that one experience or everything under one roof for the employee or the HR to be able to take that decision, right? So now some decisions miss out some important information because every systems are siloed, right? So we forget to download a report, and then the final analytics dashboard goes out to the leaders, missing one important point, which could would have done wonders to a particular individual or a team. So how do you think AI will play a part here? I mean, this is open to all panelists.
I can go first, Subbu. So I think there's a lot of discussion going around about AI, right? And how does AI help? And the fact that we all have disparate systems, the reality is that we've all as organizations bought different platforms which have different operating systems, operate in a different way, and they're all siloed. They all give us data that we want. Now, one approach is for AI to be able to go back and build something that can pick data from different systems, because you don't want to rely on only one system, which will create an issue. But I think before I get into that, one of the key things to consider is, do you want to look at AI? Do you want to look at automation? The thing I'd want to give is that, for example, you want to catch a fish and you want to catch a small fish. You won't have a huge net, looking into the ocean to just say, okay, let me catch. It's about what you want to do. So before you look at AI or before you look at anything else, what's important is, what's my solution that I'm looking at? And therefore go back and say, is AI the best way or is automation the best way? How much of time am I considering to get the benefit, and what are the impacts of it? Because AI does have hallucination as well. The other part is to look at to say, is AI, is it going to be just, do I have human in the loop at all? Or is it something which is completely agentic AI, where AI would take a decision? Now, these are certain areas to look at, and I think it becomes important to say, how do I leverage what in what area? And how do I structure it in an easy way for consumption, both by the HR team and by employees? I would like to kind of just start off with that, yeah.
Okay, I can go next with my point of view. Well, it's true that in our HR ecosystem, things are at patchwork. What it means, we have a different tool for or platform for performance management, different for L&D and different for recruitment. Now, AI, most of the companies, we use AI as a quick fix, as an add-on factor, and not as a primary solution. What I'm trying to say here is, companies look at automating the process or probably enhancing something which is at a vanilla stage or something is broken. We have to increase the efficiency and we think of bringing in AI. But the solution could be, because it is leading to a poor employee experience in my organization also. There's like, where do I log in for my payroll, my pay slips? Where do I log in to see my attendance? And where do I refer my candidates and so on? So it is impacting their experience. In my opinion, the design should be built in as such that the AI native workflows of any system, it should incorporate the insights, predictions, personalization, customization, etc. in the system flow itself, rather than having an add-on thing. I don't think so any platform today offers an end-to-end solution. Yes, there are a few who claims, but trust me, some or the other function will not be matured enough, or they will say, AI will fix it, but that is also customizable. So that also is a weak point there. So what is missing here is the integration of data, the automation of context sharing, and the continuity in the employee life cycle. So if it is taken as a bridge factor rather than a patch factor, I think it solves the purpose here.
Okay, I'll go next. So my take is to not treat AI as a patch. Again, I would resonate to you, but rather than like a connecting tissue, which helps systems speak with each other. So in case we could have talent insights coming from all different maybe learning management systems or payroll systems and everything, a dashboard could be created out of these talent insights, which will give us better results. But again, using AI without governance is not advisable. So we have to set some ground rules whenever you are leveraging AI for your hire to retire touch points. First and foremost, like Sonali said, there has to be human decision making. AI is just an enabler. The second part is we have to be very, very transparent. Even when we are leveraging AI, the employees should know what part of their entire life cycle is being measured. If we are transparent about that, I think we are doing the right thing. And the third thing is, again, AI will not be able to replace humans. It is only an enabler. It is a means and not an end. That has to be the bottom line.
I don't know that, Moise. They say AI is developing a language within itself that humans don't understand. So you never know. 5 years from now, there may be just AI agents sitting here and talking. My take on this question is a little different. I want to want all of you to understand that, look, companies are a reflection of the society that we are a part of. And if you look at the global politics today, most of our leaders, world leaders and leaders of these top tech companies that are at the forefront, they have been taking a very regulation-based approach to AI. February of this year, there was a conference, I don't know if you followed it, there was a conference on AI in Europe, because Europe, as you know, the data privacy laws are the toughest and we are a European company. So there was, the reason it was in news in India is because Modi was co-chairing it and President Macron was the one who was chairing it. That was the first conference in which we saw the narrative is now shifting. In the past, when I say in the past, which is as early as last year, most of these AI conferences were talking about how can we govern AI? How can we increase the red tapeism, right? How can we put regulation on AI? Because I think it was all stemming from this fear. So if the world that we live in is siloed, the companies will also have silos, right? And I was talking about this February conference, and that was the first one in which all European nations came together and said, you know what, let's remove the red tapeism. Let's come together and try to reduce the regulation around AI if you have to compete with China, right? So I would say that I am optimistic. If the leadership, if the world politics is headed in that direction and breaking the silos, chances are that silos within the organizations will also break. Because we are MNCs, right? I mean, we can't take a decision in India where Europe is not ready to share any data. So unless we are all convinced that there is this trustworthy AI that can be created, where you have basic safety features put in place, but you're not really putting shackles of regulations on it, chances are that we will have an end-to-end HCM system where hire to retire will all be handled by AI, and HR departments will have to think what they do next.
Thank you so much. I think cognizance of time. Let's have one final lightning round before I open for Q&A from the audience. So describe in one sentence, I know it's difficult in one word, how AI is an enabler and not a detractor for fostering a culture of purpose, growth, flexibility, and diversity.
All right. So as we all have been saying that AI is to help human, not to replace them. AI has to be used strategically because AI connects between data, people, and culture. And it turns these scattered efforts into a unified approach that drives meaningful growth of any organization. So the strategic use is the key.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What I feel is with the help of AI, we can build a better and equitable workplace wherein people from different walks of life are welcome. They can bring their best selves to work. So encouraging diversity is something that AI can help and remove all the human-based biases that we have.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, basing again on my use case, I feel AI is helping move from data to dialogue. AI is about deepening human connection because it's all about how you decide to use AI. So instead of being scared of AI, AI is here to stay. AI is smarter than us. So let's embrace it and let's make the most of it.
I would just add to say that, AI is like the Industrial Revolution, where machines came in and changed the way we work. AI is exactly going to be that. It'll change the way we work. And to that extent, it has to be an enabler and will be an enabler in terms of for all categories of employees, both from an organizational standpoint and from an employee standpoint. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I think I will open, the stage for Q&A from the audience.
We have somebody to guide with the mics. And Sir has a question over there. And yeah, Sir has a question as well, and Sir has a question. So we can take max 3 questions. I'm so sorry. Again, in the best interest of time. So please feel free to share your name and whom the question is directed to.
My name is Jijo Varghese. I represent Novo Nordisk. It's a pharmaceutical company based in Denmark. And we have a presence of a GPS office in India as well as a sales and marketing affiliate as well. So my question is to Shruti and a bit to Prakriti as well. So when you say about using AI tools for recruitment, we should be also mindful with the data protection rules which are in place. As a European organization, the EU European Artificial Intelligence Act 2024 considers using AI as a high-risk area. So it's a high-risk area. So how do we ensure that we are aware of these compliance issues, legal issues? Still, we will be able to use the AI in the recruitment process. So your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Sure. So these are the major risk of using AI. Data protection and privacy is something. These are the challenges we face. And I think all the organizations are familiar with this, but it is essential for organizations to be 100% compliant, so that has been taken care of. Now, educating our employees, that is important. While the relevant teams will be aware of it, but how do we ensure that relevant teams, our recruiters and respective employees are also adhering to the compliance part? So creating awareness, you can do it by gamification. This is how we also do, not only here in data protection when it comes to AI, but in other aspects also. We do a lot of gamifications with our employees so that there is recurring awareness we are spreading that you have to adhere to it. And it's all about how to be ethical and maintain integrity. So yeah, so repeat awareness is something that we strongly believe in, and I think most of the companies are following that as well. Thank you.
Referring to the whole pain around Europe and data privacy, what I can say is, my friend, the thinking at the top is shifting. When this conference happened early February, Denmark also signed the guideline where they said, we'll remove the red tapeism. So the day is not far because the whole globe is scared of how China is really ahead of the curve, right? So everybody wants to be there. And you cannot have laws that are not letting you progress. So it's just a matter of time. These laws will be loosened and people are going to figure out how can they work with AI while still being able to trust it.
Thank you for the points. We have bandwidth for one more question for this session. So, yeah.
Hi, lovely session. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Roy. I work with specifically in the not only AI, a lot of other technologies. I wanted to know, like, most of the things what we are talking is a normal business as usual practices of the HR. Means whatever we are doing it manually or with 20 people, we are trying to replace it with some level of AI systems. Can any one of you can tell that what kind of correlations and regressive relationships you create and find it out that your asset, human asset, how it is basically helping to grow the company, and from your current asset, how you do that analysis. I'll give you a very easy example. I worked with Unilever for almost 12 years, and we found that getting the resources from the Premium Institute has a direct correlation on 2 to 3% growth of the company. Now, how we did it, we cannot waste the time of everybody here, and you all know. Now, what kind of that correlations and the regressions we have done it to find it out that not only removing this business as usual practices, but developing a further more, forecasting or the patented or trained behavior of a company can be determined. Thank you.
I'll take that. That's an interesting question. We haven't done it as yet in Epsilon, but we've been thinking about it. So one of the areas where you can draw the correlation is in workforce planning. Now, what does happen is when you go back and look at, so you look at your rec load, you look at your recs, your requisitions, you will go back and look at the requisition could be something that you've added on, a new, or it could be a replacement. But rarely do organizations go back and look at the cost of the talent that came in. What's happening with the reference to the cost? Are you being cost neutral? So finance has its own models, HR has its own models, right? This becomes a bridge for both, where you go back and look at the cost of talent that came in, from where have they come, to your point, right, through the AI models, where have they come from? Are you seeing some kind of a common pattern emerge in terms of saying that if I'm hiring from these kind of companies or people with this kind of experience in this particular business unit, right, or function, I'm able to see the degree of impact either could be on sales or could be on products. So I think this taking of disparate pieces of information and then going back and saying, are we able to maybe, based on what we've done in terms of the cost of talent, may be able to take care of the merit cost for this year in terms of a budget standpoint, or maybe we're not. Maybe we've gone up. Where have we gone up? What are your spans and layers? So I think there are various pieces which can be tied back very easily if you have those models in place. And that's an area that will happen in the future.
Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you so much to the panelists for this incredible session. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? I'll request Mr. Ashish Kumar from BW People to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Can I request all of you to stand up and come forward? And can we have magazine, please? BW People magazine and the token of appreciation from Amity University on stage for all our speakers. Start from that side. Yeah, it's easier. We'll do a nice group photo of all of them together with the magazine and stuff. Yeah. Ashish ji, once you're done distributing all of them, we can do a nice group photo together. This is the kind of energy that we want in the room, ladies and gentlemen. It's a full house and we want that energy to radiate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our speakers for coming over here and sharing their thoughts. Thank you to our moderator as well for moderating this session so wonderfully. And I'll request all of you to come a little forward for a nice group photograph. And the loudest amount of cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen, when the group photograph is being taken. You cannot switch off the lights when the group photograph is being taken. I know they're all bright and positive people, but we need the lights on stage as well, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll request all the speakers to move towards the speakers lounge for the speaker bites. Thank you and see you all very soon. We'll quickly remove the chairs and I'll request our next speaker to please kindly get mic'd up. I believe, is he already mic'd up? Sir, please request you to mic up before I announce. I believe you have a presentation, right? Yes, so I'll request you to get mic'd up and also please help serve with the clicker. And connect online as well. Thank you. Our next speaker, can we have the lights on, please? Yeah, thank you. I'll request our next speaker to be ready. This is going to be about talent insights, ladies and gentlemen. Can we control the music a little bit, please? Thank you. This is going to be about talent insights, navigating the complexities of the changed HR scenario, re-evaluation of traditional V's, modern talent management practices. And this is going to be a session that's going to be done on stage by Mr. Ramkumar Narayanan, Executive VP and Head, India and Philippines, FIS. Give him a big round of applause as he makes his way to the stage, please. Thank you so much, sir. Bahut bahut shukriya. And can we do a quick mic check of yours?
Yeah, can you hear me?
All of you can hear, sir?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, super. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, and thank you for having me here. It's a little intimidating to talk to a room full of practitioners in the HR domain, because I'm not one. But I have been a beneficiary of working with really good HR people over time. And as a business leader, I don't believe that it absolves people like me from the need to actually understand talent management and talent growth within the organization, because we are a people business. Most of us are a people business. So getting into this, the previous panel, I'm glad I got here in time for it, because they actually verified and validated a lot of things I'm going to talk about now. So let's get into the details of what we talk about. Looking back in history, I'm a big fan of looking back and saying, okay, sometimes we believe that we live in a very unique world and everything is happening now. But sometimes when you look back, of course, this is fictional, from The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. But when I read this passage, when I went back and looked at it, it actually resonated with me. Because if you look at the narrative around us, it seems like it's the best of times, it's also the worst of times. Things are happening around us, which are happening much faster at a pace that we are not able to make sense out of. And that's the reality. But you would think that it's only happening now, but it seems like it happened during the Industrial Revolution as well. I think there was a reference to Industrial Revolution earlier. So I think there's an element of constancy if you look back in history, of when world goes through many changes and continuous changes. And the question is, how do you make sense out of it? And I know I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm speaking to the people here who manage the HR functions and organizations, etc. But I speak to you today as a business leader and talk about the fact that, and also a product and technology person, I have about almost 40 years of experience in building and maturing technologies over time. But I can tell you as a technologist, the technology is not the issue. The question is, how do you make use of it? How do you actually bring it forward for the betterment of society? And how do you, technology doesn't know whether its ill effects and its benefits. It's all a question of how do you actually make use of it? How do you understand it? How do you understand its both pros and cons and make sense out of it over time? There's a lot of narrative going on about jobs going away. But if you look at some of the data, and there's a lot of data out there, but I just picked this one from Goldman Sachs that talks about which jobs are probably more prone with AI for disruption. And there was a recent quote from Sam Altman of OpenAI about, he made an interesting observation. He said hands on keyboards are likely to get disrupted faster than hands without keyboards. And what he meant by that was anything that was digital, we've over the last couple of decades, there's been a huge push to digitize, which meant a lot of jobs moved from physical domain into digital domain. And the point that he is making about AI is the fact that those jobs, those very same jobs that everybody felt digital was going to be the answer, is now going to come back and say, oh, you know what? That's exactly the job that's going to get disrupted again. And this is accelerating. I mean, this, the strange part of how things are progressing right now is every day is a new day, every hour is a new hour. The progression on usage, the technology evolution is one side to it, but the usage of this technology is also finding new ways of doing things, whether we talk about, traditional AI or, as what they're calling machine learning nowadays, to generative AI, agentic AI, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of new terminologies being created on a daily basis. What is its impact? At the end of the day, it's about this. It's about, it's strange that we are actually getting squeezed on both ends. If you look at what's happening in the market, and you are all practitioners and you probably can verify this for me, when you think about young people who are graduating, the jobs are going away. Computer science was the degree to get a few years ago. Not that far long ago, 3-4 years ago. The children who are graduating today who joined computer science 4 years ago thinking it was the domain, which was the answer to all of their problems, and parents who, went out of their way, in many cases from lower socioeconomic segments, who have mortgaged their future in order to make their children learn, are waking up to this reality. I met a young person over the weekend, and she is from a tier 3 college in Karnataka. And she was telling me in her graduating class of electronics and communication, not computer science, only 10 of them got jobs out of a class of 70. And she was saying in computer science it's even worse. Now that's a reality. It's not just in India, by the way. This is worldwide. I have friends whose children have graduated from, the top 10 universities in the US in computer science who are struggling to find jobs. So on one side, we are squeezing the entry point. And on the other hand, the middle of the pyramid is also getting squeezed. Organizations are, the most, and I'm sorry to take a very negative tone on this, but I think it's reality. Most organizations are reducing, and I would love to get this validated in this room, the middle management. The whole narrative of orchestrators versus doers. This is McKinsey terminology, and I think it's permeated in the ecosystem. Most organizations now want more doers in the system and not orchestrators. Now, the problem with that is most people in the middle of the pyramid, a lot of their skills have shifted. They've gone from doing work to actually, managing work. And I think that's a problem. And if you look at this kind of data, the speed at which this is actually coming down the pipe, it brings up the question when we talk about people development. When we talk about filling the entry pipeline so that we actually are building experiences in the organizations over time. Where is all that going to come from? Are we kind of creating an airlock in organizations by squeezing the entry point, letting go of people who are experienced, and then trying to figure out how this will work? And the big bet seems to be two kinds. The shovel sellers, right? I would call the hyperscalers as the people who are providing the tools. They are taking the approach, and there's, over the last couple of, week or so, there's been a lot of material being generated around this, is the fact that they are mortgaging the people, jobs, and using that money and shifting it to building data centers. Because the demand is so high. Their customers are coming and saying, we don't know how, we want to use AI, you have to provide it. They can't build data centers fast enough. It's not, you can't turn on a data center that you would turn on a server. You have to build these physical spaces. You've got to get power, you've got to get cooling, you've got to, find the places to do this. So that's one side. The other side is organizations saying, I need to prepare for this wave that's coming at me. How do I do this? Are the people I have the right people to take me through this journey, right? So there's a lot of narrative. And the reason I bring it up with all of you is you're going to be in the middle of that discussion, because who do I turn to when I want answers? I'll speak to my HR business partner and say, hey, what should we do? What's our strategy? How do I fill the entry ranks? Do I even go for college recruitment? What should I do? How do I fund this? What should I do with our middle management? We have a lot of people in our, in our pyramid, a traditional pyramid structure. That pyramid structure is likely to get blown up. What do we do? How do we look at reskilling? Do we do broad reskilling? Do we do depth reskilling? When we talk to our folks, when they tell us, listen, you can give me Copilot, right? Microsoft Copilot or whatever, the tools that AI, I don't know how to use this. So guess what? I'll just fall back on what I know and the way I do things. So how do you bring that forward? So there is a lot of, this is a very complex structure. So going back to that quote from Tale of Two Cities, it's a very complex environment we live in, and we are trying to find simplistic answers which just don't exist. So I'm not saying we should get caught up in the analysis paralysis, but all of us have to experiment our way there. Now, at the same time, one of my experiences as a technologist in building products, both in the consumer domain and in the enterprise domain, has been that what they call consumerization of the enterprise, which means me or you or anybody else who experiences technology as a consumer, as a private, individual consumer, will expect those things to be available to me when I go back to work. It's very dissonant when I am used to a set of experiences that I can pull out on my phone, and then I walk into an enterprise and the tools that I'm used to, that people give me, the company has subscribed to, are very different. So the point, what I was interesting about this slide was HBR looked at how people are starting to use AI. And this is between 24 and 25, mind you. And I would suggest that, I don't know when in 25 this was done. If it was done in the first half of 25 to the second half of 25 itself, things could have changed. But one of the things you notice here is the way things are changing. People are starting to use it for personal wellness. They're using it for personal learning. They're starting to use it for various other things. This morning I saw, when I was coming in the car, one of the advantages of being in Bangalore, you can catch up on a lot of your reading, and when you're commuting. I saw a quote from somebody or a post from somebody on X that basically said they're using ChatGPT, or not ChatGPT, Perplexity as a personal coach for mindfulness. And what that meant was opening up the chat mode, the voice mode, and saying, okay, guide me through guided meditation. And it does it for you. Now, if you think about how people are using personal technologies, and then you come back into the workforce and you come into the office, you're commuting to work, and you walk into the office, and now suddenly you're asked to go find all the information you need in old SharePoint sites, it is going to be a problem. So the thing to think about here is, what's the kind of employee value proposition you want to give people? So what are the changes that are coming up for all of you in the room, right? This is no different than if I am, my head of engineering, my head of product, my head of, finance. They're all going through the same thing, technological disruption. Do more with less. How many of you here have had a reduction in headcount for HR in your organizations? Don't be shy. I know a few people are raising their hands. But that is the reality. If you have not already felt it, you're going to feel it pretty soon. You're going to get less people. You're going to get the thing saying, oh, use AI. How are you using new age tools to reduce the number of people you have? If you're not doing college recruitment anymore, why do you need a college recruiting team? My point is, I'm not advocating go back and start laying people off. That's not my point. My point is, there is a pressure through the organization for doing less with, do more with less. The second is changing business and workforce expectations. I touched upon a little bit about workforce expectations. Personalization of now. It's not tomorrow. They want it now. The business expectations are also changing. It's about personalization. Your individual, leaders within the organization will come back and say, hey, for my organization, my function, I need this type of individualized training, whatever it is, recruitment, people development, and efficiency gains that I'm looking for. And how are we going to make that happen? Globalization and remote work. While there's a lot of narrative on back to office and return to office and so on and so forth, the reality is we are a global organization. Most of us in this room probably are MNCs. And even if you're not an MNC, and if you're anchored in a geography, remote work is the reality. It will happen. I mean, while you can get people back into the office for 5 days and they'll come back grudgingly, there is nothing to show that their efficiency is any higher than when they come to office 3 days a week. In fact, in a place like Bangalore and other big cities, the commute time takes so much energy out of people that I can't imagine how efficient they are in the office just because you want them there. And then this will become a whole bunch of other things that will come up. And then focus on diversity and inclusion. The whole DEI narrative, especially driven in the US, has fallen by the wayside. But we can't forget that. Everybody is unique. When you talk about personalization, we are talking about uniqueness. And then we are talking about inclusion. how are we actually going to engage the organization in the journey that we want? You can't make changes through, as a business leader, I'll tell you, I can't make changes to the organization sitting at the top of the pyramid. It just doesn't work. You need to be able to recruit people. You need to be able to build a purpose for them. You need to be able to co-opt them into the journey that you want over time. Okay, so I'll speed up a little bit. Gartner hype cycle, there was a reference in the previous panel that was happening about tools. You know, Gartner publishes the hype cycle. Some of you may be familiar with it. They do it across domains. And the HR domain is no different. And when you think about, you know, where the emphasis is in terms of some of the tools that are coming up, you know, you talk about generative AI in HR and so on and so forth. But as you think about over the next 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a lot happening in the agentic space. I mean, you're going to get things which are, you know, the other reality as an HR professional you have to deal with it. At some point, you're going to have a mixture of human beings and agents that you need to make sense of. You know, there was a little bit kind of an amusing thing that happened in China. A bunch of robots at the exhibition got together and negotiated with each other and said that their labor, their labor laws or their personal, they were being violated in terms of work hours and stuff like that, and got together and kind of rolled out of the exhibition floor. This was reality. You can look it up, you know, in the news. What is happening here is the fact that AI is not a deterministic system. When you shift from deterministic systems, where you know what, 1 + 1 is equal to 2, to a probabilistic system, where the data and its inference can be very different. You know, think about it, you can go to ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatever your favorite LLM is. The same query today and, in the morning and in the afternoon may actually deliver different answers. Because it is not a deterministic system. The input-output is not guaranteed. And we talk about hallucination. It's no different than humans hallucinating. I may have thought that I heard something and I may repeat it, when maybe I didn't. So the need for the hour is to understand that you're moving from a deterministic world or semi-deterministic world, I won't say it was all deterministic, to a completely non-deterministic world, a probabilistic world, where data, correlation, inferencing delivers different answers based on what you do. And so one of the things that, when you think about what is driving HR transformation is the fact that, automation, we talked about that earlier, is increasing efficiency. But efficiency is not the only thing to focus on. There's a set of activities around it that we need to think about, workflow changes and so on and so forth, that will have a very different set of, outcomes. Going back to this probabilistic nature, we can't even predict what this is potentially going to look like. We can ask, we can try to understand, but we have to be ready and flexible to the point that it may not be deterministic. Talked about recruiting, and I won't repeat everything that I talked about earlier. And here are some use cases that are getting more prominence. Recruiting is definitely one. Continuous performance management, personalized learning and development, predictive talent analytics. I think there's a lot of references to it in the previous panel. Employee well-being. I think in a world where everybody is anxious, how do we think about, settling people down? How do we give them the tools and sentiment analysis and understanding, and then be able to tailor to it? And then flexible and hybrid work environment. So I think, talent management, overall talent management is starting to change. Now, here's my set of recommendations for people. First of all, responsible AI. Harvard did a study with ChatGPT. They looked at the cultural nuances of ChatGPT with respect to about 65 different countries around the world. And what they discovered, it's not surprising, they found that ChatGPT's, the psychological profile of ChatGPT was closer to the Western countries. Why? Because that's the data it's actually, it's trained on. So it's not surprising that the psychological profile. So think about it from the aspect of when we start to apply our cultural lenses on top of this, our local lenses in terms of how people are, we can't have one solution that fits all. But if we blindly trust these tools, forget about hallucination for a second. The psychological profile being different will take us in a very different direction and may not yield the right type of outcomes that we are looking for. And things like upskilling your HR teams. You need to get comfortable with these technologies. And that's not going to happen by accident. It's not somebody else's job. It's each one of the leaders in this room to go back and say, okay, how are we, helping our own teams learn? Data for personalization. I think data is, most fragmented thing that I talked about in the previous, in the panel as well. And then championing DEI through AI. What does that even mean? Monitoring for bias, using the data for foster outreach and foster inclusion. Turn it around and make it a much more positive effect. And balance tech and touch. I think empathy is still the name of the game. How do we build an empathetic organization? Continue to build an empathetic organization in the age of AI. And let me just finish up. I know my time's up. AI infusion in HR, we all have to be living under a rock. It's not just HR. You can substitute HR with any other function in the organization. It's not an if. It's how fast, how soon, and with what level of specificity and quality are we ready for it? Whether we're ready for it or not, it's coming at us. Prepare for AI with a positive mindset. I started off this presentation with a little bit of negativity, but you have to take a positive approach to this because we know it's coming. The question is, how are we getting ourselves ready for it? Whether we use it, whether we get comfortable with it, we start to experiment with it, we start to work with others in the organization. And the only way to do this is actually if your functional role is one part to this, you're a member of the organization at the end of the day. How do you partner with other functions within the organization to actually make sense out of this? Then be cognizant of bias. And I keep coming back to this fact that because I think in our organizations, whether it is a human being who's a worker or it's going to be an agent in the future, the bias is the thing that which we have to really guard against and work actively to use and understand what the elements of ethical AI and be able to do this. At the end of the day, take advantage of it as a human and, of course, powered by AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I have a big round of applause for sir, please? And in the meantime, I'll request Bilkis to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to sir. Can we please have the token of appreciation on stage for sir? The Right Shift hamper, the VW People magazine. Can we please have all of it a little quicker on stage, please? Thank you. Shukriya. And we'll request sir to please join us for a nice photograph on stage. This is the moment. Thank you so much, sir. And you mentioned that you started the session on a negative zone. We hope that we have turned it positive. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, so before I move forward to the next session, I have a bit of an update. We have one of the winners of the HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards. The person has a flight to take, I believe. So what we'll do is we don't want that person, of course, the winner, to miss the honor on stage. That's why we are kind of accommodating that right now. So to give the honor on stage, I'll request Bilkis and Ashish ji to please kindly join me on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for both of them, please, ladies and gentlemen? Two forces to reckon with in terms of today's event. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the Rising Stars Under 30 Award. And the winner whom we are acknowledging right now. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. That's fine? Okay. Yes,
encourage and motivate the young leaders. So it's only fair that we give a little bit of time and we applaud his efforts and the work that he has done. Unfortunately, there's a flight, like he mentioned. So I hope everybody can accommodate that much. It's not a big deal. Thank you so much. And we'll continue with the panels as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilkis. Thank you so much. Yeah, I believe we are done setting up the chairs. We can just hold on for the next one for like 2 minutes. Just hold on. Just hold on. We'll call you, sir, on stage. Thank you. We'll space it out. I'll request Ashish ji to please join me on stage. Thank you. Can we have the lights on stage? Yes, thank you. All right, so this is the Rising Star Under 30 Award, ladies and gentlemen. A winner whom we are acknowledging right now, very rightly mentioned by her that it's about honoring good work and efforts. Please give it up for Rutvij Shah, DGM HR Group, COE, People, Process, Performance and Employee Engagement from Godrej Industries Group. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have bigger round of applause on stage, please? Yes. And our request for a mic, because we want our winner to say a few words for all of us. Can we quickly have a mic on stage? This is your award and we want to hear you speaking. Can we use one of these mics? We can use one of these mics? Okay. We can. Or we can't? Can we or can we not? Big question. All right. And please, this is your spotlight moment. I'll request you to come center stage and speak.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, all of you all. Thank you so much for accommodating this. I think it's a testament to BW people that they've accommodated this request of mine. I have a flight to catch. And thank you all of you all for taking time out today to come here and acknowledge all of the efforts that so many of me and my colleagues have put in to be here on the stage. I think HR is at this transformational time and exciting time ahead. We heard so much about how AI has been leveraged across different processes, across the life cycle of an employee. And all of us, I think, are working at that intersection of people, performance, talent, transformation, and absolutely at the intersection of purpose. So as long as we keep that flag flying high in terms of creating the right kind of infrastructure, both software and the hardware side, for the people to continue growing, I believe that the sky's the limit for all of us in the HR fraternity. And today's our time. So the way India is rising on the global stage, HR is definitely rising on the global corporate platform. And it's our dream to chase. So many inspirational figures here, so many mentors in the crowd. And thank you all of you all for setting the platform so that young people like me have taken up HR and are proud to be HR professionals, as opposed to earlier, I remember a decade or so back, where HR was not the most lucrative field to build a career in. And today we see that it's definitely taken center stage on across different professions, across different industries and geographies. So thank you all of you all. This is for all of you all. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Rutviji. Thank you so much. Best wishes for your future.
Thank you so much. So this is the confidence and the initiative that we are, seeing in the under 30 award winners. So the whole objective is to bring out these kind of, young leaders on this kind of platform. So congratulations once again and fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Keep the celebrations going in. And please use the hashtag as well. We would love to hit like on your winning photos on social media. So that's what it is. In the meantime, we have the panel ready. How many chairs do we need? Quick test of mathematics. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we have 6 chairs on stage? Yes, we do. So without any further ado, the topic that we are going to be discussing right now is comprehensive personalized upskilling, reskilling, and continuous performance management. I'll repeat the topic for everybody. This is about comprehensive personalized upskilling, reskilling, and continuous performance management. I'll invite our speakers one by one on stage. Please give a big round of applause for Roydon Gonzalez, Senior VP and Head of APAC Talent Management and Development, Northern Trust. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Shukriya. I'll request you to take your seat. All the speakers, please kindly take your seats as per the photo order. My next speaker is, I'm very, very nervous while announcing this, Yahya Rashid, right? Yahya Rashid. Thank you so much, Yahya Rashid, sir. Global Head, L&D, Talent Transformation Leadership Development from HCL Tech. My next speaker is Pancham Taneja, Country Head, Delta Capita, India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. My next honorable speaker is Karthik Mulakaluri, Head HR L&OD, Omega Healthcare Management Services. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a bigger round of applause for all of the speakers, please? And the session is going to be chaired on stage by Ms. Neha Rohila, who's the Vice President HR at NatWest Group. Can we please have Neha ma'am over here on stage, please? There she is, as she makes her way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday India won the World Cup. We have to appreciate the ladies a little more. Come on. Yes? Did I miss it? Oh, yes. We have Sumit Harwani, sir, as well, Senior Director, Global Experience Owner, Talent and Learning, GSK India. Sumit, sir, can we please have you over? And so sorry, heartfelt apologies. I need to get an eye test done very soon. That's the cue for me. Yeah.
Is it better now? Thank you so much, and lovely seeing all of you here, and thanks for coming and joining us for the panel discussion. So my name is Neha Rohira, I'm part of NatWest as the VP HR, and we have our honorable panel here. So without further ado, I'd like to start off with a discussion. And all of us know how important upskilling, reskilling, or rather I'll say learning and development is for all of us. So for me, the first question which comes to mind is, what are some of the trends in L&D which you can see coming up in the year 2026? And this is obviously open to all of us. I would like to hear from all of you.
Sure. Thank you, BW People, for having us here on this panel. I think two emerging trends that are going to come. One definitely is on the skill-based learning. That's going to be the in thing. And then the second one is more immersive learning. That would be the two major trends that will fall through.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, BWB, for having us on the panel over here. It's a pleasure to be joined by fellow panelists over here. So the question in terms of what trends do we see, I think trends are going to be multifold. There's not going to be binary. So the way we see it happening is that we've divided our sort of learning and development into two aspects. One is professional development, another one is a skill development. So professional development is when people seek to pursue higher education or certifications which are important for their career growth. Skill development is when we feel that a person can pick up a skill along with doing a BAU activity. So we are seeing those. The way I see them shaping is, it's a hybrid of all mediums. I can see experiential learning, which when you put them out in the sort of OJT environment and let them learn from there. I can see a classroom-based training. I can see the immersive training, as they mentioned, in terms of CBT modules, etc. So it's not going to be one size fit all. It's going to be how you take it and what the need of your organization is and how you tailor it to the need of your organization.
So for a long time, I think learning management systems have kind of been a base. And about 5 years ago, we saw the LXP come in and kind of try to change things around. I think 2026, I don't think is going to be a very exciting year in terms of creating trends, right? And I'll tell you why. I think generative AI has now become, as my co-panelist said, embedded learning, right? It's going to pick up pace, but we are nowhere close to implementing in the flow of work. Right? So I think 2026 is going to be a year when people are going to start thinking how you can bring in generative AI models into the flow of work, maybe through MS Teams, various other flow of work software that we are using. So I think it's going to be a dull year.
Oh my God. Any other further views?
Yes. So as Pancham also said, experiential learning is going to be one of the keys in future. The model around 70-20-10, the focus is shifting to 70-20 now, than the 10. And people are looking at how AI can help you do the 70-20 part better, because that's where the focus has been less in the past.
So if I have to see what are the things, certain things changing, one, we all are familiar with leadership competencies, then it comes functional competencies and skill competencies. How do you integrate all of them to make sure the employee seamless performance, because the business expects the outcomes now and here. They don't have energy to wait for longer duration. So what matters is how conceptual, contextual creativity we can bring in a learning approach we are driving.
Thank you. Makes sense, actually. And I'll say there are actually a lot of divided views on how L&D will develop going in the future. And with that comes my question, the first question, and Pancham, I would really want you to share your views on this one is, many organizations are striving to personalize upskilling at a scale, right? So what do you see as the single biggest barrier to achieving this across a large or diverse workforce?
See, the answer lies in the question itself. You're personalizing at scale. Now, how do I meet the personal need of the employee? So I need to have a study done to understand that what skill X, Y, Z needs to be upskilled on. Like we do leadership development programs. Now what we're trying to, earlier leadership development programs would put 20 people in a cohort and you'd expect them to go through the whole learning. We've broken it down to sort of semantics of, okay, this program will be in 2 stages to understand whether you are fit for people development, people manager role, or you're fit for an independent contributor role, and your career will progress in that regard. So we're trying to get markers from initial trainings, so initial assessment trainings, to understand what is the personal need of the employee. Now, if you ask my team today, they'll say we all want to be AI fluent or AI literate. But is there a use for everyone to be AI literate? Maybe not. 50% of the organization, yes, but not everybody is going to use it. Case in point is, you do so much on CBT trainings. Everybody is supposed to do mandatory hours in a year. My biggest pet peeve on this is that come year end, everybody's registered, nobody's finished. So what's the need of hyper personalization or giving such trainings when people are registering but not finishing it? So the assessment in terms of understanding your employee need, having those assessment trainings is going to help you figure out whether you want to curate personalized experiences or you want to do cohorts of personalized experiences where people of similar interests go for certain trainings and people of other interests go into different trainings.
Okay, great. So as per you, you think it's better to identify first where we need the upskilling and reskilling, and then obviously we can pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Anyone else would have any views?
I want to add. So personalization itself is a very perspective-driven piece, and another aspect of looking at is the learning styles are changing. If in a multi-generational workforce, everybody has different styles and everybody wants to learn the same thing in a different way. Trying to address that part is also very critical. So I've got a lot of Gen Zs in my last few roles looking for an Insta Reel-based learning module, while I've got my baby boomers who still want to have classroom trainings driven by people. So how do you contextualize and have different programs to address the same need is going to be the key as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Now moving on to the next bit, which is again very critical, which is investing in digital technologies. And all of your organization, of course, they're doing that. So investing in digital technologies, AI, analytics, cloud, or even cybersecurity requires a careful prioritization. How are organizations deciding which digital skills to prioritize, and how do you handle the risk of widening digital skills gap? I might repeat if required, but
I think I got your question. See, I think there's so much technology out there that it's really difficult to pick what is right for you, right? And I know a lot of friends who have burnt their fingers going for they just Google, okay, what is the topmost platform for whatever they're trying to solve, and they get that platform, and then they're not able to use that platform for whatever reasons, right? And that's because the systems within the entire HR ecosystem and the larger IT ecosystem within the company don't talk to each other. Right? So when you have a situation like that, when your existing systems, which hold your data, because for all of these systems to run, the fuel is the data. So when you don't have access to the data, because they lie in legacy systems, which don't integrate with the AI-based systems that are currently available in the market, then no matter how much of money you pour into that initiative, it's not going to bear fruit. It's as simple as that, right? So a couple of ways you can do that. So you can go back to the drawing board, redesign your processes, your HR systems that you have, and then look at the gaps and try to bring in technology to fill those gaps. I think that's a more sensible way to address things. Rather than saying, okay, here's this new flashy toy in the market, I have some budget to spend and let me go and procure it.
I think from my perspective, right, I think we, from a L&D, HR and L&D, right, is in a very pivotal state, right, of your question specifically, right? We have the dollars, but where we need to invest is very important. And how do we do it? We have to create the right human supply chain. That's the key motto, right? There are a lot of technologies that are coming in. For us, we measure it in terms of profit per employee. We have to ensure that the person who we invest is able to get billable, right from a very short time. So what do? Organizations needs to, don't forget about technology, stack and AI and cloud and SMAC, and a lot of these buzzwords keep coming over a point of time every 5 years. What we need as an organization is investing in 3 key things. What I call is skills taxonomy, skills inventory, and skills ontology. Unless and until we don't have a mapping of that, there'll be hazard technologies that will be coming in. Now, we're not going to boil the ocean by just keep investing, and when the guy is not, he or she is not productive, then that's a wasted effort. So get those base skill database up and running so that whatever the demand that comes in, you're able to upskill that individual based on his or her interest, whether this individual, imagine if you just go and send a person to learn Python who has no math background, he'll fail miserably. You know, we're demotivating them. So ensure that your skill adjacency and the demand are mapped at an employee level, and then upskill them so that that is where, you know, the rubber hits the road. And the billability starts off, the profit, the revenue per employee starts, and then the question automatically gets addressed.
One more point to add is, you know, sometimes you should not look at training from perspective of just because you're aligned to a particular skill. I see training, especially from a cyber perspective, as a user of the technology, what you need to understand so that you don't end up making that mistake. So that awareness training needs to get done, not necessarily a upskill training needs to get done. So I think that's something which the whole organization can.
How to use it
yeah,
exactly.
absolutely. And how do you use it intelligently?
Great. Would you like to add something, Sumit?
One example is around how we really look at digital technology embedding in the flow of work now. If you look at, I come from pharma industry here, so let's take the job of MR, a medical representative, which all of us would have seen in the past. Their job was primarily going to the market, meeting the doctor and telling them the product monologue. It has changed massively now, and everything is digitized. Now people are managing more WhatsApp channels to just produce the content, manage content using content libraries, and that's where the true embedding of digital skills is coming into play.
Interesting, thank you. Now, in addition to this, and obviously in the same flow of question, we all are talking about AI, right? I want to understand from your perspective, what do you think is the impact of AI in learning and development? Specifically, I'll say the core learning, it should be upskilling, it could be upskilling, or obviously related to your specific jobs, right? How is it related? What do you think? What is your perspective on AI having a positive impact, a negative impact? How is it changing the learning world?
The way I look at this is, what is the impact of AI, or particularly in this case, I think it's more Gen AI than AI, on the learner, right? I think the moment we change the question, if we point the question inward and say, what is the impact on L&D, I don't think we'll get the right answer, right? But if you turn that question around and say, okay, what is the impact of Gen AI or any of these new technologies on how learners want to learn, that's a better way to start finding out where the problem areas are. And then you look to address those problem areas.
Okay.
Maybe I can just cite an example.
Sure.
All of us are familiar with AI. All of us are familiar with various AI tools. We have our own interpretations. We use it for our own convenience and etc. But is there a common knowledge among all of us? Maybe, maybe not. So in our organization, what we did was we made sure all the HR employees go through a workshop of the AI fundamentals in place. First, let us get an understanding before whether performance management or learning and development or comp and ben, whichever vertical within the HR. First, let us get the fundamentals in place, then see how you want to unleash and explore based on organization need and demand. Because it is existing, don't absorb for the sake of absorbing.
Agree, that's a very important point. Just because it's available doesn't mean that you have to go ahead and use it. Yeah, you're adding something.
No, I was just saying that, you know, it's important. AI adoption is going to be across, you know, be it sales, be it HR, be it tech, the one who builds the systems, everybody, right? So one thing is to understand as to how to leverage it and be in the human in the loop. That's the important element that, you know, everybody, right from the top to the bottom, need to understand, right? If there is a tool, if there is an offering, if there is, you know, something that is AI solution, automation, hyper automation solution, one has to understand how we leverage them. from a learning perspective, I told you, right, there's a trove of data that is available. And again, I'm saying meaningful data. We can capture a lot of things, but it should be meaningful. Once we have those data elements, right, it gives you a complete persona, personalized learning offerings for employees at every level, for every function, for every business. That helps individuals don't spend time with what they don't want. They only need to know what is important, right? So that amount of learning curve is being reduced considerably.
So that's a benefit, a big benefit, I'll say rather. Pancham, you were adding something.
I think it's the change is going to come in the next couple of years with AI. It's still very nascent. Every organization is in a different level of adoption of AI, and the technology, then you can imagine. So I get trained somebody on Gen AI, and the next one is agentic AI. You haven't even embedded Gen AI, and you're moving on to the next one. So it's going to be continuous, and it's going to be seen in the following years. And when organizations become AI native in terms of technology, that's when the real benefit of it will come. Right now, it is more experiential and figuring out how this will impact us.
Great. Sumit.
One example, most of the HR folks have this as a dreadful exercise of running the year-end performance cycle and talent conversations. And the first thing that everybody looks at is how to enable our managers to have those conversations well. And AI coaching solutions are one of those which are trying to bring the solution at scale and simplify things for you. If you look at products like Degree, LinkedIn, they have got role play solutions today which allow you to emulate those situations directly. So you have real use cases where you can bring impact at scale without consuming a lot of bandwidth of HR as a function.
Great.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just
Please.
because my colleague has used the appraisal feedback discussion, at least my humble request as a manager, don't use the chat GPT to use your sentence formation of feedback and copy paste. I have seen people literally brought it to my notice and said that, Karthik, this is genuinely not the real feedback.
Well,
That's honest feedback.
Well, that has reduced grammatical errors in all the emails across organization.
Yes, and a big thank you to technology for that. Great. So I think, okay, on the same tone, I will have one more quick question. Slightly might be derailed, but we had a lot of learning, development, trainings happening in classrooms. So, and now we are moved online completely. Any take on that? Which one do you think is better?
We haven't moved online completely. I think the good old classroom solutions are still around, at least in our case. And we see a lot of uptake for it. In fact, our top of the house leadership program is completely, offline. It is in the classroom. And we are even flying people across cities to attend in person, and it's a whole day session. Right? So I think there is still a lot of value to meeting people in person, especially at the leadership level. You want to meet and learn from your peers, right? Yeah. So yeah, there's still a lot of interest, even amongst the Gen Zs, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's going to my earlier point, it's going to remain hybrid. It's horses for courses. You just can't say everything is going to be online. I took my team out last year, a team of 30, for an experiential learning into an army boot camp, because I wanted them to understand and challenge them in terms of their own limitations, which didn't exist. So when you push yourself physically and mentally, you see a different side of yourself. Then we had a classroom-based training for how to sell for non-sales people, and the trainer clearly said that this can only be effective if I do it in person. So, and then there is the CBT modules, which I told you people register but don't finish. So everything has a different color to it.
Agree. Interesting.
In my organization, what we are doing it is, one, learning is not mandatory. The moment we do the mandatory, then the question comes as people ask, okay, where is the roles and opportunities for me to grow and apply? So therefore, I'm mindful not creating that, one. Secondly, my organization is 24/7, 80% of the population work across the various shifts, out of which around 50 to 55% work in the night shifts across geographies. So it was important for us from a learning and development point of view, especially behavioral learning programs. We do in the hybrid model, And with that, what happened, initially business asked us to do the learning programs only during the second and the third week of every month because of month end and the week starting of the month. However, with the understanding of the business and when we landed up doing the learning programs based on the employee working hours, my completion ratio of hybrid model facilitator-led has moved from 37% to 82%. Okay, that has been happened over a period of 3 years that we could able to do. Along with that, I just don't endorse only the hybrid model. Okay, I also endorse, like my colleague Roy also said, that in-person workshops also we encourage it. Depends on who is the cohort and what is the purpose behind it, basis on which we make sure it is viable or not viable. Eventually, people can able to absorb sitting in a classroom during the 8 hours of the entire workshop. What is the creativity is required is something we deliberate about it. If there is a business buy-in and business sign-off is there, we expect the business to be the sponsors. If the answer is yes, then automatically people will come out.
Agree, and that's actually very important. Again, as we said, it's something which will be divided always between a hybrid and obviously an in-person one, as per the requirement and need of the hour. So thank you so much. And moving on to the next bit, which would be, we are talking a lot about technology, we are talking a lot about upskilling. So with technology evolving so quickly, how do you keep reskilling efforts current without causing burnout or learning fatigue for employees, specifically for employees, right? And Pancham, to your point, right? There's so many things available, but do you need all of them? So how do you keep reskilling but keep it relevant? Any examples on those?
So I happen to be mentoring college students who are doing their MBA and stuff. And a couple of weeks back, I asked them, like, what is a topic that you want to be mentored on? And one of them said, I want to know what certifications I need to do. And then the entire group said, yeah, we'd like to know. And there were 4 different streams of MBA graduates. So I said, okay, let's put a list and go through some of those lists. Anybody wants to guess what is the number of certifications they had, the number of certifications each stream had? Take a wild guess.
Any number, audience?
10? About some of the streams had as high as 20, right? Now see, the thing is, it's not about picking up certifications and having a very long resume, right? I think when somebody is looking for a job, I know I'm slightly deviating, I know you're asking for experienced folks, but if you look at it, even for the more tenured professionals, it's not about how many certifications you have in your CV, right? When somebody is interviewing you and you're applying for a job, it could be within the organization, externally, they are looking at you to solve a problem, right? And it's essential that you have the skills, competency, the capability to solve that problem. They're not looking at what all knowledge you possess, because if the problem requires just 1 or 2 of those skills, the remaining 80% of those certifications that you have is of no use, right? So I think the same applies to people who are more tenured. I think it's important to kind of be very focused as to what their current job requires them to do. What is the future job require, like what are the skills or capabilities that is required to do your future job, and then identify and pick up only those skills and try and master those skills, right? Because the deeper you go, the more likely that you're probably going to use those skills better than most other people.
So, okay, again, my question slightly more towards, we are seeing a lot of learning fatigue. How do you think people can deal with that?
See, you have to understand when you're dealing with a tenured lot or people, Gen Zs and all that, you have to always address the Wi-Fi FM, right? What's it in for me? The purpose and the Wi-Fi FM have to be addressed. Then there's no fatigue if that's how they want to be. Going back to my earlier point, right? It's for tenured folks, we have to understand that we have to work very closely with the business. What is the new business that is coming in? I'm speaking more purely from a technology stack, right? How do we get those demand in place, in which location and so on? So if we find that there are X number of people with the base skills that are there, and then offer them at an L2 or an L3, they get promoted, they get monetized for learning, they get a bonus, they get everything, right? So stitch that to their larger purpose and you solve a majority of the problem. You don't have to have going hunting for people to sign up for programs, right? You give them what is on offer, what is your base skills, and do the targeted population. And there we settle the dialogue with them. And we've had numerous academies that are oversubscribed because of this.
Yes, Sumit, please.
So there are two drivers for learning fatigue. One, you ask employee to do something they don't believe in, they don't want to connect with. 90% of the trainings that fit in this are the regulated trainings that we push an employee to do. Second is the capacity. We often want them to do 100 things, but we don't allow their capacity to do that. So if you don't embed that as part of the flow of work, then that's going to be a problem. Second, if you don't dedicate some time for them on a daily basis to learn something new or on a weekly basis, they will feel fatigued at some point, sometimes due to learning, sometimes due to work.
I think that's a very important point, Sumit. Yes. So the learning should not be an add-on. It should be a part of your BAU.
Outcome-based learning and training could take away the fatigue. I'll give you an example. Last month, two of my teams participated in a hackathon. And this was a learning for them because they hadn't been exposed to certain aspects of agentic AI and they had to learn on the go. They had to create UI, UXs, and which they were not exposed to. And there was a reward in the hackathon as well. They won or not is immaterial, but being part of the whole experience and competing against tenured organizations, I think was something which was very well appreciated, and it takes away the fatigue because your outcome is going to be seen at an event and you're going to get publicity within the organization. So I think that is one way of doing it. I'm not sure if it is called gamification, if this is gamification, but this is somewhere close to gamification where people have an interest in showing you that, oh, I know Python, but I can do 10 different things beside it as well. So I think that those kind of learnings with this generation go a long way.
Just a quick knowledge share, because Sumit had mentioned compliance training, and we are also highly regulated being in the BFSI sector. So one of the things that we did a couple of years back was we introduced these waves of compliance training, right? So in the past, we would randomly roll out compliance trainings every month, and at times some people were loaded with about 40 hours of training in a month, right? So to have a more structured approach, what we did was we said we'll have 3 waves in a year, and each wave there's going to be a limited number of trainings, right? So that was one that we introduced. The other piece that we did simultaneously was we introduced a pre-test, and we said if you scored 80 and above, you don't need to do the training, right? And these 2 measures have led us to a completion rate of 99.8.
That's a huge number.
And even that 0.2 is people who are on medical leave and stuff like that. So very, very good compliance adherence rates.
Makes sense. If you already know something, you don't have to go through mandatorily the whole thing.
Yeah. Maybe if I may add.
Yes, please.
So what we did in our organization, like I said, learning is not mandatory, so there is no fatigue per se. It's the choice of the. However, what we try to do it is every quarter we engage our conversations with the managers and the business leaders to understand what is the forecast in terms of the business they are looking forward for the upcoming quarters. One is that. Second thing is every 6 months what happens is based on the learnings people have gone through, we review what are the inputs came across from the employees. We don't have a feedback template kind of format. We try to see what are the skills must have and need to have. We try to understand that and what is the people looking forward for. So then what happens is we constantly are enhancing our learning modules, and the learning programs that are there are being consistently existing year and year, and because of the revamp that is taking place, and people are automatically able to go through the learning program. Even the same program, if I have to customize it based on the department or based on certain level, we use the business case studies and we involve in driving the learning.
Agree. And thanks for that, Karthik. And just shifting my gears a little bit here, and you just were talking about performance a while back. a bit, how are organizations leveraging real-time performance matrices to drive ongoing development, and what insights have proven most actionable, of course?
Okay, one, we were looking at the performance feedback. See, fortunately or unfortunately, within the HR, we only have our own artificial boundaries or the lines we draw. So we don't try to correlate them. So what we started doing it is, we started looking at the performance feedback which comes across against each employee which is in the tool. And we extract that and we map it against, okay, what are the learning pattern, what are the patterns or the behavioral indicators that we could able to see. And with the leadership competencies we have introduced this year, we have done the assessment center. So then what we are trying to do it is study the learning patterns. Once we study the learning patterns, what are the learning interventions required against which level of experienced people at what premises, and is that's the need of the hour also is something we try to ask. And then we propose it to the management, and that's how we go about rolling it out. And we always talk about personalization. Personalization need not be individualization to an employee. So personalization could be a set of group of individuals. How are we trying to see across geography what is a learning intervention needs to be done? And eventually, I always encouraged my own team and in the organization is, as a learning and development, conceptually having a good knowledge is very important on any subject that we are trying to do it. But what is more important thing is, can you convert that into contextual from a business language point of view? Can we speak the business language in terms of profitability, revenue, billability, all those things, basis on which what is the creativity you're bringing into your context? And then that linking pin is doing it. If not, we try to make it a point that we bring some of the HR business partners or business to be partner with us in driving the learnings.
Okay. Anyone else wants to take on? How is it helping performance, real-time performance management?
Ours is different. I feel feedback not delivered on time is not useful because it's not actionable. So the moment we see actionable feedback, we sort of deliver that to the employee so that there can be, if it is developmental, then they develop on it. If it is commendable, then they should get the commendation on time as well, which goes a long way in terms of retaining their interest. Because if I'm giving some feedback for this quarter and the next quarter, the employee has made the same mistake umpteen number of times in the quarter. So it helps to have the engagement level. It helps that it is not an element of surprise when it comes to mid-year and final year review, because you just can't put a point saying that, oh, we observed this in you, but you didn't give them a chance to improve. So I think ongoing feedback, timely feedback is important in employee engagement and improvement, real-time improvement over a period of time, not just looking at mid-year and year-end.
Great, agree. Sumit.
So I'll again go back to the same example. Let's say somebody who's in sales and is not able to convert sales very effectively. In the erstwhile days, we used to have those, somebody referred to a program, 3 months down the line, somebody have to cater to the program. With technology, AI, and coaching specifically, things have come into play where you allow people to emulate role plays on sales. So if I am not doing well on a certain program, I can go and do it now with technology availability at scale. And that will help you drive the business outcome more effectively than something coming 3 months down the line. Echoing what Pancham says.
Great. So yes, real-time feedback, real-time learnings, and real-time upskillings and reskillings are very important. Looking at the time, we might not have a lot of time left. So I want one last question for all of you, open to all. So if you could give one practical tip to your peers, landing and scaling of personalized L&D initiatives, what would it be? One from all of you, and you'll just have 30 seconds for it.
It goes back to my first answer. Assess the needs of the organization and then look at what you want to drive within the organization. If you want to be an AI native organization, by all means go for AI fluency and literacy and skill-based. If it is leadership and development programs you want to see, assess your employees at what stage of growth you are as an organization and what is the demographic of your organization where you want to impart that training. Unless you've done your assessment, don't go by what the market says. Don't be in a FOMO mode. Make it a white glove service for yourself.
Great.
I would say look at your business strategy, business outcomes that you're looking for, both near term and long term, and then map everything else to that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I think I've covered it, my previous
One
question.
brief tip.
I think aligning to your organization and your employee, right, as L&D leader, I think these are the two things, be it behavioral, be it tech, be it leadership, everything comes into it.
Thank you. Karan.
So I agree. One, we need to know what is the business purpose or business forecast. That is the critical thing, aligning ourselves according to that. Second, as a learning and development, as a HR professional, we need to do a self-reflection or introspection. What are we doing and what is going well, what is not going well? And as unbiased as possible we are, and taking the realistic opinion from the people would be the making sense. Last but not least, it is important that getting to know what is happening in the industry and study that. All the things may not be relevant to my organization. I may not be applying all the things, but at least when management asks what is that you want to do or what is some of the views that you have, you should be having a sense to speak what is exactly you're looking for rather than being more from the internal assessment point of view. That is not what really buys in. What is something new you're bringing in from the industry will differentiate.
Thank you. Sumit?
So tying back learning with growth is extremely critical for learning to stay. If you're not able to apply your learning, the learning will not stay with you for long. And for everybody who's here, if you are not giving growth to your employees after learning, they will lead to learning fatigue at some point.
Thank you. And I just have about 2 minutes with me for a question from the audience, if anyone has any questions.
Can we please have the mic? Just pass the mic to man, please, over here. We can take 2 questions at max. So please be ready with the mics. It's a request.
Thank you so much, and wonderful talk, I must say. You're all the top leaders in your organizations, and I, commend your, insights, whatever you have given so far. I would like to slightly shift my question here. I think we talked about the talent management for the junior to mid and senior level employees. But what the layoffs, what are happening across the industries and whatever, right? There is surplus of talent which is available in the market. And my question to you is that when you really look at the executive hiring as well, or the top leadership, there are a lot of layoffs which are happening at the top leadership level as well, right? And how do we really look at and bringing a shift in terms of utilization of the AI? Because we have probably focused more on the mid-level to senior or the junior level, talent and upskilling and all that. But then we have not really focused on the top management, not really to that extent, for the top executives. So, and that is my question. Thank you.
I think I'll take that question. It's pretty valid, and thanks for asking that wonderful question, okay? Our learning, especially people with 35 and above, right, have completely stalled. Last week, I was with some of the board members of our company, and then we went around and then we had a meeting with some of the senior people, right, in the middle to top management. When a question was asked about, give a difference between what is Gemini and what is, ChatGPT, what are the differentials? Believe you me, they all come from the top business schools, top engineering schools, and everybody struggled. They were not able to put in what exactly is DeepSeek R1, what is a transformer, what is... A lot of these questions, if we are not able to understand, right, how will we inculcate it to the junior folks? It's important that one starts getting that learning culture imbibed, and there is no option left. For us to be relevant in the market, we have to upskill ourselves. We have to understand what the entire ecosystem is. For the business that you are supporting, it could be life sciences, healthcare, it could be banking, it could be anything. also understanding of domain specific. Today, people think that I work for a life sciences healthcare, I work for a bank, but don't understand, don't talk business language. Clients today are demanding. People need to understand that, you have to have that kind of, if you're bringing a IT solution, if you're bringing a business solution to my problems, speak that lingo. And people are counting stars. We've been working, we are doers, but in this scheme of things, this thing is not going to fly anymore. And that's why you're seeing a lot of layoffs.
Can I add to that?
Please.
So this was told to me by an industry colleague, and I completely agree with it. So it's not my statement, I'm relaying somebody else's statement. The leader in the organization will need to not just be the top boss, and I agree with Yaya's point over here. The leader should have a domain expertise out of 1 out of 3. Either has to be leading analytics, should understand analytics, AI, or should be a good sales leader so that he's driving the organization's top line. If you're not into one of these 3 domains, or there could be further many, I think executive leadership is going to fail, or you're going to fail the executive leadership. So upskill yourself, invest in yourself, and don't let this wave go by.
Thank you so much. Do we still have time?
Fortunately not. I would have loved it if we had more than 24 hours in a day, but that's not the case.
No problem.
Give them a big round of
Thank you.
applause, please. Thank you so much. I'm going to be requesting Savi Khanna from BW People team to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to all our speakers over here. Can I have all of you over here at the front, please? And can we have the token of appreciation, please, from Right Shift, Amity, and the BW People magazine? Quickly for our speakers, can we please move a little faster? I'll request all of you to please remain on stage. We are waiting for the once everybody has been given the token of appreciation, we'll do a group photo with all of you. Thank you, Savi, for doing this. Thank you. Can we? Yes. We're done. I'll request you to join the group photograph as well. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please pump up the energy in the room by a little bit of clapping and appreciation? Thank you. That certainly helps. See, it's directly proportional. आप लोग जितना ताली बजाओगे, हमारे speakers उतना ही मुस्कुराएंगे. That is what it is. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you the next year when we do this initiative. Thank you so much for being with us over here. And I'll quickly request the hotel staff to kindly remove the chairs on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now gearing up for the headline address of the day, and post that we will be going ahead with the inaugural edition of the BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards. So we are going to be gearing up for the headline address right now, and I request our audience to be all ready and set up and charged up. So to do the honors for the headline address, may I please request Professor Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, to please kindly come up on stage. He's going to be giving a headline address on GCCs in the educational sector, a global perspective. Can we please have a big round of applause for sir, please? Are you mic'd up, sir? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible today. Yes. So indeed, it's indeed a great pleasure that I would want to give and place on record a sincere gratitude and thanks to BW, and at the outset, the GCC Talent World 2025. See, as the name itself says, that there are two important parcels here. One is GCC, where the first speaker was able to do that. The second one, there were two panel discussions mainly focusing on the talent acquisition and talent management, mainly focusing on AI. But my question to each and everyone in this audience is, what if you guys going to do if there is no talent? That is what my main focus today is. So if you would see the movement of the Indian university system right from the beginning, we are all the forerunners of the earlier university systems in the whole world, like the Purana, Tachishla, Nalanda, where many people from other places came to our country to get educated and go over. So we were very pioneers for starting the Gurukul system of education. Later on, what happened was, there was a great pause in acquiring the talents. And later on, that was felt during 1970s, 1980s, where the government had mainly focused on installing special institutes, which are called as IITs. They were only focused on technologies, but at the same time, the technology was total standalone thing, but there is no science in that. Then they moved on to bringing in ISIS, Indian Institute of Science and Technology. Both science and technology came into existence in 1987 and 1990. Further on, what happened was, there were a plethora of more diversification in the education, where many government universities as well as private universities came into existence. You people should know that with vast population in India, with more literacy coming up, it was not only the government education system that helped our country to grow in science and technology. It was only the education system along with the private universities which gave a great impetus into the system, which give you the major talent pool. So the focus here is only the talents, and this talent system is more important for going ahead with this, where you would see here, the Indian university talent is vast and huge, where you would see 42 million students a year. This is a great sum of students that they are there in each and every university system. Second largest talent pipeline next to China. That is why we are having an edge over many of the technology and science. And $46 million turnover, especially only from the GCC. But at the same time, I just wanted to convey that the GCCs are mainly focused and narrowed on certain specific sectors only. And I should say that 2 million in emerging technologies, where students are totally trained and talent is vast there. But at the same time, you see a contrast where 32 lakh technology graduates every year. So a person who completes BTech, if he wants to just change the tube light bulb, he goes to YouTube to see how to change a tube light. This is the concept of our education system now. However, there is a paradigm shift now in making technology as outcome-based education. That is what the major dictum of the current trend of education in here. And when you see the total gap that is going to be there, as I have said, the major 45% of the GCCs are mainly focused on software, internet, automated sectors, and BSFI. Many have not focused on a virgin land, which is none other than the academia GCCs. And this is being not felt in India, but whereas it has been felt from abroad, where many people are siphoning in more of money. When you talk about the academic GCCs, there are many countries which are just focused, it's opening its door. Singapore, Malaysia, Poland, China, United Arab Emirates. Everyone has opened their own plethora. And if you would see, go to Dubai, there is a big corridor, education corridor, where a person can lease for 99 years a vast sum of land where he or she can build a university. After 99 years, it could be made yours or it could be extended on. A similar system came into India too, a place called Sonipat near Delhi, you know that, and a Gift City in Ahmedabad. Those places are now earmarked to do this. The reason being is very simple. We want talent to be nurtured and we want technology talent to be nurtured in such a way that we could cater to the GCCs on the oncoming years. Because down the year, if you would see in 2030, it is only in India you would see a major population of youngsters who are between 25 to 32. Nowhere in the world you will have this. It means that we will have the youngest country from 10 years from now. However, this talent is going to be totally focused here, or as you all know, these guys will go abroad and come back here, or they will stay there. I myself have been there in the US. I was the dean of UCLA for 18 years. I came back here as vice chancellor in 3 different universities. It is very simple here. The HR who is going to just give me a chance here should take a total 360 degree in bringing and tapping the talent and knowing what is the real talent is. That is what the major important thing that is totally focusing on here. 65% of the Fortune 500 companies, they have GCCs here. But at the same time, I just wanted to put it here to just convey and pinpoint that only Fortune 500 companies have GCCs, but very miniature companies have started GCCs. Now there is a concept called nano GCC, single point GCC. A single person from a startup can be a GCC. These are not being focused at all. The reason being that only top end, the creamy layer is being given more importance. Big companies, multinational companies. But I see a lot of HR here who have been also on the panel and other things who are just emerging companies. But at the same time, we have a great amount of lacunae in making them as GCCs from here to other countries as well. That is my concept that I wanted to just give you here. I don't want to just talk about GCC in India, but at the same time, Indians making a GCC outside India, for which we need talent, and that is where the talent tapping is coming from, the biggest universities here. I would certainly say that in earlier times, people were focusing on IITs, IISCs, where they are all universities which have been totally taken into consideration in establishing by endowment funding. For example, Indian Institute of Science, established by Tata funding, total endowment. Like Harvard, Stanford, which are all endowment fundings. Now the concept has totally changed here. Many private universities are totally coupling with the GCC synchrony in making certain individual talents go. For example, Deloitte with any other, this thing like BITS Pilani. There are many such universities which are there. Amity also had partnered into many things, because I am a vice chancellor, I am telling you this one. But at the same time, you need to know that this kind of a coupling in the GCC not only nurtures talents of GCC. You people have to know only one thing, that GCCs do not hire or very minimally hire new entry people. They only hire very established, experienced people. Then what is the point when we talk about GCC and the talents here? If we want have that kind of a creamy layer, Where is the second line of defense in the company? Where are we making the leaders come? There is a Harvard Business School which has come with only a study on the Indian perspective telling that after 15 years there will not be minimal leaders to take and run any big multinational company. There are many companies that have gone into dogs. BPL, one of the important companies. Many things where there is no leadership that went on well to some extent and then it declined. Having said that, I would always say that with all this particular thing, many of the GCCs in India, in nearby, where they are coming up with academic GCCs, the universities are the top tier universities. 14 universities has been granted GCCs in India as of today. And these universities which I am giving you all here is in Navi Mumbai. The reason I am giving you this is, these are the competitors to our Indian universities in Navi Mumbai, where Amit University Mumbai is located, where you might have known that the recent new airport has been unveiled. Now we understand, internationalization is so crazy with our students. And they want to go out of the country, and now they make them inside the country. Even Amit University has 13 campuses outside country. We have 13 campuses inside the country as well. But at the same time, the craze goes on here and here, and they become competitors. But at the same time, they give us employment and talent acquisition. That is why I always call my HR people not as HR people, because you are the guys who are the backbone of any institution. You can make or mar the future of any institution. If the HR head is not good, I'm telling you, within 7 years, the whole institution will go into dogs. I just put a thought in you, only one thing here. Yes, we have let inside all these multinational companies, institutions to come in to make foreign GSCs here. But at the same time, what is the transition further on? That is $1 million question here. Because all we want for even our own companies is people should bring in disruptive technologies, creative, innovative. These are all buzzwords that all the HR people would think. You will have these things even for checking your resumes, maybe. But at the same time, I will say that, okay, you got every people of them through your own AI, because many of the interactions today were only focusing on AI, okay, AI resume crunching, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, what happens if there is no talent and the talent is not put to action? This is where the problem lies. Because, I'll tell you one good real-time example that we did it in Amit University, Mumbai. We hired 7 people only through AI and AI screening part. And this is all very preliminary screening and other things, and we did all through. And one of the important peculiarity in Amity Mumbai we do is we make them on a psychometric analysis as well. So the person is put into a psychometric test where he or she is given a simulation where he sits in front of the computer, and then he is being scored and then evaluated. And if it is going to be for a university officer or a top tier this thing, so we give it on a higher standard 2 times. Yes, we did everything. We hired 7 people, out of which I would say 4 people are good for nothing. We don't know what is the talent is. At the end of the day, we recruited them with very minimal talent, and we didn't have any other choice either to make them in the system or take them away from the system. There is talent, but there is no hard work. There is inertia in their work. So now hard work beats talent, or the talent is bet by the hard work. A guy who is having a very good hard work resilience, that you all know soft skills in HR, are the people who edge the talent and they come into the system, become a solid backbone by learning new things and making them very good and adaptable for many of the GCCs. In my opinion, GCCs are not very big here. I'm talking about in due course of a time where GCCs are going to be very small, miniatured, very focused, which will be very useful for the company on a longer day to go. Many of the startups are now GCCs. Many of the big GCCs are now hiring only startup to be the GCC. If you go inside, this is the insider of every company. So what we need is only the GCC industry synchrony, which will give a portfolio to the particular person. This is the talk of the town. Now, you need to understand that the Indian system of education, especially in the universities, they are not focused on textbook system of education in giving you a chalk and talk method or a PowerPoint method. This is mainly focusing on a paradigm shift of outcome-based education. It means that we give portfolio courses or portfolio trainings. What you see here is a nexus, a collaboration on a GCC course between Airbus and Amity. I'm also telling that this is an interaction between the Suzuki Motors of Japan along with our BTech students. Here, this is by Tech Mahindra, where they have installed their own industry simulatory setup there within our campus, where every year we send 40 to 50 of our BTech students exclusively to the Mahindra and Mahindra company. This is the system that we are looking for. If this system is not going to be taken in a very longer run in every university setup, the talent will be talent, the knowledge will be knowledge, but there will not be any wisdom at all, and people will not be able to use any talent per se. They'll have very good bookish knowledge. If you just say, describe an elephant, the student will describe the elephant very nicely for one page. It has 4 legs, etc., etc., etc. But if you show the elephant, he will say, I don't know. Hence, we don't get much of a people to the GCCs on the first input. And I will also say that there should be a very stringent pattern in which we make this talent go ahead. As one of the important things is the GCC industry synchrony that we always try to do, and now many of the industries are coming inside, especially in AI, generative AI, cloud computing, blockchain, etc., etc. Not only this sector, I would say that medical sector is coming into thing, pharmaceutical sectors have come into, many of the diversifications are happening. And AI is not a buzzword here, AI is only a supportive word here. I would also say that we were also involved with the GCC on space research, along with one of the GCCs on space research, where Amit University, Mumbai was pioneered to send the first biological payload to space. I hope you might have seen on the papers by January. This has happened through one of the GCCs who had helped our space research and along with the support of the ISRO. Now we have our own self-reliance in making the same payload. We are on collaboration with ISRO. I'm giving you this success story just to tell you only one thing, that initially we were not able to do that because we did not know what is a technical know-how. We learned them, but they were very much competitive. They wanted to come back again to be a part of it. We said no. And we started doing our own selves, and we excelled on that. And the second biological payload is going. You might have seen on yesterday, the biggest satellite has been launched, and this is being proposed to be launched by March. So with this, what I'm coming to say, the bottom line is, many universities such as Amity University, we call it as Amity University just because we have 13 campuses in India, one in Bangalore, one in Mumbai where I come from, and we have 13 abroad in New York, Sacramento, Canada, etc., etc. We make this as an Amity University just because we bring in quality talents. We have a combination between many of the industries where 564 companies come to us every year for campus interview. And we have clocked in 97% of our people who have been recruited. But at the end of the day, there is only one sorry thing to say, but whether they are employed on an appropriate scale of pay or not, we don't know. So as you know, as I talk in HR terms, attrition comes into play. Already our people are not at all happy with everything. Wherever you put the Gen Z, just 1 year or so, they're forgetting about that and they want to move different institutions. They are not very patient enough to see the mobile phone. If the total transmission is not going to come even for a 2 second, immediately they change the page. Our talent is very, very great here. I tell always a joke here that 3 of the scientists are talented people, one from US, another from UK, another from India. They had one objective. The objective is very simple, that they wanted to explore who invented the telecommunication. The UK scientists dug the earth for 20 feet, found iron ore. He declared that it was UK which made possible the telecommunication through iron communication, like iron wires. USA people dug another 10 feet down, 30. They found copper. They told that USA people were the greatest people. We started communicating first time with copper. The Indian guy came here and dug 40 feet down, nothing was there. He went to his boss and told that, sir, nothing is there. And what is the inference? The student said, India was the first country to go wireless. Because nothing is there, right? We have a great talent here. But on the flip side, this is a humorous thing, but I'm telling you, we have a great talent not only in India, everywhere. You might have seen the globe is fully cherishing with only the Indians. But the only place where Indians are not being portrayed and globally praised is only in India. I should certainly just put this to the HR people. We need good quality people to be focused on, whether they know AI or I. I give more preference to intelligence than artificial intelligence. You might have seen now many people, without a spell check, we don't know how many C's are there in success. Without cut and paste, we will not be able to do much of our work. Without ChatGPT, many people do not do anything. Even for me, if I want to calculate 32 plus 72, I take my mobile. We are going to this kind of a talent here. And I should say that the HR should focus on making the unique and the right talent by knowing the real person, not through AI or to take AI as a pinch of salt always. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. I'll request you to wait on stage. And can we have a bigger round of applause for sir, please? And I believe the key takeaway is OI ahead of AI, original intelligence ahead of artificial intelligence. I'll request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to sir over here. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Batra, please? He's here with us. We'll do a photo of both of you, please, over here. Thank you so much, Santosh sir, for this incredible address. Once again, give him a big round of applause, please. And I request Santosh sir to please stay back in the room for giving a few awards as well. So yeah, just a bit of a request and an update for everybody over here before we move to the awards. MediBuddy, ladies and gentlemen, is conducting a non-invasive health screening for early detection of diabetes, hypertension, and cholesterol. That's happening outside the registration desk. So if anybody wants to get this tested and they want to make full use of the opportunity, please kindly go ahead and do the same after the awards are done right now. Please remember to do this after the awards are done. Please kindly stay back for now. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move forward from the compelling discussions and thought-provoking keynotes that we witnessed today morning to the first award ceremony and celebrations for the day. You need something? Okay, sure. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the inaugural edition of the BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards. The key word over here is inaugural. Anything that is being done for the first time is always special. So just for that inaugural factor, can I please request all of you to clap and appreciate the special initiative of BW People? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, these awards are a very significant milestone in the HR industry, as these awards are designed to recognize and celebrate the exceptional talent of young HR professionals under the age of 30. There is an immense importance of catching the young achievers early by recognizing and rewarding the contributions in the early years of the careers. I'm sure these awards will not only boost their self-esteem and also motivate the young HR professionals, but also validate their efforts and send a clear signal that a young group of young leaders is valuable and always respected and recognized. Before we start the award ceremony, I would like to quickly thank our partners once again, as without the support, we truly couldn't have pulled this event off. Thank you so much. This event is powered by Amity University, Bengaluru, Gold Partner, MediBuddy, HR Network Partner, National HRD Network, and Health Partner, Right Shift. Even partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Can I have a big round of applause for all our partners, please? Just to let you all know, this awards ceremony is also currently being live streamed on the BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels, and also on the BW People website, which is www.bwpeople.in. So anybody who's not over here can definitely experience that virtually. The hashtag, like I mentioned during the beginning, please feel free to use the hashtag. We want to see and enjoy all your winning moments alongside you guys. So this is going to be about hashtag BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30. That's the hashtag. So we want to engage with that. A bit of a request, all the winners who are being acknowledged over here, we'll be doing a group photo with all of you over here at the end after all the awards are disseminated. So please kindly stay back over here for that group photo. Before we move to the awards, can I please request the console to play the BW People Community AV for our esteemed audience over here? Can we please kindly play the BW People Community AV? Ladies and gentlemen, BW People is the name. A big round of applause for them, please. Let me quickly introduce to all of your esteemed jury panel who have put their meticulous efforts towards filtering the best amongst the best. The jury panel for the HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards 2025 comprise esteemed names like Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, Mr. S. Venkatesh, former CHRO RPG, Mr. Manjul Tilak, CHRO Piramal Finance, Mr. Prateek Dubey, CHRO Mankind Pharma, Ms. Neetu Bhushan, CHRO Pernod Ricard, Mr. Prem Singh, President Group HR, JK Organization, Dr. C. Jayakumar, CHRO L&T, Dr. GP Rao, Founder and MD, GPR HR Consulting, Dr. Akil Busrai, CEO, Akil Busrai Consulting, Dr. Praveen Purohit, Deputy Group, CHRO Vedanta Group, Dr. Sanjay Muthal, CEO, AgroLinks, Ms. Lakshmi Rai, Founder, The Wish House, HR Consulting, Training and Gifting, Mr. Deepak Bharara, Director, People A to Z, Ms. Madhavi Lal, Managing Director, Head HR India Dues Bank, Mr. Nishkal Vedya, Director, Human Resources and Culture Civic Studios, Ms. Neha Mathur, Consultant Editor, BW Education, Mr. Harbindan Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Can I please have a big round of applause for all our esteemed jury members, please? I've already introduced their names, but I would love it if we can play a special jury AV for our esteemed audience over here.
It has been a privilege to be invited to Business World People initiated competition for young people 40 under 40. But this year they gave a very innovative twist to it by having youngsters, high potential 30 under the age of 30. And I found it very exciting. In fact, two of them were 25-year-old. Their enthusiasm, their confidence, and the belief in what they are doing is so infectious. It was really nice to listen to their presentation, listen to their views, and put up so candidly, so clearly. It's a very good initiative, and I have to thank and congratulate BW team for thinking of this. It is exciting, and I wish they can do more of this, little separately from older generation of 40 under 40, keep them separate and have more entries, and it will be fun to see these youngsters grow. So it was a privilege to be on this panel again.
It's been an absolute pleasure being a part of the jury for the BW People HR 40 under 40 and HR Rising Stars under 30 awards. The process was fair, transparent, and thoughtfully designed, with a meticulous marking structure that ensured every nominee was evaluated objectively. It was truly inspiring to hear from such confident, well-prepared, young leaders, and to exchange perspective with a highly credible panel of senior jury members. It's been a wonderful learning experience, and I want to thank BW People for this great opportunity. All the best.
I'm truly honored to be part of BW HR Rising Star Under 30 as a jury member. What stands out in the entire process is how thoughtfully, fair, and transparent way the entire process was designed and executed. Every nomination was reviewed purely based on merit and innovation. All the best to all the nominees and winners from my end. Have a great evening. All the best.
2-3 things that come to my mind. The first is thank you, Business World, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the jury. It was a very rigorous process, meticulously planned, and I'm sure the winners are looking forward to be felicitated today. What comes to my mind is that it was great interacting with my fellow jury members. And the second more important thing was that I did pick up a lot of things that a lot of our smart HR people are doing in their organizations. Good luck to all the winners and all the best to this forum and this event. Thank you.
I had a privilege to be on the jury panel for Business World 30 under 30 awards this year. What was very interesting to see was the quality of the incumbents who participated in the process. All the candidates that we interviewed were very confident, and more than that, the quality of work that they are doing in their respective organization was amazing. We had a tough time selecting the final nominees for the awards. But I'm so happy to see that the good quality of HR work is happening across industries in our country. The entire process was very fair and transparent. I wish all the nominees good luck for their awards. Thank you.
It was such a pleasure to be a judge for the jury of the special ones in the field of HR who are yet under 30 years of age. What was very special was because the activities that they are involved in and the impact that they are creating in the industry uh, was a big learning for me. I think it was more of a learning experience than a judging experience. Personally, for me, there was a lot that I took away. Congratulations to all the winners, and best of luck to everyone else who's been in this space and trying to create an impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, different jury members, different perspectives. But if I can pick up one common message out of all of them, it was that it was a very, very difficult, meticulous task because it's about filtering the best out of the best because you people are the best. So can I please request all of you to clap for yourselves? And then I request all of you to clap for the jury members. It's always a difficult task to pick and choose winners. So thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be inviting on stage now Dr. Anurag Batra, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, to kindly please speak a few words on the inaugural edition of the BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards. Give Dr. Batra a big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be here. My flight was delayed by five hours, so I haven't had the best night. So I'm a little. Normally, I sleep very, very early, and I do one thing at a time. But when you don't sleep well, at least my attention is a little divided. So I'm not as mindful as I am normally. I'm checking my phone more often than I normally do. But I am sure you had a good day, so I missed you in the morning. But kudos to Bilkis and Abdullah and Ashish, Savi, Prashant for putting this together. The age of achievement is getting younger and younger. I remember below the age of 30, I got my first media mention. And I didn't angle for it. I didn't go for it. I didn't apply for it. It happened. Somebody noticed the work I was doing and put a blurb on me in one of the business magazines. And today, when I meet young professionals, they're doing deep work, but for them, recognition also matters. For them, validation matters. I think that's the change in 30 years since I started working, and now I think, and that's okay. If you're really doing work and you're able to balance the time you spend on such initiatives with the work you do, it's most welcome. And from the right organizations who have the locus standi, with an editorial product as BW People, we do talk to the HR community. So really coming through the jury members, some of my colleagues, some of my ex-colleagues, I've noticed one of the jury member used to be head of HR of Exchange for Media, and I'm happy about the success. Ours is an honest process. And I'm told 12 of the winners are here. One couldn't make it, and one has already taken the award and gone. So 12 are here. For you and not necessarily for all of you, I want to share something. First of all, Professor Dr. Santosh Kumar, good to meet you. I was checking my phone most of your presentation, which I'm normally not like that. But as I said, I'm very low on sleep, and I'm very different when I'm rested, and when I'm not rested, I'm sure it happens with you. So I normally say I don't prepare PowerPoint presentations. They're made by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I know the Chauhans, so I have both power and a point of view. But on a serious note, I genuinely believe the most important asset is health. I think maybe once you get above 50, you start thinking like that. And last year I lost my mother. Between these two things, health is the most important thing. And Right Shift is our partner. On Friday, we did an event in Mumbai, which was called India's 40 Fittest Above 40. And it's a spectacular event. Shubho anchored that in Bombay. And I have never seen the kind of energy I've seen in an event. People were there till 10, 11. They were there from morning 10 a.m. And it was a differentiated. I met the Muddy Buddy representative. I have your name. Not yet internalized your name. I met Sonal. And you're a gentleman, right? You're in the room somewhere. And health is the most important. The other most important thing is time and attention. So what I want to make sure in my life is I get deeply into things. I do lesser things. My health is good. Everyone who works with me and the people I come in touch with, their health is good. And I'm able to deeply engage with them. I'm able to give them my time and attention. And, I cannot even crib if my travel agent makes a mistake. Last night he did. He got the intimation from the airlines at about 4 that the flight is 4 hours delayed. He didn't inform me. And I checked at the counter, and because the travel agency that does my booking is owned by my wife. So beyond the point, I cannot even say. But he's a good guy. Danish is a good guy. Once in a while, every human being can be. But sleep is something that I've been talking about for at least 10 years, and I follow it. Right? I'm not a late night person. The most important, they're young people, the habits that you develop, the good habits that I have today were developed when I was between 24 and 30. Right? I started working at 24. From 24 to 28 and a half, used to work for organizations. Then I became an entrepreneur at 28 plus. And whatever good habits, of being responsive, of having a certain work ethic, habits of sleep, habits of reading, all those I developed in those years. Whatever is my work ethic, I respond to emails, texts within 24 hours. There's a certain, it comes because I did them when I was younger. So whatever you're doing, you're very young, whatever you will imbibe now, and I'm not talking down to you. I don't even talk down to my 21-year-old daughter who would send me some texts in the morning, and I had to calmly respond to them, and she's right about what she said. But so sleep is the most important thing. Whatever you do, sleep early and sleep definitely 8 hours whenever you sleep. And the circadian, and again, this, I'm just reinforcing. About the circadian rhythm. The best sleep is between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. On Saturday, I slept at 9:15 p.m. and I woke up at 8 in Bombay. I'm coming from Bombay. I live in Delhi. So if you really want to do well in your life, all of us want to do well in all aspects, not just, in your job, but in your health, in your relationships, in what you contribute to your family, your friends, to society. The most important thing is sleep. This is a book I read 15 odd years back. Then I read it 2.5 years back, again coming to Bangalore on a flight with Arvinder. And once you read this book or watch the TED talk, you will never compromise on sleep. I do my flights around sleep. I come one night before, I sleep, I rest, and I'm very different. And it's not, maybe I psych myself up a little bit when I don't sleep, but beyond that, genuinely when you sleep, your brain cells and your body pays. So if you have to be successful, if there's one thing you wanted to do better, it would be better sleep. You'll be more mindful in eating. You'll be more mindful in listening. You'll be a better listener. HR people or anybody who's in any profession has to be a better listener. And most importantly, you'll be calmer. When you're calmer, you'll automatically take kinder, better decisions. So whatever you do, sleep 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. Some days I sleep 10 hours. The only thing I don't feel guilty about. I oversleep, I never feel guilty. Almost everything, I overeat a little bit, I feel guilty. I don't work on a Sunday, I feel guilty. I'm not on time. If I'm 5 minutes late, but oversleeping, I don't feel guilty. I got into the hotel at 7 a.m. I was supposed to get in at 1:30 a.m. in the night. And I slept from 7:15 to 10:30. I woke up again, went to sleep, then woke up at 12. So, and that's why I'm being able to talk to you. That was the old, this is the new books. But this book says, and it's been proven by many scientists who are into health, many well-being experts, that if you sleep well over a long period of time, you can reduce your chances of Alzheimer's and so on and so. Your longevity will be better. Everyone wants to live longer. Let me ask you, do you think people are kind? Young people are kind? How many of you believe young people are kind? Okay. How many of you read this book by Harari, which talks Homo sapiens, that human beings claw into each other, they compete, which is also true to some extent. But I can tell you in my life, I've met much more kinder people than I met not so kind people. In fact, I would say like 1,000 to 1, that kind. And yes, it's a competitive world. And I was at an education conference where India's top education leader, really the top of the top, the best, not like the guys who founded the biggest institute. And I said, the issue is that we teach our children to compete. They have to do well. I have 2 children. They have to do well. That's what we are telling them. And I remember my daughter, she's 21 plus now, she was 14, 15. She was doing a school project and she was doing something in Thai, and she had 2 friends with whom she was doing it. And she was doing a lot of work, and she said they've made themselves CEO, they've made me the CBO. But it doesn't matter. To me, the relationship is more important. So I said, yeah, she's my daughter. She shares a birthday with me, and I think people who know me know I have that philosophy. So really, I want to say that a lot of things have been said about people. This is a book that I read 2 years back, 3.5 years back. I was going to a wedding, I read it, so I remember it was 3.5 years back. It's a book written by a young Dutchman called Rutger Bregman, and it basically says human beings are very kind. And he's done research over 150 years, gone and met survivors of, accidents and so on and so forth. And he gives you a very contrarian view to other writers who say human beings are not kind. And I just want to say kindness is bigger than anything. If you're kind to yourself, which means you keep commitments to yourself, which means you're disciplined, which means you also forgive yourself once in a while if for whatever reasons you're not able to do what you do. This first book was Utopia for Realists. I will skip all this, but this is the most important, which I have tried follow. Today I'm not, but I'm very mindful of it. When I was younger, I used to put so much effort on multitasking. I used to see it as a virtue. And mobile phone and WhatsApp weren't there then when I started working. It came 1 or 2 years into once I started working, and WhatsApp wasn't there. This is a quote that describes how a lot of us work. I'm not talking necessarily about you. That we are always in a constant state of partial attention, never fully here, never fully there, always partially somewhere else. That's not presence, that's absence. Be fully where you are. When you work completely. When you're with people, be there completely. Partial attention is wasted attention. So whatever you do, if you do, since I have young colleagues who are gonna get awards, I think this is one thing, even at my age, I tell myself, and when I do one thing at a time, I really do it well. I feel happy that I gave it my best. I'm talking to you, I left my phone there. In normal, I wouldn't even look at my phone if I had slept 8+ hours. Has anybody read this book? So, sir, what is the lesson you took away from this book? Anybody else who's read the book? Any lesson? A book can give different thought processes to different people. But let me just do crunch time. We are between lunch and the awards. Spend time with your loved ones. My mother passed away. Luckily, I spent a lot of time, but it's never enough. I texted my wife today, and she said, I'm always working. I am working till late. It's been like this for 25 years. I like my work. But I've told myself I work a little lesser in the evenings. I'll travel a little lesser. I'll spend time with my wife. My dad is 86 plus. He's now alone, so I spend more time with him. Whatever you do, I mean, we do maybe 300 conferences across both our media platforms. And I'm going to go do less of them, because it takes time, effort. I'd rather spend a little more time with my dad. I'll prioritize. I'll come to the BW People conferences, but maybe some other. So whatever you do, I see people make time for so many other things, concerts, which is okay. Whatever gives you happiness, do that. I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I can't even tell my children what to do, what not to do. And I know that really well. But I'm saying this because these are my realizations. So I'm sharing that in my journey of working for almost 5 years and now 25 years being an entrepreneur. Spend time with your loved ones, whether they're brother, sister, father, mother, husband, wife, children. My children have grown up and they are very busy, right? So, and though I get to spend time, but it always feels it's less. So these are the things I want to tell to young people: spend time with your parents. I think that's the most important. I'm sure you love your parents. And these are very simple things. I want to end by asking you, do you know who this guy is? Mr. Muttal, do you know who this guy is? Sanjay? How many of you watched the cricket match yesterday night? Right, okay. Good. It's good to be watching sports, whatever sport you like. So he's not an IPL player. That's why you don't know him, right? He's an Israeli climber. 12 years back, more than 12 and a half, 13 years back, he prepared for 10 years and he tried to climb the Mount Everest. So, yes, he's the same guy. So he reached the base camp of Mount Everest, and just before reaching the Mount Everest, two of his friends who were climbing with him had health issues. So he had two choices: either to fulfill his childhood dream, for which he trained 10, 15 years, and become the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, or abort the mission and save the lives of two of his friends. What do you think he did? So he tried to save both lives. One of his friends died. He was able to save one life. Right. He's done well in life. Then he climbed many other mountains. So, in our life, and I'm talking about myself, I'm very work driven. I call Abdullah, Bilkis. I've known Bilkis ji for 25 years, but I'm only talking to her about work. Once in a while, I may talk about how are your children and so on and so forth. But that's very few. And I've known Abdullah this is Abdullah's second stint of working, and sometimes very aggressive. I'm very conscious of it. I may not yet get to perfection, but I will get there. So whatever you do, kindness is most important. And I want to end by, ma'am, I met you. Your name is Miss Reddy, right? Yeah. Okay. I am a quizzer, so I remember stuff. And you said you're a yoga teacher. I think I try and do yoga thrice a week, sometimes 4 times, whenever I can. And I was doing Alom Vilom, sitting there because I'm low on sleep. In life, whatever you inhale, you'll exhale that. So if you want to be a good business leader, successful person, just don't stick to what you, in your profession, have influences beyond that. Because whatever you inhale, you will exhale. Yoga. Whatever you inhale, you will exhale. So inhale more than work. I'm telling you, I love my work. I'm always making plans. I have grand plans, and I'll do all that. But I'm gonna cut down on the number of things I do and make time for other things. So I'm sure you know all this. I'm not telling you something that you don't know, but since I have your attention, and there are these 12 winners who are here, this is for you. I want to end by saying that relationships are most important. Health is more important. Of course, pursuing your passion is also very important. Giving it your best is very important. And how many of you feel you're successful? Sanjay, are you successful? Not yet? Okay. Good. How many of you feel you're successful? Yeah, that's okay. Don't be modest. You feel that, whatever you feel. Yeah. And why do you think you're successful? It's a state of mind. Okay. Rahul Gandhi also thinks he's successful. But that's another state of mind. You know, I crack jokes on both sides, so don't, you won't be able to figure out which side I am. I'm on my side. But why are you successful? What do you attribute it to? What has made you successful? That's the question. Huh? Sincerity, of course, that's the most important. Good intent, sincerity, most important. Then what else? What has made you successful? Journey to theek hai, wo to hai. I'm asking specifically, what do you really believe? Why are you successful? And don't tone down whatever you believe. Otherwise, there's no point having this conversation. And what has made you, whatever success you got, what has got you there? Good thing. So I know I get this answer a lot. Can I give you a contrarian view? And I am like that. That's what I feel.
Can I take the question?
Yes.
If I feel that I'm a better person than what I was yesterday.
Does your wife say so? If you're married. If
For
you're
me.
not. Okay, yeah, but okay. Go on.
It sums up all whatever success you see.
But can I give you a contrarian view? I read this book 7 months back. It's called Fluke. And it basically says that whatever happens in life is a fluke. I met Abdullah, so the second time, it's a fluke. He ran away and I caught him again, it's a fluke. Bilkis I met because, I'll be honest, her husband is a friend of mine and my lawyer. And I've known her for maybe 25 plus years. But I'm very happy. I may have met but I work with her because she's super good. I read this book and I really believe in it before I read the book. Whatever, I also work very, very hard. My team will tell you, I'm at it. But it doesn't happen because of that. It happens, I'm a Hindu, you can be Christian, Muslim, Sikh, whatever. It happens because serendipity, luck, chance. Fluke, broadly translated in Urdu, is tukka. Tukka. I mean, if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very, very different place. I can tell you in my life, lots of things happened is because serendipity. I say preordainment because I'm a Hindu, prarabdha, right? So we give ourselves too much credit for our success. And I have a theory, again, I'm not right on everything. I don't know enough. There's a UB40 song, the more you know, the less you know, right? So I know very little. But these are my experiences and what I feel. I feel whatever I've got is because of my parents' sukarma. I may have worked hard. That's a logical explanation of things. I work, I sleep, I work, I sleep. That's what I do, right? But it's because of my parents' sukarma, my grandparents, right? That's why you pray to our ancestors in Shraddha, right? So wear your success lightly. It's not just because of your colleagues. Trust me, there's a lawyer friend of mine, he's younger to me by 12 years, but I find him very, very wise. Big lawyer, very successful lawyer. I only got to know him in the last 3 years. He goes to more temples than I do. I know all the temples near this hotel. In the last 20 years, because I'm on the hotel, I want to go to the temple. And he always tells me when he takes on a case, he says, it's not about me, it's about वो हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि किस्मत जो आया उसकी किस्मत और मेरी किस्मत जुड़ जाती है तब उसका. So he's very humble about it. And I know he believes that deeply. It's not something he says to me just to impress me. I know him really well. So wear your success lightly is what I want to say. We get awards, we give awards, we're in the media, we build up people, all that we do. Wear your success very lightly because it has happened because of your parents, grandparents, colleagues. I don't know enough to be able to say why. So I want to end by saying thank you for being a great audience. And They're seniors here. I'm sure you will be mentors to these 12 people. They can mentor us because I believe in the process of reverse mentoring. I started this show called The Dropout. The first season is out, the first episode. The second episode is out this week. The first guy I interviewed is about 24, 25. He dropped out at now 19. I interviewed a guy who runs a $30 million fund. He's 19. He dropped out at 16. And again, this happened serendipitously. You know, the guy was introduced to me in December last year. He wanted to raise capital. He wanted chasing me. And I said, his name sounds familiar. One day his dad came to meet me. I said, oh, he's your son. You had told me about your son. I called him. I said, come and meet me now. You've been. That time he raised the capital. I met him. And I said, let's shoot this. It's been my mind for 5 years to do a dropout. Then I'd gone to a lunch with a listed company founder in gaming. And while I was going to his home in Bombay, and young boy was exiting. And young people are different, especially he grew up in Singapore. He's Indian, but he's very non-Indian in some things. He's based in Bangalore now. And he was like, so when my podcast came out on this dropout, one lady called me, she'd won at her awards, not sure which. She said, can you have my brother on? He dropped out of college. Okay, what's your brother's name? Krish Anurag. I said, yeah, I think I met him. Okay, I'll get him. I called him. So he said, yeah, okay, I'll get my assistant to call you. I said, I have 3 assistants. If you get your assistant to call me, cost you $3 million. Right? You know how young people are. If some people, if you're, and they're like that. I mean, I have fun about it. I don't. So it happens. Young people can, and I've learned so much in those 2 podcasts from those 2 young people that I may have not learned from anyone, because the world is changing. So I'm having fun. I'm talking to them, saying, like, I didn't know this, and I didn't know this, and this is how they think. They think very, very differently, right? My children think very, very differently. They're 21 and 17. So all the best. There's lunch, especially to the 12 winners. The 3 C's, I keep saying you should do away with this comparison. Comparison is the thief of joy. Your journey is unique. My journey is unique. Second is, in business, we'll do comparison. We'll benchmark, we'll do all that. But in life, a little bit comparison is also okay. It's like salt in the dish. Criticism. We criticize people. It gives us some power, like we're criticizing people, like we don't know the people. And third is complaining. If, as you said, you have a good family, you have good health, you're doing okay in your profession, you're optimistic about the future, you're joyful, cheerful, you're doing okay, you're doing well. So you have nothing to complain. And the 3 H's I keep saying you should embrace as young people. One is humility. Sometimes I feel that's missing, especially if young people achieve something. Second is hard work. There's no, whatever you focus on grows. So there's no, life is about trade-offs, whatever. I mean, I love Krishna Das. I'm very religious. He was performing in Bombay, and I didn't know my flight is delayed. Otherwise, I would have gone. I wanted to watch a Leonardo DiCaprio movie, which I haven't watched. But I said, no, I'll do all my pending work on Sunday, sit in the hotel room. So whatever you focus on grows. Life is a trade-off. And last is the most important edge. It is hope. If you can wake up every morning hoping today will be better than yesterday, tomorrow will be better than today, while staying in the present and while being grateful. And I see these podcasts and all. And my mother used to tell me this when I was 12 years old. And she would say, I have an older sister, say thank you to God for your eyes, ears being okay. So I used to tell to my sister, Bittu didi, mummy kaisi baatein karti hai? Why should we thank God our eyes, ears are okay? Now, if you have a cold, it messes up with your sleep and messes up with your day. So all things are important. I wish you good luck. We are hopeful about the future with people like you. And I want to end by a commercial break. We have a CFO offsite. We are building the CFO community in Amritsar. These are book site. This is the CFO offsite. It's called the Future Finance Office. We have India's top 80 CFOs. The smallest company is 1900 crores. And there are many companies, 20, 30, 40,000 crores. These are the companies whose CFOs are coming. It's in It may interest you, your organization, MediBuddy. It may definitely interest you. CFOs and CHROs, these two people are very important gateways to the CEO, both, right? So you may want to engage with Abdullah, Bilkis, Ushi, Aparna, whoever you want to engage with. And all the best, we can do the awards. Thank you for being a great audience. I had a longer thing, but I cut it because already I'm meandering. So all the best, thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request everybody in the room to kindly clap a little louder for Dr. Batra, please? Full of heart, full of passion. That's exactly what the message was about. I have a few things to say before we go ahead with the awards. We're pretty confident about the fact that these awards will inspire a new generation of HR professionals, fostering a culture of ambition and, most importantly, excellence that is crucial for the future of HR ecosystem. I would like to request all winners to please kindly stay down for the photographs. And also, once the photograph of you taking the award is done, we'll request you to go to the left side and get your solo photograph done with the award, and then you can exit from that side. So that is the idea. Please get your photograph done with the presenters over here in the middle. Then you can move to the left and then get down from the left side. All right. So to felicitate our winners, may I please call upon stage our first set of presenters. I request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, to please kindly come up on stage. Professor Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Can we please have sir on stage as well? Thank you so much. I'm also going to be requesting Miss Sridevi Hegre to please kindly join us over here on stage as well, please. Ma'am, thank you so much. She is the MD and Board Member, India GCC Head, Vervent. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first set of awards, these are our esteemed presenters. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? All right, we're all set to get going with the award right now. So can we please have the AV for our first winner, please? Congratulations, Atpati S, Deputy Manager, HRD, TVS Motor Company. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll request you to get your photograph done over there. Thank you so much. On that note, we will move on to our next winner, please. A big congratulations to Dharti Patel, HR Case Consultant from NatWest Group. Can we please have her on stage? A big round of applause for Dharti Patel as she makes her way to the stage from NatWest Group. Do we have her over here? Oh, yes. Can we have a bigger round of applause for her, please, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Dharti Patel. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Can we have a bigger round of applause and cheers at this moment when the awards are being given away? Thank you. Truly means a lot coming from the community. Thank you. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done. And on that note, we'll also move on to our next winner, please. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Gaurav Saraugi, Senior Manager Corporate HR from National Securities Depository Limited. Can we please have Gauravji over here on stage? Congratulations. Bigger round of applause. Everybody in the room, it's a full house. Let's pump up the energy a little more. Congratulations, Gauravji. Thank you so much. Congratulations. I'll request Sridevi ma'am to please take her seat. Give her a big round of applause, please. And I'll request Dr. Sanjay Muttal, our honorable jury member, to please kindly join us on stage as an esteemed presenter. Thank you, sir, for being with us over here. Give him a bigger round of applause, please. He's been a part of the meticulous jury process as well. I'm now going to be calling up on stage our next winner, please. A big congratulations to Ishita Bhatia, Assistant Manager HR from Dabur, India. Can we please have Ishita over here on stage? Yes, we do. Can we have a bigger round of applause? It's a full house over here. People over there on that side at the back, can I please request all of you to clap and participate and appreciate? Thank you. Congratulations, Ishita Bhatia. Thank you so much. Before I move on to our next award, I'll also request Dr. Monit Kapoor, Pro VC and Director, Amity School of Engineering and Technology from Amity University, to join us on stage as an esteemed presenter. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Can we please move on to our next award winner? Big congratulations to Naina Rao, please. She is the Senior Manager HR at Diageo India. Can we please have her on stage? Thank you. Can we please have bigger round of applause for the lady, please? We were applauding our hearts out when India won the World Cup yesterday. Can we also please clap and appreciate these ladies over here? Off the field heroes. Congratulations, Naina Rao. We'll request you to get your photograph done over there. Thank you. And on that note, we will now move on to our next winner, please. Many congratulations and a big round of applause for Natasha Singh, Vice President People and Culture HR from eMotorrad. Congratulations, Natasha ji. Big round of applause. That's Natasha Singh winning her very spectacular award, the Rising Stars Under 30. Bigger round of applause, please, is what is the need of the hour. Congratulations, Miss Natasha. I'll request you to get your photograph done over there. I'll request Monit sir to please kindly take his seat. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. I'm going to be requesting Anurag Bhatnagar, Chief of Institutional Business from MediBuddy, to please kindly join us on stage as an esteemed presenter. A big round of applause for Anurag ji, please, as he makes his way to the stage as a presenter. Do we have Anurag ji over here? Yeah. Hi. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. Bahut shukriya, sir, for joining us over here. Can we move on to our next winner, please? Big congratulations to Mr. Pranay Paunikar, who's the Manager for Employee Experience, Process Optimization and Wellness, HDFC Bank. Congratulations, Mr. Pranay. Big round of applause for him. He deserves every bit of it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap and appreciate more? Clapping, like Dr. Batra himself says, is good for the heart. So we all would want to keep our hearts healthy and happy, right? So that is indeed the idea. Congratulations, Mr. Pranay. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Request you to get your photograph done and we'll move on to our next winner, please. A big round of applause for Mr. Prasoon Sarkar, Manager HRBP from TrueMeds. Congratulations, Mr. Prasoon. Well done. Big round of applause for him, please. Mr. Sarkar deserves every bit of it. He's the Honorable Manager at HR BP from TrueMeds. Just a gentle reminder to all our winners to please stay back for the very important group photograph that we are going to be engaging with. Thank you, and I'll request you to get your photograph done. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Sadia Chand, Human Resource Business Partner from Wonderla Holidays. Congratulations, Sadia. Wish you the very best. Many, many congratulations. Wonderla Holidays, congratulations. Rising Star, under 30. Thank you so much. I'll request Anurag ji to please kindly take his seat. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Arun Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Head of HR India at Barclays, as an esteemed presenter. Please give him a big round of applause as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And on that note, can we please move on to our next winner? A big congratulations. Shivani Tyagi is the name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Assistant Manager at Bharat Aluminium Company. Congratulations, Ms. Shivani. I believe you're here in the room. Yes, you are. Can we have a bigger round of applause for her, please, as she makes her way to receive her much deserving award. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, a humble request, when the award is being given, आप लोग उस मोमेंट पे और जोर से ताली बजाएंगे तो वो फोटो जो है वो और ज्यादा अच्छा निखर के आएगा. So that is the idea indeed. Congratulations, Ms. Shivani. On that note, we will now move on to our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to appreciate the efforts of Sonika Bhandari, Assistant Manager from Bharat Aluminium Company, Vedanta. Congratulations, Sonika ji. Can we please have you over here on stage? There she is, making her way to the stage. Can we please clap and appreciate? Congratulations, Ms. Sonika. Ladies and gentlemen, like I truly believe, it's all about inclusivity at the end of the day, right? Can we have all of you clapping and cheering a little louder? Thank you so much. That certainly helps the process. Request you to get your photograph done. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, mark the name. It's Shweta Muralidharan, recruiter from Epicor. Can we please have Shweta over here on stage? Congratulations, a big round of applause. Rising Star, under 30. Many, many congratulations. And time for celebrations as well. Thank you so much. We look forward to all those winning posts on social media with the hashtag BWPeopleHR Rising Stars under 30. And we'll move on to our final award for the moment. It's Mr. Vedansh Dubey. We have a video message from his end, so we'll request the video message to be played, please. Congratulations, Mr. Vedansh. We're just playing the video. He's been unable to join us over here, but
Hi everyone, I'm Vedansh Dubey and I'm really grateful and humbled to receive this award. I would like to thank the Business World platform for organizing this amazing initiative and giving us a platform to showcase our skill sets and impact that we have created. I would like to thank my mentors, my leaders and my HR colleagues who have really helped me, guided me and collaborated with me to create the impact across the organization and even beyond the organization. I'm really inspired. I'm looking forward to create the impact at much wider level and keep learning, growing and contributing as much as possible from my end. Thanks a lot for this recognition.
ladies and gentlemen, that's how a rising star under 30 looks. Mr. Vedansh, he'll be seeing the video later on, so please aap log aur zor se taali baja sakte ho. He would be very happy to see a house full of people clapping and appreciating his efforts. I request all our winners to please kindly come up on stage with their respective trophies. Sir has something to say? Yes. Yeah.
Low on sleep, I forget people. One of very important members of our BW People and Business World team is Ashish. Ashish, where are you? I forgot to take your name and I have to be kinder to you. He's getting married on the 7th. He's still here working. So wish you all the best. This is your last event as a bachelor. You're among your last few meals. So please, yes, so all the best. I forgot his name. I realized sometimes, I'm very spontaneous. That's how I am. And sometimes I forget it, It's, what you say to somebody or don't say to somebody matters to them. If you're, so you have to be very kind with your words and thoughtful. And I'm learning it a little late in life, but I think I'm getting okay. Who's Savvy, I acknowledged. Yeah. She's joined us back again. She's a journalist with us. She had, in between 1 year, turned an entrepreneur. Then she started missing us, so she joined us again. So welcome, Savvy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did take Savvy's name. I saw her outside, so I remember.
And, because sir mentioned that he's getting married, we just want to make this moment a little special. After me, can you all synchronize and repeat after me? Wish you a very happy married life, Ashish. Thank you so much. Very, very nicely done. Can we have? So hopefully whenever I get married, yeah. But then, can I please have all the winners on stage, please, with your respective trophies? And I'll also request our jury members. So I'll have Bilkis, I'll have Savi, I'll have Ashish, everybody from the BW People team as well. We want to do a very, very memorable group photograph. Trust me when I say this, it's absolutely admissible. Please, everybody, join us on stage with your respective trophies for a very special group photograph. We want the entire team of BW People as well, please. Mr. Abdullah, Bilkis, Savi, thank you so much. I request our photographer to get the frame right. Our jury members as well, please, everybody on stage. Congratulations to all our winners. I hope we don't miss out on any other winner. So, do we have all our winners? I hope nobody's hiding with their trophies or something. Huh? They're not, right? There's nothing to hide. At the end of the day, they're all winning and doing great stuff, champion stuff, right? So whenever we have these photograph moments, I always have one thing as a cue. Can we have Anurag ji from Medibuddy over here on stage? And ma'am, also can I have you on stage, please? Can we have Monit sir as well over here on stage? All our esteemed presenters as well who were presenting the awards right now, can we have all of you on stage as well, please? Like I was mentioning, whenever we have these photographs, my only cue is please remember your school photograph days. That's exactly the thing. And he's there to guide. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Can we have 2 more chairs, please, on stage? 1 more chair, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know the hashtag. It's BW People HR Rising Stars Under 30 Awards. That completes the frame, does it? Can we have everybody flexing their trophy? This is the result of your hard work. You deserve to flex it. Yeah. I believe we are breaking for lunch post this. Joe, please go. Everybody from the BW People team, we can't miss out on anyone. Can we have a nice group photograph? And I know we have half the people who were originally there amongst the audience, but still, आप लोग भी ताली बजाओगे और जोर से शोर हो सकता है. Please, ladies and gentlemen, that's the why. All the incredible HR rising stars under 30. If this is what they're doing under 30, the incredible stuff that they do beyond 40 and 50 is only unimaginable. Incredible stuff. We all have given you the round of applause you deserve. Can you please clap for yourselves? Super stuff. Congratulations. Very, very well done. बहुत बहुत बधाई आप सबको. And congratulations. We'll now be breaking for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a 30 minutes break for lunch. We'll see you on the other side. We have panel discussions, fireside chats, keynotes, and literally everything that's set to unfold very, very soon. So that's what it is. We break for lunch right now. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes it is. Mic because I want to do some kind of a conversation with the audience before we begin. Prashant bhai, can we have somebody who's passing the mic alongside me? I love the way the entire audience is filling up slowly and steadily. And they say that don't gobble your food, but then when you attend events like this, you have no option but to gobble your food. Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be having an interesting panel right now. Our esteemed speakers are ready over there, but we'll just take 2 to 3 minutes more, sir, ma'am, because we want to have like a conversation and which is involving the audience, because so far the audience have heard all the speakers, but we want to get an interesting point of view. I'm just figuring out someone who can come and pass the mic with me. Maybe they're still eating. Can I have one of the volunteers to pass the mic? आप करोगे? Okay. So, I'll request everybody to take. First of all, did you all enjoy your lunch? Even if you don't, please lie and tell me that you did, huh? Because I need that to get started, right? Jokes apart, uh, since you all have stalwarts and professionals from the HR fraternity, now in terms of social media memes, there are various memes regarding HRs, right? In terms of employees. Yeah, exactly. Rangolis and son papri and whatnot, right? So sometimes that is how it is limited, but that's actually not the case. Uh, so what I'm going to come and do right now is I'm going to be picking people randomly, and that's exactly as per my whims and fancies whom I pick. It's a very simple question, but a very pertinent one. Ki question ye hai ki you need time to think, right? So the question is ki what are the top 3 lies that candidates lie to you when you ask and interview them questions regarding getting hired? What are the top 3 lies that usually candidates give? Can I have somebody to pass the mic? Anybody wants to volunteer and think of a lie? You have a lie in mind, right? Oh, you don't have a lie in mind. Oh, you wanted to pass the mic? No, it's okay. I'll figure it out. No problem. Thank you. Anybody wants to volunteer? Because I'm sure candidates जब आपके पास आते होंगे सच्चे ईमानदारी के साथ आते होंगे. I'm pretty sure. But they also must be lying to and fro literally to get in the company, right? So what are the top 3 lies? I want to get a perspective on that. Please, ma'am. Yes. Give a big round of applause for her, please.
Hi.
The first volunteer is always very important.
My name is Savita Singh. I represent a company called Alia Consulting. We have a head office in Gurgaon, so I've traveled from Delhi
Wow.
and I'm here for the event, thanks to VW. And in Delhi, I think the census people who have been in Delhi, apart from Bangalore traffic, I think the distance is a major issue. So first question, somebody from Ghaziabad side and coming for interview, and the moment you see the CV and you say, oh, we are in Gurgaon, it's a 5-day working, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Do you think you can travel and come here every day? We don't have a work from home policy. First thing they say, yes, ma'am, we can do it. And then you keep grilling that how? There are 3 metros that you need to change, but everybody will say yes. And within 2 months, 3 months, they'll come and say ki bahut mushkil hai,
Work
4
from home
hours
de
we
do.
are there on the road and this, that. So I think that's the biggest challenge that we face. So even if the candidate is good, we have a question mark whether we should actually go ahead and hire, or we tell them to relocate and come here, but which is not possible if you have your family there and that extra expenditure. So I thought I'll share this
Very
problem
interesting perspective, ma'am. I want to come to you and see. I love the way people are opening up right now. Give a big round of applause for ma'am, please. कौन से वो क्रिएटिव झूठ है जो आपको बोले जाते हैं?
झूठ से पहले मैं सविता मैम, I am Mahima Mittal, representing Versuni Philips Domestic Appliances. मेरा headquarters गुड़गांव में है, मैं गाजियाबाद रहती हूँ. And last organization I served was 6 years. Now I am serving for 2.5 years running, doing Ghaziabad to Gurgaon happily because I love the work I do. Sorry, but that also happens with certain people. While the second jhoot lie which people go about is 7 months into any organization and they come up is we are just looking for growth, and that's where I'm looking for an opportunity. growth mindset is great to have, but how much of growth and when? That's a question mark which clicks.
Kya baat hai. Thank you so much. Very interesting perspective as well. We want some more spicy lies. Can we have some more spicy lies, please? Sir has a POV. Yes, sir, I'll come to you as well. You want a spicy lie, sir?
Just few months into the candidate's organization, and he's saying, I'm going to get promoted next month, and I'm going to get a 40% hike.
Who's deciding that for him?
He himself is predicting he's going to get promoted.
Kya baat hai? So ये तो अलग level का manifestation हो गया without even working towards it. It's like dreaming with eyes open, right? Any interesting other spicy, sir, as a point?
So
We'll begin.
for the long time being taking so many interviews with so many candidates, I think the one white lie that everybody says is my dream company to join. and then all you know, after 6 months, the dream changes and the company changes as well.
It's like साल में 365 days है, but वो लोग सपने 400 से ऊपर देखते हैं. That is what it is. That's the number of whys. We'll take one or two last points before we move to the panel discussion. Any more interesting pointers? I'm sure all of you have so many interesting stories to share. We just got one. Sir over there has been raising his hand. बता दीजिए वो कौन सा creative झूठ है जो आपको देख के समझ आ जाता है. Use this one, please. कोई बात नहीं.
It's a very common jhoot that we hear nowadays, and I resonate with what everyone has said. But I'm, by the way, managing talent for Juniper Networks.
Yes.
And one lie that candidates tell to interviewers, right? I'm not interviewing anyone else. And after the first month, when we get back with an offer, they come back with five other offers. So that's I
And
would.
they'll be like comparing, वो तो हमको इतने पैसे दे रहे हैं, आप हमको कितना पैसे दोगे? That is what the idea is, right? Ma'am also has a point. I love it. I love how people are opening up. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So it's with my previous company.
Okay.
That was just before the COVID time.
Hanji.
And we were hiring in a big way.
Yeah.
And there was this candidate, my team member came back and said, Preeti, you have to do something. He is not confirming whether he is taking my offer or not. I said, चलो उसका नंबर दे दो. मैं कॉल करती हूँ. कॉल किया. Gentlemen, are you taking my offer? मैम आप कौन सा कंपनी से है?
इतने सारे जगह पे reach out करके रखे.
And I also asked him, अच्छा चलो जी बोलिए, आपका कितना ऑफर है? अभी मेरा 30th one चल रहा है. So I said, okay. Then in that case, I'll ask the team to withdraw the offer so that you have sufficient.
Yeah.
And it was, I went back and I told her, see, 30 offers if he has, why will he join you? I don't even know whether all the 29 others, whether he's going to join or not. I think that was one of the things I realized at that time. Market was really at its peak.
Yeah.
And when it comes to funny side of answers, it's way back in HCL, I took one lady from the reception. She was a receptionist at one of our Chennai offices, very potential, highly ambitious. I took her into my team. I trained her. One of the days I asked her, how's it going? She said, I'm not going anywhere, ma'am. So anyway, from there, today, she works in one of the biggest schools as the, as chief officer to the chairman of the office. So to that extent, she has transformed. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Give her a big round of applause as well, please. A big kudos to everybody who shared their point of view and to the ones who haven't yet. If you have interesting stories, you can keep thinking about them in mind. We can come to you later. But it's now time to move on to the next session. Can we have somebody keeping this mic, please? Shukriya. So what I've realized is that if you are an expert in lying, you are dealing with the people who are experts in detecting lies. That is how it is. I hope the candidates get to figure that out very soon and they get more creative with their lies. And it's an ongoing thing. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it's an interesting panel discussion that's set to unfold right now. It's about enhancing talent retention and reducing attrition risks. I'll repeat the topic once again. This is about enhancing talent retention and reducing attrition risks. I'm going to be calling up on stage our speakers. I request them to join me on stage one by one. Thank you so much. We have with us today Stuti Gupta, Strategic People Business Partner, APAC, Sabre Corporation. Give her a big round of applause, please. Thank you. I request you to take this seat as per the photo order. My next speaker over here is Preeti Ahuja, Global Chief People Officer from Husk Power. Thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause, please. My next speaker is Srinath Gururajarao, Advisor Board Unit Head, IT Services from NextVal.ai. Thank you so much, sir. My next speaker is Benazir Suraz, HRBP Lead for Global Business and Technical Solutions, Man plus Humal. Did I get the pronunciation right? Is it Man plus Humal? Man and Hamel, okay. There's no limit to learning, so it's Man and Hamel. I've picked that up, thank you. Not mistaking that anymore. And my session chair is Harsha Valari, Director HR Doubletree by Hilton. Thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause as well, please. Let's quickly update the timer. The stage is set, the panel is ready. Topic, enhancing talent retention and reducing attrition risks. And over to you all. Thank you.
Afternoon, team. I hope you all had a good lunch. Don't sleep for this session. Awesome. So I have Stuti here. I would be asking you the first question. Stuti, what counterintuitive retention techniques have succeeded in holding mid to senior digital talent, especially when compensation became an industry commodity?
Sure. Thank you, Harsha. And I would love to speak on this. The concept of pay, purpose, and peace of mind is very close to my heart. So we'll exclude the pay part here. Let's talk about the purpose. So I think one of the most important parts where you can increase the retention in an organization is to, as an employee should feel that I'm adding value to the overall goal of the organization, whatever the organization is achieving, in a way, directly or indirectly, I am also contributing. So there comes the purpose. The second bit, which is very important again, is the peace of mind. Does the employee feel that there's the right balance of work and life, right? The third important aspect would be around autonomy. We talk to a lot of leaders, and these are basically leaders who lead projects, right? At times we get to hear that they do mention that they're dissatisfied about the point that they're not involved in critical decision making, whether it's about budget, timelines, or for that matter, choosing their own teams as well. So giving autonomy to leaders would also be very helpful. We do, and I think a lot of organizations do early warning signal exercise, right? Wherein we kind of gauge, we work closely with the managers and gauge who are our top talent, what's the flight risk, what's the loss impact, and what is the trigger which is resulting in that flight risk? Can we hold back the employee proactively? Can we work on proactive retention? So keeping all those in mind, we come up with all these initiatives. We have an interesting concept of reverse mentoring also, where a senior leader is mentored by a fresh grad, Gen Z, right? So that also caters to retaining people at both levels. There are some organizations which are doing sabbatical leaves as well, education sponsorship to retain people. A proper 3 to 6 months leave which is given for a creative recharge where you can upskill yourself. So I think these few things, and if integrated with AI, together can provide solutions on the retention strategies for an organization.
Thank you so much, Stuti. I think the word reverse mentoring stuck to my mind. Let me research about it, and great. So my next question to Mr. Srinath is, how do we validate the impact of data-led retention initiatives? Can predictive models prove they directly reduce turnover in high turnover departments?
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much, Harsha, and thank you, BW, for this wonderful event. Predicting attrition and acting upon that is an old art. Now it is amplified with AI, which does the thing much faster. However, the human intervention required and human element to connect and correct that course is what defines how effective the HR organization is today, and how do you leverage that into a value generation for the organization. Now, tools are many. Tools have become much more faster, efficient, productive, and scalable. However, the human element that is desired to be able to quantify it, take corrective measures, and not just through compensation at an outright, is the way to go forward. Organizations have any which ways mastered for few decades now how to retain employees with personal connects and course corrects, right? But with AI, what it has done today is to be able to analyze, predict, and perform much faster, much better, and efficiently. What, as an organization, what we have done is we did not look at talent as just a headcount on an Excel sheet or a HRMS system. We looked at it from a perspective of skills, right? What are the skills that are getting added? What are the skills that are getting going away? And what are the skills that need to be retained? Linked to market forces, linked to business opportunities, this will become a value generating proposition for the HR organization, and the value for the organization itself can be amplified hugely. What we did was we went with a skill first approach. We changed the way that data is looked at and data is captured. We turned it around in not of exits and additions of headcount, but of skills. Today it is XYZ skill that is needed. And what is your sales pipeline talking about? What are they feeling from the market? What is it that is needed for us to perform as a business 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, a year down the line, right? What is it that is shaping the conversations? Based on that, you come back and feed that information into your training organization, into your hiring organization. Use AI to predict and project what is necessary as skills. The moment we do that, the edge that we get as a business house is much, much faster, much better, and scalable, right? And it is more accurate to the realities of the ground. Disjointed information systems, though efficient, perform to a degree, but not more efficiently to the current realities. Today we are talking about retention, but every day we hear about X organization laying off thousands of people, right? And in Bangalore, it is all the more prominent because it's a IT-driven industry here. And we have seen that, and we are experiencing that, and we have also been part of the conversations where, as HR, we are driving those layoffs, right? So how do you ensure that this is corrected, this is the human element takes shape so that we are able to protect talent and value for the organization and the people we work for? I think these some of the important threads I would want our HR friends here to go back and look at your dashboards and intelligence that you carry. With AI, you could do a fantastic job in terms of projecting the skills metrics linked to sales data and also available market opportunities to be able to predict, project, and train your folks much better. I think those are my 2 cents of thoughts for this question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srinath. I think it's a great way of thinking to get a skill-based approach in terms of business on books, and then use your AI modules to generate the leads. So my next question to you, Suraj, how can predictive analytics inform the personalized development plans for mid-senior staff and the quality of such plans on lengthening tenures in GCCs?
Thank you for that question. But before I get into it, I'll just give a quick background of what Maan and Humble is doing, and then it becomes easier for me to connect to that. So Maan Humble is an organization, we are into manufacturing of filters, and ours is a private company, or basically a family-owned organization, and we have a GCC in India for the last about 10 plus years. We predominantly into R&D, along with that IT, and also we have our GBS team. So we have the different domains within our team. So now, before I get into answering your actual question, I would like to add on to what we had mentioned over here. We have actually brought up an initiative which is called as communities of practice. We say BIOD, bring your own problem, BYOP. So these communities of practice, depending on the current market requirement, we have identified 5 different communities where employees volunteer to be part of it, and they come up with their own problems and how do we go ahead and solve it. And this particular community is voluntary. So that is something that is helping people to see, yes, I have a problem, I belong here, my problem is valued, we come in here, we discuss it together, and we get into a solution. So this is one initiative that we have brought in, which is helping us. Now, this is helping our employees at entry level and also an experience, so which is more of an employee satisfaction, which is helping our leaders to manage the team much better. Much better. So that's one part of it. This year has been for us specifically a lot of transformation, especially from the HR. So we have come up with another concept which is called as Grow, where employees own their own career. So in the past, we had few challenges, especially in terms of identifying where are the skill gaps, how do we go about ensuring that these skill gaps are managed much better. So this year we've come up with the Grow model of a performance management along with our competency model, and we also imbibe our value system, which is our filter values. And every assessment of the performance is done specifically on the filter values, which has got almost an equal weightage along with the competency framework. So what we are also doing is showing the employees what they need to do, but also valuing how exactly they would need to achieve. So that is also helping us in keeping our employees more motivated. Stuti also brought a point on the flexibility part of it, and I believe that with the kind of a generational, multi-generational workforce that we are having today, flexibility is becoming a major criteria for anyone who would want to continue with the organization. Adding to that, we have also had our succession planning done, this time specifically in the system, so that we have a data at one point, because if not, the data was quite scattered. Like Sri mentioned, that the data is not oriented in one place. So that's also another way by which we are building our talent pipeline. So at a corporate level, we also have this initiative which is called as the Leadership Talent Pool, where people go through, specific people, when I say people, leaders go through their assessments and they are assessed by a third party, and they are assessed on the competencies according to which they've actually gone ahead and put through this program. We have made a copy of that internally for our own GCC. So anyone who would like to be a people manager will also go through this assessment by our internal panel members, so that they also know where exactly I am and how is that I would need to develop. While it is easy to say that yes, we have development plans for everyone, humanly speaking, it's not possible. But our focus is today more on the high potential or a top talent, and also on the future leaders, so that our pipeline is extremely strong and we have the development plans that are required for them. And also we would have made a change to the way how the development plans are looked into. It is not only the classroom training programs that people would need to look for development, but our focus is more on giving them hands-on experience. So any development plan would have 70% of on-the-job training, followed by 20% of our best practice sharing, which is called as the peer learning, and then 10% is going to be the formal classroom. So that's how we have come up with the development plans also.
Thank you so much, Suraj. Great to know about the initiatives your company taking for the employees, in specific the community volunteering and the GROW model for performance appraisals. Great. My question now is to you, Preeti. Preeti, in what ways can AI-driven trend analysis of historical attrition data and real-time employee sentiment enable dynamic staffing strategies that prevent mass attrition events?
Great, thank you so much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So if you look at the retention strategies, so even earlier, if you look at the journey we used to drive for any employee, it is starting from your pre-onboarding to onboarding, and then taking multiple interventions where we used to collect the feedback from the employees, starting from focus group discussion, starting from performance management system, having a feedback conversation, 360-degree reviews, succession planning. So these are the interventions through which we used to collect the data and used to predict that what is the career growth for an individual, defining the individual development plan. Now, what has changed? This was anyways today also in existence. With AI enabler tools, it is helping us to connect the dots. So even your system where it was working in silos earlier, so you used to have multiple, I'll say, interventions where one is not talking to, say PMS is not talking to succession planning, and succession planning is not talking to skill development and internal mobility. That was a gap earlier. And today, if you look at with the AI tools, how it is helping us, that they are talking about the real data. So from your each touch point, you can generate a detailed report and look at a personalized growth path. You can have a timely communication. And what has changed now, it is more about giving the timely feedback. Because earlier we used to have, say, quarterly pulse survey, or we used to have an annual employee engagement survey. Again, after doing that, we used to take another 3 months to give the results. We used to take action points in next 1 year. Now look at with AI, how it has changed that immediately you are getting the personalized sentiments of an employee. And that has helped you to reduce the risk of your employee leaving the organization. Because if the person is addressed their challenge immediately, you can have those kind of conversation and you can reduce your future risk. So again, what is happening, the change I'll see here more of how we are using this AI tool efficiently to ensure how we can predict for future attrition as well. And it is, I'll say not attrition, it is more about retention as well, and looking at the skill enhancement, as very rightly mentioned here that, see, one thing is any employee wants to continue in the organization if they get their timely feedback, if they get their career growth details timely, and if they get a right opportunity to grow and upskilling. And if we start using this AI tools, this report can be generated and it become personalized, because earlier it was, we used to do a organization level programs, which may not be used for any individual level growth. Now it is like very personalized learning, which help them to know, okay, that is the career path which I want to choose next. And my company is also listening to me and giving this opportunity. They will try to continue in those organizations. So this is again, I'm leading it to the mindset as well. We are talking definitely today AI-led tools, or the way technology is taking the shape. But again, how our organization is adopting this technology, and as well as your leaders' mindset to change and adopt. So something like to build the culture of that, yes, we can have a real-time data, but how we are implementing this data is more important. So once you have a data, how you're taking the real-time decisions based on data, and how you're showing the success stories. So these are again a retention strategies which is working in our organization. I'll just give one example that is worked very well for us. That was mentor-mentee match, and that is 100% through AI tool itself, where we have mapped all mentee skills, we have mapped all mentor skills, and that system has matched each other, and that's how the entire program is established. So again, one is you reduce the time, you increase the efficiency, there's no bias process now. So again, we are removing the biases in the processes itself. So there are a lot of, I'll say, benefits, but it is how we upskill ourselves and use those technology efficiently that will matter most.
Great. Preeti, I think, again, like you said, leveraging AI properly and getting all your scattered processes in the organization together and then use AI wisely can help you a lot. Great. So my next question now is to Mr. Srinath. How do we validate the impact of data-led retention initiatives? Can predictive models prove? Oh, I think that's done. How can AI effectively model multiple workforce scenarios to anticipate future skill shortages and proactively inform recruitment pipelines in GCC?
Thank you. I think this is a wonderful question. Going back on my earlier answer, once you have the skills taxonomy validated within the organization and your pipelines of growth mapped, skills, training, upskilling, all of that gets aligned. Today, just to go a little bit tangentially on that, today a cost of agents alternative is an agentic AI at 6.5 rupees per minute. Okay, if some of you have known about this, an agentic AI costs 6.5 rupees per minute of charge to replace a workflow in your organizations. If a resource is not able to generate value, an agentic AI will be able to replicate that without leaves, without appraisals, without a wage, without anything. right, in terms of asks. So therefore, to be able to drive this value within the organizations, to be able to make meaning and ensure that the talent and the human effort continues or sustains, in forms where it adds more value to the organization, it is very important you get to the depths of skills, projections of skills, what skills are needed, what skills are not needed, what skills will be relevant, what skills will not be relevant. Do the detailing there and get to the bottom of it. Use the technology there to leverage and also influence your sales teams to be able to augment the skills available to be able to map their growth into the future. If we are not doing this, we are directly or indirectly responsible for all the layoffs that we see. We are great places to work. We are amazing physical infrastructure, we have amazing policies, but what use is it if we cannot retain our people, right? Today, there is a sea change. We are witnessing the technological disruption, so to say. As I said, it is 6.5 rupees per minute. You just go and explore some of the organizations in Bangalore who are doing agentic AI proposals, and you will realize how realistic it is. It can be done, right? And organizations are on the path. The only delay, so to say, that you can bring in to make meaning to the humans in your organization is to be able to predict better in terms of skills that are needed and enhance those skills into strengths and convert that into business opportunities. Today it is very essential. Earlier it was fragmented. Today it is no more because technology has disrupted that space. So it is one on that aspect. Another one is to be able to get the people aligned and upskilled as a mandate rather than as a program of 40 hours per person per year. You all know what I'm saying, right? It should not just be on your KPI dash saying 40 hours of training per person per year is I'm done with my job. No, today it is not that. If somebody is not aligned to the disruption that is taking place and it is realistic, it is time that they become immaterial, irrelevant, and out of jobs. Even relevance has been replaced now. So what is left is to be able to reinvent ourselves, be innovative, be creative, and find ways to do things much more in a more meaningful way and in a more valuable way. There are opportunities galore, but you don't have talent who can capitalize on those opportunities. I think it is time HR as an influencer, as a person on the seat, has to go back and relook at the information that we carry of talent, of how to leverage that information to make meaning to the organization, to the talents working with us, and make a meaning out of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srinath. I think great way of putting skills as an importance in any organization and focusing more on finding the right people with the right skill set and then channelizing your training man hours. Great. So my last question is with you, Preeti. How can advanced talent analytics uncover latent skill gaps that current qualitative assessments may miss? And what's the ROI of addressing these hidden gaps versus visible ones? Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And I'll give you one of the example which we have implemented in the organization again when it comes to the skill mapping and how we have addressed. So it is in one of my organization, we went through a restructuring, and I can say it's a change management program. And it was a global level. So again, nearly more than 2,000 people going through a complete change management where roles has been changed, the mapping of their skills, the mapping of their manager, location, everything has to be done. And here definitely I'll say when we started using AI-enabled tools, that has helped us. One way is we already have job description, we already had competencies, skills defined for each role. Now mapping every individual with their past historic data, that what are the skills they had in last 2 years, what was their performance rating, what was their career mapping was done, what was the individual plan was mapped, and what was the career growth. It takes a lot of time when as an individual you go through this end-to-end data points. There again we have seen with the AI tools, it has helped us to start building those competency-based role and then identifying the people within the organization. And that definitely we had a very detailed interview process through which you go through our internal mobility. So the point what I want to say here is more about when we do a skill enhancement and when we do a skill mapping, it is one is what you have a data already in the system, what your manager is giving as a feedback, and what the job role is mentioned. But how you ensure this all three are combined together and giving a justification to the person who is taking a new role. And there again, we will say it's more about getting a right tool helped us. So this is one of the example, and even again, I'll touch base here, talent attraction also, because talent attraction we have seen like most of all of you must be using already AI tool today in hiring. Again, it is just not getting a resume, it is more about the skill mapping to the right role. And then what kind of interview process we are doing, and again giving us a very right report. And this kind of reports help us to take the right decisions. So again, we are not saying that we are removing human intelligence, but again, we are talking about how human intelligence can work together with the system and take this as a, I'll say, more efficiently and more timely.
Great. Thank you so much, Preeti. Rightly said. I think we are done with the questions. We are open for the Q&As. If anybody would like to ask questions to our panel members. Oh, we have...
Hey, thank you, everyone. I have a couple of questions, actually. This is Shaunak, and I work for an organization called Prodapt. It's part of the Java group. It's been there for about 125 years. So I am personally in sales, so I'll take a question that's pointed to. One important thing is that when you're talking about enhancing talent retention, right? So what metric do you go by? And I was talking about this to other leaders here as well. And since I'm not from HR, probably you're the best people to tell me. Because say in my earlier organization where I worked for 6 years, right? At the end of my tenure for the last 1 year, I wasn't entirely happy. But I was there on the figure from where how HR measures people. I was an engaged employee. I was there in all the events. I was putting in my 100%. I was doing all the work that was given, but I was not a happy employee. So is there any metric by which you can suggest the happiness of an employee, right? So like say, we keep talking about Bhutan having a gross national happiness index and all of that, that's there. You're going by an engagement level, and in engagement level, I'm at 100%. But I'm not happy, and I'm looking, to jump ship in a company where I've, invested 6 to 7 years of my life. That's one. Second is just a different take on this. I do not think, from my, decade plus experience now in sales, we are now in a position to gauge or to even assess which skills are going to stay. We cannot assess it because our clients themselves are changing it. So attrition will happen. That's my point of view. Whatever we can do, whatever projections we give, or whatever forecasts we give, it's going to happen. The only thing that probably we can reduce is crucial attrition, where there are certain core skills which I know will remain. But across the board, and this will keep on happening, attrition will be happening as more and more AI and automation keeps going in. So what is your take on that? Because sales can give you a forecast, but it's only a forecast. It's not going to be cast in stone and be correct. How do you do that transition? Because a lot of people, they have probably been doing Java.NET throughout their entire lives, and very soon we are going to tell them that it's becoming obsolete. How do you transfer or communicate that to them?
Thank you, Shaunak. That was a very elaborate question. I think you took about 3 minutes there. So nothing to that. But very important question. I think one thing that caught my mind is, how do you measure happiness? Do we really have to measure happiness? The day we do that, I don't think there is happiness anymore. Okay, that's a counterintuitive point. So I have personally run with a philosophy last decade of bringing more smiles per minute of work. Okay, how I do that is different activities, different personalities, different engagement models. But at the end of the day, happiness for each person differs. Each unique individual is different. How do you relate to that? How do you correspond with that? And how do you engage that talent to be able to get meaning to their work is the most happiest one. Rest all are very, very temporal. You can give them a ticket to a movie, you can give them a conference, outing for a day, a vacation, all that is very temporal in nature. And chemistry also, substantiates that. What really remains with us as happiness is when we attach meaning to the work. When I know what I'm doing day in and day out brings value and that is appreciated and I am satisfied. I think that's true happiness. So as HR folks, no amount of measurement of HR, happiness will drive happiness in the organization. Probably it will lead to more activities, engagement models, but at the end of the day, happiness is more internal than an external driver, right? So, two, projecting, linking sales was another question in terms of what we get as forecast. At the end of the day, all plans of an organization are also forecast. There are huge assumptions that are made in terms of directions that one takes in terms of adding and creating value. So therefore, certain assumptions are made at every stage and including attrition, we go ahead and look at the data and manage some amount of assumptions there and factor that into business plan, right? Therefore, your forecast may not be 100% wrong, they might be 20% wrong. So 80% will still stick and my 40% of projection and retention will still work to that metric and I can still leverage value and still attest a direction to the organization in terms of how I leverage that information to be able to direct the organization creation of value. So therefore, more information is always good, but how I consume that, how I leverage that and how I flow it back into the seed of the organization to create value is something that is very unique and very human. I think that effort needs to come from all the stakeholders, including HR, because HR commands the respect of talent in the organization. We are the champions. Happiness is not driven by HR. Happiness is something internal. And that's my personal belief too. Thank you.
And I'll just add two simple points here. One is it all depends on the culture of the organization. Even in the first month, if a person is not feeling happy, I'll not use word happy, but more about aligning with the role expectation and able to deliver the results. Do you have a culture of saying that to your line manager, having a one-to-one conversation very openly? Don't wait for the employee engagement survey or Pulse survey or any survey, because that is, definitely a data point to collect. But if you have a very transparent, open culture, then you will not wait for multiple months to share that. So first thing is look at the culture. What is your culture right now and what they are aligned with the leadership team? And if it's there, give those feedback to them that people should be having psychological safety to open up and talk about their problems. And that is one thing I think will give you talking more about your career growth or any expectation what you have. Second, the point you have mentioned about the skill set, what is happening in the industry today. It is again, we are talking about learning, unlearning and relearning. And I think this is already visible to everyone in the organization today and every individual as well. Now it is more about how you are ready and taking your own skill enhancement. It is not the organization. Organization will try to look at multiple roles for the individual, but as individual, they have to upskill themselves. So if you see next 3 months, 6 months, this role may not be there. Let's start from today. Let's do some development for yourself. Don't wait for organization only to assign some programs. It is your individual role. So that is what happening in the industry today. Yes, after 6 months, we even don't know what technology will shift. So it is more about learning every day. And that is what now we are saying, like every day, everyone has to learn. And that is my just two answers.
Thank you so much. We'll take that cue and can we please give them a big round of applause, everybody. बहुत shukriya. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling upon stage Mr. Ashish Kumar from BW People team to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the first session post-lunch. We can be a lot more active, engage him. तालियों की गूंज और जोर से हो सकती है. Please, thank you. I request all of you to please kindly come forward over here because we don't want the tables to photobomb and kind of ruin the aesthetics. So आप लोग इधर आगे आ जाइए and we'll distribute the gift hampers over here. And then once all the giveaways are done, we can do a nice group photograph together. And a very, very well conducted session. So I feel there was a little bit of relevance even without knowing. We talked about lies and HR, right? Retention. So this was, I think, kind of intertwined in terms of the topic that we had right now. So very, very well done. Thank you to the speakers. We have special hampers from Right Shift. We have special hampers from Amity University, and we have the BW People magazine as well. Can I have all of you come over here with the hampers? We want to flex, sir. I hope you don't mind. Thank you. You understand the importance of HR and promotion, right? So we want to do that at the very best. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for all of them? Thank you so much. And with all my optimism and positivity, I would hope that we get to see all of you the next time as well when we do this. So thank you so much. All right, so I'll request all the chairs and the tables to be taken away. Can I have a big round of applause for all the, I think, the volunteers as well? सुबह से मेहनत कर रहे वो लोग, chair लेके आना, लेके जाना, quite a task. I'm sure they will still not credit me for getting their cardio done over here, but then it doesn't matter. Validation doesn't have to come from everywhere. That's right, right? Thank you. So I'll request all of you to take the chairs, and you see them putting more effort right now, in the whole thing. And just a bit of an update. We have some few chairs over here which are vacant, and I'm sure our next speaker will not like if the chairs over here at the front are vacant. So with all my humility, can I please request people at the back to come over here at the front? This is no backbencher test in school. You're not getting penalized. You're not getting asked questions. आप लोग please आगे आ जाइए. You get the best view when you are overseated here at the front. Can I have all of you over there at the back to come forward? ये जो specific chairs है, ये please occupy कीजिए. Over here at the front, all of you, please. आ जाइए sir, आ जाइए ma'am. See, I kept your request, ma'am, and of course. Everybody over here at the front, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. Feels like, sir, इधर आ जाओ, इधर आ जाओ. You can come over here. You can come over here. We won't ask you questions, I promise. हाँ. को अगर पूछा तो फिर मैं बाहर चला जाऊंगा, आप उधर चले आना फिर. ठीक है, thank you so much. Can we have few more people? 1, 2 chairs over here. Actually 3. Just 3 more people. Can we have over here at the front, please? Because this is going to be a presentation, so we want it to be engaging. And we want our speaker to be motivated at her very best. 3 more people over here at the front, please. Or maybe incentivize. Okay, I will figure that out and take that point forward. But can we have 3 more people over here? Thank you so much for volunteering, ma'am. 2 more chairs over here at the front. Or maybe once you begin, people might start liking and they can come forward, right? Well, they don't want to listen to me, so we kya karo? All I can do is feel bad about it. But anyway, jokes apart, this is going to be an expert keynote address on the topic operating model and metrics for the success of GCCs. I'll repeat the topic, everybody. This is about operating model and metrics for the success of GCCs. Please welcome on stage the most elegant, the most wonderful Sridevi Hegre, MD and board member, India GCC head, fervent on stage, please, with a humongous round of applause. I believe you're mic'd up. Can we update the timer for her, please? And over to you.
It's already system. Okay, it's working. Time's up. Nothing. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Good. They're awake. Thank you for doing that activity, buddy, for me. I think we should have, I was just thinking to mention that we should have asked Anurag sir to have a chat now with all of us because it was really engaging and really welcoming so that you all are awake. But I'm glad that still the room is full and I'm amazing to have been invited. Bilkis, thank you for being part of this wonderful gathering. And first of all, I want to thank the BW team for creating this platform. Why? Because you are the folks who always been on the stage facilitating others and providing, shabashi or claps or pat on the back and really providing the awards. But you are being facilitated today and giving awards. So please give a big applause for yourself and for all the hard work you're doing to really hold the organization together. And I say this from bottom of my heart. And then I always appreciated to talk to you all because I always felt, without the great partnership of this group, no organization can go forward or can do really well, okay? Why? Maybe I'm partial to that also. The reason is I had my own stints of being HRBP or HR ops head or L&D head. It's not official, if you will not find that in the LinkedIn, but I have done all those jobs, so I know how important it is, this team to be. So said that, now let's come to the topic of today, why I choose this topic, operating model and metrics, right? I thought of taking more softer topic, but I think you folks are more knowledgeable than if I talk about maybe the people, culture, how we are driving, what motivates, in the previous panel discussion, what to retain, how to retain, and all those things. And I'm not going to use that two-letter word also. I'll try to for whole of my session today, and try to get the attention of people who are still looking up into their mobiles. Yes, now they see me now. Okay, good, awesome. Why this topic is specifically, I wanted to give maybe a C-suite lens of why and what the operating model is moving like towards. And to answer this question, is your organization ready for next gen GCC revolution? Because that's the thing which is happening now currently, right? And who is responsible? Because in the previous discussion, they said, we are not responsible for the happiness of the employees or not, but still the question is asked to this fraternity, right? How is organization is run? How we are doing, how the people is doing, how the metrics is measured, or you are the one who submit the metrics, right? Who share the metrics taken from each of your leaders or business lines. So I thought, let me just throw some light and not really go about GAN kind, just really on the operating piece of it, because this is very important, and I'm seeing this happening across every organization. And the one team or the member or the whole of the fraternity who need to be ready is HR team for me. Okay, we'll answer this question by end of the session. It's just my view, and I think I have spoken to many of my peer groups here as well as global leaders, and with them this content is put together, and obviously from research papers. Okay, let's go ahead. You would have seen a lot of operating models. When I say it is more of structure, right? How the whole of the organization, big, small, nano, micro, everything is run along with the HR, along with the HQ team. Let me come a little this side. So one, I think we could identify all these topics, all these operating models already. So one is functional structure. Basically, you would have understood by now, looking at it, this is how it works. I mean, the functions here or even the enabling functions will be reporting to their respective functions, but also reporting to GCC set. And what happens in this kind of model or the working structure is limited autonomy, but most of the teams here, right, they fastly, or maybe very in a fast-paced manner, they become the part of the global functions because they know exactly what they need to drive for the functions, which is again tied to the top end or bottom line. Okay. Next one is enterprise-led structure, in which obviously the entire function and the outcome and the metrics, everything is responsible. And GCC head here has been asked the question. And that again, reports to the global CXO, but each function will also have a dotted line part of it. What happens in this kind of enterprise-led is they'll have full autonomy because you are responsible for P&L, right? You're responsible for that respective outcomes, innovation, or whatever it is, right? And then definitely you will know how to shape the global strategy along with your teams here. Next, which is now we are seeing as and when the maturity reaches to, like, for example, 10 years, 5 years, or even much more. Why I say that? And that when I say maturity, as in maturity happens, you will move on to hybrid, may not be the reason, but also it is depending on what is the strategy and globally what HQ wants, right? The GCC need to be or how they need to operate. Plus also other important factor which impacts this kind of structures are the amount of maybe the maturity of the IT related, right, or the infrastructure stack which the particular organization is in, and they can afford to, or they are looking at completely transforming, or mergers, demergers, many of those things, relates to or impact this kind of operating model. In the third one, basically the hybrid structure, what happens is it mainly moves on to be, I would say, like, innovation hubs, fast forward, okay? And this is fun. I'm sure each one of your organization will be either of these three, right, buckets. Has any organization moved across from function to enterprise, enterprise to function, or hybrid? You can raise hand. Any of them were earlier and after 5 years or 10 years they have moved? Because I have a question for them. Nobody? You all started off with one structure and then on the same structure? Exactly. And it is because of, again, the maturity, right? And maybe they thought, okay, they could leverage more value or how the functions work here or the talent, right? Now, the question which I had posed earlier, just a part of it I wanted to answer now with this, how this is evolving, and this we are seeing in many organizations, as I said, of my peers who have come through, is this, where definitely the enabling functions which you all hold together will be globally aligned, because they always want, right, global structure, right? It has always want to be globally aligned, global structure, global functions, global mandate. This is how we run in all locations, and we need to be same. India should not be called as GCC or the outpost. So that's why you would have, it is always better to have, aligned to the global, structure. But all the functions, right, they will be reporting to, HR or aligned, to the global GCC head. But importantly, they will also be with the strategic vendor partners, which in turn helps to create that COEs. Because why India, why do you see that, on everyday news, so many GCs are coming? Purely talent, right? And purely to the new age skills or new age talents, what we are seeing. But if we are able to use that in right way, we will still sustain the, model which is evolving, which is GCC, which is still thriving, and it could be in any shape and form, right? So this is one of the structures which we are seeing really. And when I say strategic vendor partners, we could have even startups or any IT services, small, big. But why we need to do this partnership is specifically to reach that outcome which HQ is seeing, and that's how we will be able to reach the value faster. Now, this was one part of the presentation which I wanted to showcase. You might say, yeah, we knew it, but why am I showcasing this and why am I making it a point is, irrespective of it, any of the previous one, right? What we saw, any of these or this, it will become successful only when new people, means the HR team, supports the team, that is leadership team, and work together in any of the functions. The actual link is you. That is one of the points which I wanted to make. Because time is run, I just wanted to pick up another topic which again, both go hand in hand, which is new age metrics for GCCs. I think we have seen a lot of metrics. Can anybody pick up some metrics? How do you measure your GCCs currently? It could be traditional, it could be old one. Any one or two metrics? Okay. 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 Cost of cost. Okay. So I thought I was expecting somebody will say how many processes or how many headcounts we have, hired. What is the action number? Good. Thank you. You did not say that. Or what is the diversity number? No. But it's still important. But we have gone way and above. So I like this group. So some of the metrics which I have seen and I've ensured my organization also follows this is, as you said, right, innovation, and in the part of some of the areas, it is not an exhaustive list. I just thought I'll pick it up and and I'll showcase, which is innovation and transformation. Specifically, right, somebody mentioned, right, adoption. How much we have adopted and what is the impact of it. Why again am I mentioning to this? You are the one who will measure this, who are the one who will question this, who will present to the C-suite board. It's important that you measure in the right way, so that it's not only that you're supporting the leadership team like us, but also ensuring that you keep them on their toes. I always feel that you people are the one who keep us on toes. This is one. And again, how much is adoption? So it really has to show or contribute to the customer journey or the top line or bottom line of a particular business. That's how your metrics needs to be, and that's how it needs to be measured. And it's pretty easy because, again, it is very methodical, scientific when we do it in that way, and it gives you a pitch, okay, if this is the case, why can't we have further teams built for all the businesses if one business is doing? So you can showcase, right, to other teams also. I wouldn't go into details because this is self-explanatory, but yes, I hope these two pillars or these two topics which I mentioned about, which again the custodians are you, the people who handle this, who sum up or support the team is this. I thought I'll just add some light to these two topics, but what will end up happening is we will be ready to operate as a innovation-driven platform, which will give a launch pad to the HQ, definitely with powering them with resilience, transformation, and whatnot, that two-letter word I did not use, I'm happy. So this is the topic which I wanted to cover, but thank you so much for listening up. I hope you will power your team, your organization, and your leaders to be successful. Thank you.
And I think you literally flew through the session in the most incredible way. I don't know how all ladies with the name Sridevi are always this elegant, right? Give her a bigger round of applause, please. I'll request Savi Khanna from BW People to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to ma'am over here. We have the token of appreciation from Right Shift, Amity University, and of course, and you successfully did. So any questions, if there are there, of course, feel free to connect offline. It's a huge space. Offline connection is also very, very justified. So thank you so much. That's the magazine. A little bit straighter photo can we have? Sir, this is the most important. Yeah, that's how we do it. Thank you so much. We look forward to having you the next time we do this initiative. Here's your phone. Thank you. All right, time to set up the panel chairs on stage, please. I need, again, a brutal test of my mathematics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, six chairs on stage. Yeah, enough tables, I believe. Hanji. So quickly moving on, this is going to be a panel discussion. Conversation that we are going to be discussing right now is new compensation strategies and reward systems. Wow, I believe more than the HRs, the employees will love this conversation, right? All right, new compensation strategies and reward systems. That's exactly what we are going to be talking about right now. The moment they're done with getting the stage ready for the panel discussion, I'll be quickly introducing. Okay, I can quickly announce. So I'll request, as I name the speakers, I'll request all of you to come on stage to have this conversation. We have Anamika Chadda, who's the head of HR at Staples India. Can we please have Anamika ji over here? Thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause, please. My next speaker is Arun Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Head of HR India at Barclays. Thank you so much, sir, for staying back. Sir was an honorable presenter as well in the awards, I remember, some time back. We have Ms. Ekta Jain, Executive Vice President from Broadridge. Ekta ma'am, thank you so much. My next speaker is Dr. R. Jayanti, Professor in HOD, MBA Department, Dean, IQAC, Acharya, Bangalore B School. Thank you, ma'am. What a pleasure to have all of you. My next speaker is Ambarish Roy, who's the Talent Acquisition Leader at Juniper Networks. And I love I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Ambarish, in Bengali we say it like that. Yeah. Nice. And my session chair is Paulomi Bhaduri, Director HR at Simeo, right? Simeo. Okay, so let me correct it. Paulomi Bhaduri, Director HR from Simeo. That's our session chair, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? The number of people in this room is not justifying the intensity of the clapping. So a little louder, please. 1. Now we are clapping at 2 level. Now we are clapping at 3rd level. Let's take it to 5, 4, 5. Yes.
Okay. That was very energetic. I hope that the crowd remains energetic through our session. Okay, it's really nice to be here among all the panelist members as well as the HR leaders, delivery leaders, TA leaders, the very people who reimagine the way how organizations value talent, right? And with the topic that we have today, I think we are going to say that compensation today is not just the numbers or the increments. It's a narrative, how we tell stories through our pay and recognition systems, that how we create values for your skills as well as for your career growths, and how do we intend to build, actually invest for your future. And with that, I will start with the first set of questions, which is actually there for all of you. Now, compensation obviously is evolving faster than ever, from pay transparency to skill-based reward system, and obviously the purpose-driven value propositions. And if you have to describe like how the concept of reward has changed in your organization, or might be the industry as a whole, right, over the last few years, what would you say has been the biggest shift?
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the favorite topics of all the HR folks about compensation, right? So I am Anamika. I represent Staples, and it's a GCC that we have set up in Chennai. What we are trying to do is differentiating the compensation, right? How do you differentiate that as well? There are purposes, right? What is the contextual relevance of a role that is defined? I'll give you an example. If you look at a cybersecurity professional, right? If a cybersecurity professional has knowledge of the regulatory details, regulatory platforms, regulatory norms of the countries, of the city, of the industry as well, that industry context, the contextual knowledge of the processes, the technology insights, combined together is going to give an edge to that individual, right? Those are the kind of people that we differentiate the compensation for. Now, having said that, how are these compensation differentiations coming in place as well? Of course, with the AI-driven focus. Before that, let me just take you 15, 20 years back. Yeah, I have been in this industry for more than 2.5 decades. So let me just give you a small little example. We were discussing over lunch. Sometime back, we were doing some salary negotiations with an individual, and this individual literally took my case and he said, "You are giving me a 30% increase. See where your 30% increase is going to take me. I am supposed to get married in the next 4 years. The inflation in every year is cumulative. Whatever percentage hike you're giving me today is going to be actually just 10% or maybe lower than that. So because of that, I have to get married now or in the next 2 years to ensure the cost of Shamiana is taken care of." That's the kind of detailing, that's the kind of mathematical precision with which the candidate came up and blew me off. This is not now, this is more than 15 years back. So think about it, as HR professionals, it's so important for all of us to think about differentiation, the purpose with which the employee is working, and what is their need, what is their purpose, professional and personal as well. Just try to understand that, to define what is right for them. Sorry, a long answer.
No, but that was profound.
Wanted to share.
Arun, what is your take on this?
Listen, I think the answer is all of the above, right? Pay for performance, been around for quite a long while. Skill-based pay, increasingly relevant to put a bridge to the future. I think if I take some of the other things that are coming in, ultimately reward systems come down to be simplified into three things: the need to pay, the ability to pay, and the willingness to pay. If you bring these three dimensions together, you've got your reward system reasonably in the right place. Some of the things that we've been working on quite a lot over the last few years is things like fair pay, pay transparency. So for example, not many of you may be aware that it's no longer actually legal in some parts of the world, like in the US now, to ask a candidate, how much are you making today? So what that really means is your ability to price the job is reasonably need to be sharp, because if you under index, you might not find people. If you over index, you might be throwing money, right? Similarly, in the European Union next year, the shift is going to come saying that every colleague in your organization may have the right to understand where their pay stands as it relates to the rest of the organization or people doing the similar jobs. So things need to become a lot more open, transparent than opaque. And I ask myself, is the function, the fraternity, and the business ready for that degree of transparency with the underlying responsibility that it throws on people? So I'll pause here because there's a lot that's going to come out through this group.
Okay, moving on to you, Ekta. From the business lens, what do you think?
Yeah, again, my answers are going to be very different to the two people on my right because they are from HR. I had engineering for Broadridge. From an engineering lens, again, I would say that we should look beyond compensation as to what motivates people. What we've done in our company is set up data labs, incubation labs for people to walk in, and then slice and dice all kind of real-time data, do analytics, get their hands dirty, learn out of it. And for some people, I've experienced a passion in this is so much that they wouldn't walk out of office even in the middle of the night. So yeah, I would say some of this is definitely HR, compensation, how to slice and dice, put them in the right parity in terms of where they are. But also how do you reward and compensate for talent beyond that is equally important.
That was great. Dr. Jayanti, what do you have to say about it? Because you are completely from a different background, right? You come from the academics world.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon to everyone, and I thank BW people for having me here today. And yes, what I'm going to give you is another dimension of what compensation is. Being a professor and being into academics for the past 20-25 years, compensation has been one of the topics that we have as an elective. It has evolved, compensation has evolved in terms of teaching, I should say. I come from a humble academic background, so I don't want to talk about compensation of academicians. But yeah, we do supply the KSAs, knowledge, skill, and capability required for the industry. Of course, I know that there's a lot of work that the organizations put up to train them to the current trend. But we do train them, we do give the basic of what compensation is. Like Sir told, right from the basic knowledge, basic pay, to the incentive calculations and your statutory requirements, all this is something that we tend to teach at the college level. And of course, today, there are simulations when we're talking about compensations that we bring into our students and try to make them industry ready. But you guys should tell us whether they are industry ready or you need, I know a lot of dollars is being spent to train our students to the industry requirement. But yes, compensation has been evolving right from when I had started teaching compensation to today's AI-driven compensation. Things have changed a lot, pay by performance and pay by seniority. And yes, basically the purpose has to be considered, and market value and internal equity, external equity and internal equity has to be balanced, and it is a quite sensitive issue for every employee in the organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Ambarish, what is your take? You are a talent acquisition person, right?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Paulomi, for this question, and thanks, VW people, for inviting all of us to this panel, right? Really appreciate. My answer would be multifold. I mean, it'll be a mix of engineering because I represent Juniper. If a lot of people might not know, Juniper Networks is a company which builds cloud-ready data centers for the world, which is secure and driven by AI, right? So we are a very technical company. And we have ventured into the clouds primarily. So we are pure play tech company. To answer your question, Paulomi, first and foremost, I would agree with most of our colleagues here that compensation is not just compensation of the base pay or the overall compensation. It's also a mix of what's the culture, which are the people that you're working with. It's a mandate that we introduce our entire team to every candidate, mentioning that you are working with some of the people who have been from top IITs, from top B schools, so on and so forth. So that's the claim to fame that we have at Juniper. Of course, compensation is a big part of it. We definitely don't hire based on hierarchy. We hire based on skills, right? So very importantly, I wanted to give you a classic example. We were building the fastest router for the world. I mean, we were building it for Meta. It's the fastest router, and the people who were working for them when we were recruiting them, right? We never had experience as one of our bars, right? What was more important is if a person like the person we've been hiring are either IITians, gold medalists, and things like that from top schools. And they take roles which are not defined by experience. So let's say we hire them at a very senior most role, which is, let's say, a staff engineer or a technologist, a very senior technologist. We don't differentiate their experience. If they have 2 years of experience plus a PhD from IIT, we offer them the same designation, which means they get 30 to 40% more than what an industry veteran is getting, right? Who is dictating the industry with their skills, right? So a junior or let's say a 2 years experience person is getting the same kind of salary. So hierarchy versus skill-based hiring is what we do. We don't really, benchmark the experience level for any hires. And transparency is very important. A very funny story, right? So one of our senior technologists once told me that, come, I'll show you something on GitHub. GitHub, by the way, is a very famous platform. A lot of you might know. What a coder did, very interestingly, is he created Git repos. Repos are nothing but repositories with bands and salaries of different employees of different companies, FANG giants and startups. And it blew my mind off, right? So data is so easily available. You talk about Glassdoor, you talk about other, everywhere, it is there. So transparency is key. If you think that you're hiding your salaries with employees, that's never going to happen. It's a very, and just write a prompt on ChatGPT, you will get a ballpoint figure also, to be very honest. So I would say these are some of the practices we do. Of course, we can deep dive into more things as we move forward.
That's very interesting, Amrish.
Even
moving
Azad
from
to add there that except in some of the blue collar mass services space, internal equity is passe, right? And I think the combination of fixed pay, fairness, and massive aggressive pay for performance determines where people stand, all right? And I think I call it market relevance and internal equity are like type 1, type 2 errors. You can't bring both down. You've got to lean towards one, and the market would be merciless if you move away from it.
In fact, the definition of pay fairness has changed completely, right? Now it is no longer consistent. It is different, varied for different levels, skill sets, everything is different, right? That's how things have changed.
Well, lots of points, honestly, from not hiring based on the experience, hiring based on the skills, transparency. Well, in the interest of time, let's move on. So question to you, Arun. You are from the financial world, and where mostly it's relied on the bonuses and the long-term incentives, right? So is there a shift towards more skill-based or capability-driven rewards, and how instruments are like RSUs evolving to retain mid-senior talents?
Okay, I'm speaking for myself rather than Barclays. It's a statutory caveat necessary in the banking space. So first things first, I think organizations need to flash what is the best part of their proposition. So if you are an organization at a stage of evolution where your investors and employees can look forward to phenomenal non-incremental, non-linear growth because your business is at that space, then you would be stupid not to use RSUs, right? So what that means is if you're in advanced stage of, let's say, startups or pre-IPO, literally, there is so much value that you can get as an organization when you go public that it would be foolhardy to kind of not share that with, to attract the top talent who would otherwise not come because there is a risk associated with joining these enterprises. At the same time, if your industry is at a very mature, evolved stage, where, for example, it's mature pension funds and other fund houses that invest there, you are not going to rely a lot on what I call it alpha, high returns, high risk vehicles, because you just can't afford to. So it's less of the industry. Yes, there's a lot more tech startups than there are, and financial services startups than other industries, but it's not actually a function of the industry. It's a function of the maturity of the industry which you are going through. So hopefully that answers the first part of the question around other things. Cash based compensation still has phenomenal relevance if you need to be competitive to hire top talent, right? And I don't think we are still in an ecosystem where people come in and say, I'm willing to take 70, 80, 90% of my rewards as pay at risk. We are not that stage of evolution in India, even at the most senior levels.
Thank you, Arun. That was really nice. Ekta, moving to you. From the business lens, right, how do you see AI and data-driven analytics shaping the real-time decisions that you are making around pay, right? Might be, you can talk a little about, if you are okay, that how do you measure the project-linked outcomes, or might be the NPS, CSAT scores linked to the reward system?
Sure, one of my favorite topics again, AI, right? So even from the engineering lens today, in cohorts where we say we have agile squads, we do stand-ups in the morning. There is one person in the team that's an AI bot, right? So the AI bot would come in a stand-up and then say, I did this today, right? Pretty much like how the others would say. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out as much as in engineering on the HR side, right? So why not? It'd be nice to see if we can capture real-time data about performance, about everything that the person delivers, a bit of emotional factor to the person's past, right? What the person has done, experience levels, all of that into the warehouse, right? It'll be nice like a Uber driver star, right? That you get real-time performance, analytics back vis-a-vis waiting till the end of the year to say, hey, this is what your rating is, right? So every time, you have real-time rating generated as to what you did good, what you did bad. It's great for managers, it's great for HR, it's great for persons themselves, and there is a huge amount of transparency because there are no biases to what the previous session we heard, right? Everything is pretty much calculated on the time, right, on the go. It'll be nice when AI tools remember and they remind us that it's award time and the person has done so and so, because that gets missed out. It'll be nice when AI says, so much RSUs I have calculated, please do this, right? So I think it should definitely get AI driven, but this is like the perennial question, right? It's like, should death sentence be penalized or should be there in India, right? So as much as we need AI to do all of this, we also definitely need a human touch, right? So what I would think will be like a right mix is managers, HRs looking at these tools, leveraging them to then not put biases, but put the real people angle to it, and then use these systems to actually make AI-based performance, calculations and award performance results accordingly.
If I may just add very quickly, and I think we are not at a stage where AI can be trusted to make comp decisions. But what AI is already putting on the table is it summarizes the history and the context for the people who need to take decisions to be able to take better decisions. And I think we are already at that stage.
Absolutely.
I think it's AI along with the human judgment.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. So moving on to you, Anamika. Today, right, every organization is paying top dollar for the same AI and the cyber talent. And you were talking a lot about the EVPs, right? So how are you strengthening your value proposition beyond compensation?
I'll talk about the value proposition with a combination of all that has been discussed in this room since morning. And the key was personalization, right? We've been speaking about it, personalization. One of the co-panel members had actually mentioned personalization doesn't necessarily mean each and every individual to have a personalized support system. It could be a group, it could be, let's say, a section of people. It could be a stage of life that you're in. It could be stage of career you are in, or the grade you are in, the compensation you are at in, right? So at different stages, the purpose for you, for your personal goals, for your professional goals is different. Through AI-enabled tools, there is a possibility to assess what are your personal goals, what are your professional goals. Through surveys, you can do it. Through one-on-one check-ins also, this can be done. And once you have that data, again, AI can definitely support to create the personalized value propositions for employees, right? That's the key. If you, as an employee, you feel that your organization is understanding your need, your purpose, what drives you, that will help you be with the organization for long. That will help you be retained in the organization as well. That is how a value proposition, as I believe, can be created and should be created. Not necessary for each and every individual, but in groups, right? That's the personalization to create purpose for employees.
Okay, thank you. Adding to that point, Ambarish, now that you hire a lot of tech talents, right, where people have more and more increasingly becoming, skill-driven and mobile. And you also talked a lot about how you actually go ahead and hire. So how are you reimagining your propositions to attract and retain talents? Mainly might be if you can talk about something that is just beyond compensation.
Yeah, so I think the word competitive salary these days, right, has been a very, and I was talking to my fellow colleagues here, that it's been a very abused word these days, right? I was reading a post on LinkedIn by Anupam Mittal, who is the founder of Shadi.com, stating that every employee comes to him and says, I want a 30 to 40% hike. But there's no rationale behind that, right? It has to be value driven, right? I can't offer a competitive salary to anyone and everyone who comes and says I want a 30% raise because I've probably got a counter offer, or some company is trying to hire me, right? How do you define impact? How do you define value? Is something which is paramount to HR function, right? If an ML ops engineer comes and says that with his automation, he has saved probably 2 crores INR for the company, that's impact, that's scarcity, right? If you have improved an X process and and increased the revenue by Y, that's impact. You can't just come and say, I have run an ML model and just as a tinkering lab, I've done multiple things, but there's no ROI for that, right? It's of no use for the company. So, in my honest opinion, first of all, compensation, as I said, competitive salary is a very abused word. Um, it should not be minced with, is it the highest of the range of that particular band, right? It should never be. A lot of leaders mince these things together and they, mix things up. What is important, and especially as a best practice that we do at our companies, we have impact bands, premium bands, where we don't just offer salary to each and every person. We definitely would offer someone who is a top 10% performer in the company, losing whom will probably overnight or over a couple of quarters will lose market share, because that person is building a product which is giving us probably 50 to 60% revenue, right? So it is important to offer salaries to employees who are top performers, but there has to be a validation for that. Impact bands are something we have done. Secondly, there's a very unique concept which is market volatility allowance that we keep aside, right, for some of our top performers, so that we value them, we give them. And by the way, I forgot to mention, Juniper also is a very employee centric company. We invest a lot in employee trainings. In fact, we have set up probably more than 400 COEs across the country to train fresh grads out of college, and we have probably planned to train them on Juniper devices every year, roughly around 10,000 plus fresh grads. So as a company, we invest a lot on trainings as well. Uh, to answer your question, it is important to give competitive salaries and retain talent within the company, but it should not be at a cost where you're disguised by someone's value. There has to be a value that has to be validated, and only then that person should be given that compensation.
Well, that's a nicely framed
I think if to paraphrase, I think there is a lot they being talked about skills, right? Unless skills translate into actions, that translate into delivery, that translate into impact. One of the metrics in the last slide that the previous speaker spoke about, what are we paying for, is a fundamental question. And one of the fault lines that I see very clearly across the India GCC spectrum is predominantly the ecosystem is paying for activities rather than impact. And unless that shifts, we are a million miles away from recognizing pay for performance. And the ability to measure outcome is what creates artificial landscapes around presentisms. Because what's the biggest fear in the hybrid model that organizations had, which is, because I can't measure what people do, I want them sitting next to me.
I would just add one small thing there, Paulami, right? I forgot to mention that while you are retaining your employees with a competitive salary, it is also important that the managers tell their existing employees that don't get demoralized because you're not getting a 30% hike. It's very important and paramount to business that manager knows how to communicate an average performing employee that they will get the deserved hike if they perform well, right? So that's manager coaching is very, very important in a company which has impact bands for retaining as well as attracting talent.
Well, that's very interesting. We started from pay for skills, then pay transparency, and then we moved to pay for impact, right? Quickly moving on to Dr. Jayanti. Now, we talked a lot with the corporate people. Yes. Now, in terms of academics, right, how do you see the definition of reward evolving? What do today's young professionals, right, mostly you are dealing with the Gen Zs, right, truly value? And how do you think that the organizations should respond to that shift?
Yeah, very true. Today's youngsters, or today the ones who are sitting in class, are Gen Zs. They are digitally born. And some of their teachers are like, they are impatient. They want instant gratification. I feel they are intelligent, they are critical thinkers, but they want everything quickly. And that is one characteristics or feature that our generation did not have. We waited, we had patience, and we worked a long way up. But today's generation is something different. The expectations in career or in their corporate world is completely different. And I think the organization can respond to them by devising or defining their policies to make jobs more autonomy, like giving them a little freedom. And of course, like they say, pay by performance. So metrics to measure performance, their performance and recognize. It's not only the monetary aspect that they look for something much more than that. Like autonomy, work-life balance, health, mental health especially. All these are something that they look forward when they question a lot. I see some companies that come to our campus and they give a presentation. There are a set of questions that the students ask about their career growth. And I think when HR is ready with all these answers, retention might not be a problem from the Gen Z.
Can I just add to that? Dr. Jayanti made a very pertinent point, right? In different generations, there are different needs, right? Again, is it the clear career path they are looking for, career guidance they are looking for?
Mentoring.
Exactly, mentoring, coaching. There are different platforms, opportunities to learn, opportunities to grow, and opportunities to upskill, reskill themselves. There are different needs, right? Those are from the professional front. From the personal front, again, childcare support, parental care support, right? Maybe health and fitness participation in any of these wellness programs, or participating in external seminars like these to present their organization. What is it key for them, right? That's what we need to define. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, everyone. But before we end, I have a quick rapid fire, and that will just take few seconds. I know the times is up. So, starting with you, Anamika, skills or experience, what should drive the compensation now?
Combination.
Okay. Moving on to you, Arun. Pay for performance or pay for potential?
Personal choice potential.
Okay. Ekta, AI-driven decision or human judgment? Who gets the final say in pay?
Oh, blend of both, but move more towards AI. Pivot more towards AI now.
Okay. Ambarish, one thing money can't buy but at work is?
A manager, especially someone who knows your salary.
Okay. Dr. Jayanti, what's harder, justifying a raise or denying one?
Denying one.
Okay. And this is for all of you. If compensation were a movie, what genre would it be?
Horror.
Rom-com.
Thriller.
Arun, you?
A romantic thriller. It always starts with romance, ends with a thriller.
What about you, Ambarish?
I would say suspense thriller, especially the suspense is about the salary, so suspense thriller.
Looks like your performance season is on.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a great discussion, everyone. And do we have any questions from the audience?
We have a few.
Can we have the mic, please? Just be a little louder so that everybody can also hear. We have time for one question.
But I might want to disagree on the higher current fact because you can't measure in 4 rounds of interview. But yes, on the year-on-year, I definitely agree. I've seen that happen in the organization where would have hired for a higher quantity because every new hire will have a higher level of salary, right? When they come in from the market, right? Especially IT or any other thing. But that is one point. And second one, very genuine question, not to you both, Matt, but the other three. If I apply today in your organization, if there is a role for me, yeah, the boss, will you ask me what is my salary?
I might, being very transparent. I will also check. I am a part of, exactly, but I might still ask, what is your expectation, right? That's the, what you are drawing right now is not my prerogative. It's okay. You are drawing whatever. It's your expectation. Thank you. I'm hired, right? In your organization, I'm hired, right?
Do we have any other questions?
My name is Sujay and part of Novo Nordisk, which is a global pharma company. My question is to Arun. So what are the challenges that you have faced in implementing pay transparency and how are you addressing it?
So I think pay transparency has started off in US and Europe. It's still not legislated in India. And even in the US, they are going through a learning phase. For example, the starting position used to be kind of you need to publish all of your job ranges. But everyone knows that no two jobs are really equal unless you are hiring 50 sales representatives and 20 area sales managers, especially as you get into niche technology areas. Like job comparisons is not an easy job within rewards for people who are within the function. So typically organizations started complying by providing a wider range and then trying to get more specific to specific job families and job architecture based roles. So I think that's a journey that's happening. The second part is that it's a little bit commercially, you got to be very careful. The people who have current salaries which are possibly very low will take refuge under the legal framework and not disclose. The ones who want you to outbid what they are making will want to disclose. So there is a risk that if you don't manage this balancing regulatory impact with commercial impact, that your whole organization might take pay and benefits to the right-hand side skew, which is not sustainable because there's a market that you need to operate in. The third part is more cultural. Pay transparency, I joke that in some of the collectivist societies, and I call India a collectivist society and with a lot of respect, that sometimes we build a culture where in the organization, somebody getting something is more frowned than nobody getting anything, right? And I think that comes from decades of, I think I want to give credit to the head of Business World who spoke earlier in the morning. This whole comparison culture, even if I'm really happy, I feel miserable if somebody is getting a penny more, right? And I think that's fundamental. If my satisfaction is entirely hedged on how satisfied somebody else is, that's a culture that is a real anathema to driving pay transparency. So there is a lot more. We can have a chat over coffee on that, but these are my headline thoughts. It still is a talent war. It's a little bit like this. In the stock market, you will have price discovery. You have earnings, which is a fact. And then you have a multiplier, which is the belief. Price times multiplier, earnings times multiplier is the price on the market. So you could either be a value stock, just quoting 6 times earnings and having a long sustainable life, or you could value yourself at 100 times earnings and come crashing the next day. What would you believe you deserve as a talent? If everyone says they want to be valued by 100 times, be prepared for the stock, because when the market tanks, they're the first ones to book losses against.
Thank you so much, and I'm afraid we have to close the Q&A over here because we have limited time. Sir, I'm really sorry, but we have to kind of move forward. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please? And please feel free to connect with the questions offline. I'll request Mr. Abdullah from BW People to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our speakers from Right Shift, Amity University, and also the BW People magazine. Can we have the gift hampers quickly, please? I'll request all of you to come forward so that we can do the photographs over here. Thank you so much. What a pleasure to have all of them together. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them? Thank you so much. Very interesting compensation strategies have been decided on. Like I mentioned, I'm sure the employees will be getting a reality check and at the same time, some knowledge. Thank you. And we're talking about movie genre. It can also be horror comedy, right? You know, initially it's horror when they learn about the salary and then they laugh about themselves, right? Thank you so much to all of you. We will now be moving on to an interesting session. This is going to be about care that counts, beyond benefits, proactively building a preventive healthcare culture in GCCs. I want to integrate the concept of healthcare in GCCs. This is what we are going to be doing right now. I'll just wait for them to quickly set the stage free and thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to be calling upon stage our next honorable speaker. Can I please have Mr. Anurag Bhatnagar, Chief of Institutional Business from MediBuddy on stage, please? Sir, are you mic'd up? Awesome. Give sir a big round of applause, please. And I must tell you all something about MediBuddy, which they're doing before you start, sir, if, with your kind permission. They're having a very interesting, non-invasive screening out there. And I myself did it, so I can tell you. It's very, very easy. You just need to register over there. And you will actually get to understand more about your diabetes and hypertension and also cholesterol, I believe, right? So that's exactly, and you just get the test done. It takes 1 minute and you get the report by 8 and 9 p.m. You can take me for your next commercial advertisement, hopefully. But then jokes apart, that's exactly what MediBuddy have been doing. So over to you, sir. You can get yourself screened and tested as well. Unfortunately, don't have time for breaks, sir, but you can create your own break, I'm sure. Thank you.
But possibly after the session. This will be interesting one. Good evening, everyone. I am Anurag Bhatnagar. I am the Chief of Institutional Business for MediBuddy. I think a lot of interesting sessions we had today, and something which is a cornerstone to the employee well-being within the GCC framework is healthcare, which is what I'll be talking about today. And this is both an employee as well as an employer lens in the GCCs that I'm trying to bring in. So let's start with a small story. This is about Rajiv and Sarah. These are two employees working for a multinational company. Incidentally, they fall sick, and a disease which was common to both of them in different locations, of course. While Sarah walks into care, Rajiv walks into bills. Now, it's not about that, what is the twist? It's not about that the plans, it was about the design of the benefit structure in this company, which led to different outcomes for the two employees working for the same company. And I'm not talking about the IPD or hospitalization here, I'm talking about the OP benefits, which is what I'll delve deeper, which is more of the preventive side of the story. Now, this is one slide which we all understand. Today in this room, there must be HRs from various GCCs. When we talk about group medical claim policies, when we talk about IPDs, you all will have very clear answers, defined structures in your mind that, okay, this is the sum assured that we provide, this is the coverage we give, these are the benefits that we cover, these are the people whom we cover for, these are the limits, sublimits, copays, and all that is very well defined. But when we talk about preventive care, I think then we struggle. We say, yes, we have health checks, we also do EAP, but there's no defined structure to it, which is the core issue. You'll be surprised to know 70% of employees are carrying at least one lifestyle disease risk. It could be hypertension, or it could be dyslipidemia, which is cholesterol in the blood. It could be weight gain and many more factors which they carry today. And interestingly, only 20% of the corporates provide a regular health checkup to the corporate employees. We are taking into consideration all corporates put together, which includes manufacturing, banking, everyone. So, which is more of a reactive approach. We are planning well for the hospitalization, but not planning for preventing hospitalization, which is where the whole story resides. Second is the out-of-pocket expense. Now, this is a very easily available data points. Most of the data points that I'll be presenting today are coming from CII MediBuddy report 2025. In the last slide, I also have a QR code by which you can download in your smartphones, or you can access on the MediBuddy booth as well. But these are researched over 1,000 corporates in the country. And that's how we have come with these data points. 60% of the spends in the healthcare, it includes IPD and OPD both, is out of pocket, which is a large chunk of spend going from individual's pocket, and these are not coming from the payers or the benefits design teams. And when you are reactive, you don't have a prevention first approach, these are the stats that are coming out very clearly. Since the session is about GCCs and this, we are talking about them, these are data points I think we all will know. 1,900 GCCs in the country today. It has grown from 1,600 last year, almost 2 million employees. But what is important? Important is healthcare is going to be a very cutting edge for you to retain talent in your companies. And I have data points to support that. With such fast growth of GCCs setting up offices in the country, where will the talent come from? The talent pool pace is not growing this fast, which means we will all compete for talent. And these are a few data points which I want to talk about. The first is about what is an employee preference. This is SHRM survey 2022. After compensation, the second most aspect of the benefits they are keen on is health and wellness benefits. What kind of benefits a corporate is sponsoring? The second is a data point that has come through CII MediBuddy report. On an average, an organization spends or loses 85,000 rupees to 1.12 lakh rupees, either due to stress-related leaves or productivity loss, or chronic conditions leading to productivity dips. Whereas a well-designed wellness program can also give you a 3 to 4 times return on the productivity, which is what we will cover how to design that program. So this is again, what do employee want? We have been talking about this, that okay, employee prefer health and wellness benefits as the second most priority. This research came out with 3 top things, and I'd like to thank Dr. Jayanti, who did mention 2 out of those: flexibility, work-life balance, and mental well-being. I think work-life balance and mental well-being is what she also covered in her previous discussion. These are the top 3 things an employee is looking forward to in their prospective corporate or the organization they want to join. For the first time in this country, if this was the need, we also thought, okay, let's look at how these plans that we have, the preventive wellness plan, how good are they? How effective are they? And MediBuddy came up with this whole scientific exercise. We call it Corporate Wellness Quotient, CWQ. This is what we did for 1,000 corporates, and this is a large gamut of industries. We're talking about IT, ITS, BFSI, we're talking about GCCs, we're talking about manufacturing. The average score in the country today is 55, which means we have a lot we can do still in terms of designing our benefits. A lot of work has to be done. Of course, while 55 is the average, there are IT, ITS companies and services companies who are leading the whole pack. But then there are a lot many who are not able to actually keep the pace with the development that is happening on this front. This is the wellness paradox, which is the time for us to check the efficacies of our benefits that we have been designing. We already discussed that 72% employees want health and wellness benefits. But interestingly, 96% of them want personalized benefit or flexibility, the term I used in the previous slide. Flexibility, personalized benefits. But interestingly, 76% of employees or 77% are not satisfied with the current benefits. the designs or the strategies that we have put in place are not to the liking of employees and could lead to attrition in these corporates. So how can we do that? I think the most important question is, how do we design a very comprehensive healthcare strategy? This is, before going there actually, this is something we should understand, and I think previous panel also covered this briefly. We today again look at employees. If we talk about health checks, we say, okay, less than 40 male-female package, more than 40 male-female package. This is how we design our annual health checkup programs. Do we do a differentiation basis the cohorts in terms of, and this is just one cut. I'm not even talking about demography here. I'm not even talking about socioeconomic background. I'm not even talking about the hazards an employee face. In an organization, they could be factory workers, they could be white-collared workers. The design have to be different. The strategy has to be different. Just this one cut on age bands. Look at what the expectations employees have. A 25 to 35 employee want a fast app, a digital app wherein he possibly or she can punch in some data points, get fast outcomes, and maybe a fitness or a gym access is what he or she may prefer. But coming to a 45-year-old employee, he or she may want access to consults, because at this age, I would like to consult various specialists and maybe a comprehensive health checkup plan which covers a lot of advanced tests. So needs are different, and that's why personalization is important. This is one way we have been working with some of the leading companies in the GCC ecosystem today. We have come up with a flexi wallet approach. Flexi wallet means, this doesn't mean that your spend starts increasing. We all have budgets, we all have designs, and we can't just inflate budgets or spends year on year. But flexi means you can design a benefit plan basis the employee population that you have. You can also include and decide who all to cover in this benefit plan. Like a teleconsultation, possibly you can also cover parental population without having any additional cost. And you have all the specialists available on a tele or a video call. Medicines, you may want to cover only employee spouse, that to a prescribed medicine only, not a OTC medicine, for example. You may want to cover health checks, and then you can have cuts for 35 or 30 or basic other bands that you may want to create. Or you may want to give them a flexibility that if you already know about your health condition, like I am diabetic or I have a cardiac issue, then you should only go and get tested for those kind of packages which are designed for these conditions. So that flexibility can be brought in through a flexi wallet, which means a definite amount is pre-decided and limits, sub-limits are created within this flexi wallet, and you can make it cashless reimbursement to start with and slowly move to a cashless framework. And organizations that have done this, of course, we have seen increased awareness and utilization, wherein one of the goal was to increase utilization. Also, the productivity has improved. And I'll also talk about a tool which is Sherlock 2.0, which has been deployed in terms of checking for FWA, which is fraud, waste, and abuse through a reimbursement mode. This is an organization, a GCC, wherein this is our 4th year of services to this company. This company started with a pure play reimbursement program. A huge amount of FWA started coming up. We all know it's pretty easy to get a medicine bill and submit it for a reimbursement. It's pretty easy to you go to a platform and download any hospital format and you can fill it up. Technology is evolving for sure. With this, a huge amount of fraud was unearthed in the employee population. Of course, there was a lot of attrition which happened in this company. And this company moved towards a pure cashless model. With this cashless model, of course, there was a lot of infrastructure that was created in terms of cashless access for employees. But at the same time, fraud dropped by 80%. When I'm saying fraud, I'm talking about fraud, wastages, and abuse, all three put together. This is 80% drop. The savings that this company got on the outgo was 6.3 crores. Just basis going a cashless mode, deploying a Sherlock system to check for 22 pointers, like in the interim, they also had reimbursement for a while, wherein prescription, what name is mentioned, and the bill, what name is mentioned, duplicate bills, alteration with a PDF, a metadata. So the shell log also has capability to look at if a PDF file has been altered by somebody through a PDF editor, that can be detected through this tool. This led to a 6.3 crore saving on a policy size of 24-25 crores. That is huge, just by coming to cashless. See, we all know if somebody is not well at home, I will rush and take them for a doctor consult. And if doctor says, go get this test done, I will not even think about discounts I want to negotiate. I will just get those tests done. That's what I'll do at best. But when it's cashless, the discounts are pre-applied. You need not to negotiate. You just get them because this is what leading platforms have negotiated on your behalf in advance. New services can be added. These are, I think, hidden gems. I would use the term loosely. We generally focus on health checks, lab investigations, prescribed medicines, consultations. But trust me, numbers are alarming on dental and vision. Those mild headaches that we generally ignore by having a cup of tea or maybe going out for a quick walk and a chat and come back and start doing our work. Lives are changing. The digital time that we spend today is huge. Our eyes are not designed for that. 23% of Indians are getting impacted with poor eyesight. And the sad part is many of us are not aware about it. This came as a revelation when we brought vision as cashless. So some of the leading partners like a Lenskart, a Specmaker, a Vision Express are now onboarded for the first time in the history of the country that they give you a cashless vision service. We did these on-site camps wherein eyes were tested. This was the number coming from that corporate data set, and it's a large corporate. Dental, and we are not used to this. At best, we are used to a preventive health check if somebody nudges us through an app notification or a call. But how many of us go for a preventive dental check, a preventive vision check? I don't think many of us do that. And which is what is causing this whole data set coming out of in front of us. So these are now available on cashless formats. Of course, mental well-being was spoken even earlier, is an important aspect. You have far more evolved platforms today. You have AI-driven platform wherein the person on the app switches the language in the language you want to talk to him or her in, which means if I am talking in English and I move to a Punjabi, they start talking to you in Punjabi. And it could be even a minor of a discussion that you want to have. For example, I have a presentation with my manager. I am slightly stressed. Can you help me? And the person on the app starts talking to you. This is what AI revolution is bringing in into our country as well. So EAP word is changing. It's no more in-person consultation with a psychologist or a psychiatrist for a treatment. Maternity care is a beautiful program. I have been a proponent of this for a decade now. Something we all miss. We always talk about gender equity. We always talk about benefits for women. But sad part is, except for maybe 30% of forward-looking companies, we still treat maternity as a leave period wherein already spends are done, maternity cover is given. But imagine the journey that women will be leading. It's a life-changing movement for the women. And you can do a lot of support at a very nominal cost. Each pregnancy is different. Each mother, expecting mother needs a care. So a team of gynecologists, physiotherapists, dietitian, psychologist, they act as a supplement to the treating gynecologist. This team doesn't replace a gynecologist, they just support the gynecologist in providing you that kind of interaction, the query resolution time, which a gynecologist may not be able to do, and has given a lot of impact. The return rate to the work have improved. Women resigning after maternity have actually dropped through the program. And we have data points which we can share with all of you. This is a grid coming across industries, 1,000+ corporates. You can very well also, so what this shows is if in a given industry, what kind of benefit utilization is happening for the programs that you have designed. And if your design, if like in a BFSI, if number of unique employees using a benefit from the programs that have been designed is 11 to 20%, it's a moderate performance. There are gold standards. There are corporates who are actually achieving and overachieving these numbers. Basis, of course, a lot of planning, designing of the plan, and awareness program that has to come alongside it. And this is how some of the corporates have reached gold standard as well. This is what I had to cover today with all of you. This is the report I was talking about. This is the second version of CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, MediBuddy report 2025. This is across 1,000 corporates. A lot of detailed aspects of healthcare and evolving face of healthcare has been covered in this report. You can scan this QR code and also visit on our booth if you have any further queries. Thank you so much.
Big round of applause. We did that drill, right? Level 1, level 2, level 3. Yes, thank you so much. I request Ashish, sir, I'll request you to wait on stage, please. We have Ashish Kumarji coming up and giving you the gifts and the token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Once again, give it up for him, please, as well. Ashish Kumar, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have the hampers quickly from Amity University, Right Shift, and the BW People magazine? Magazine is in. We need it outside. We need the magazine to be shown, no? Yeah. Yeah, correct. This is the moment. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Anurag sir, for being with us. Look forward to having you the next time we do this initiative. Let's quickly set up the chairs for the next panel. The panel that we're going to be talking about right now is rapid expansion of GCCs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, from one interesting topic to the other. This is about rapid expansion of GCCs from Tier 2 to Tier 3 cities. This is the penultimate panel of the day. Iske baad we have another one. Yeah, just to set the tone right, that your energy can't drop now. Maybe at the last one or after the last one, then it can drop a little bit before we resume with the awards. Thank you. Can we quickly get this sorted? So what I'm doing is, without wasting any time, I'm going to be introducing our speakers. The topic that's set to be discussed right now is rapid expansion of GCCs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. My first speaker over here is Vimal Kumar Raja Prabhakaran, Associate VP from Coro Health. Can we please have sir on stage over here? With a big round of applause to welcome him with, please. Thank you. I request you to take this seat because, yeah, as per the photo arrangement. My next speaker, Mr. Rajesh Menon, VP Global Business Services from CrowdStrike. Give it up for him, please, everybody. Rajesh ji, thank you. My next speaker is Mr. Jay Shankar Mahadev, Senior Director, Talent Acquisition, India and APAC, Blue Yonder. एक फिल्म का डायलॉग है, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है? Can we please avoid the sannata and get some noise and clapping and going in? Thank you. My next speaker is Dr. Monit Kapoor, Pro VC and Director, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University. So is it supposed to be called Pro VC? Pro Vice Chancellor, okay. Pro Vice Chancellor, and the session is going to be chaired by Ragini Ravindra, Senior Unit Manager from HR Infosys. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so we can remove that chair maybe, and maybe space. Ek chair, let's quickly remove. Apologies, Chandrani ji couldn't join us for the session. So yeah, let's quickly maybe space it out a little bit. Wait, we'll do that. Yeah, yeah, just maybe a little bit on this side. Yeah, little bit. Yeah. Yeah. There should be close bond.
have supply chain technology, healthcare, and among the professional lenses represented here, we have HR, talent acquisition, as well as business as well. So the GCC landscape as we know it is undergoing a tectonic shift, and we're moving away from traditional metrocentric models to more of a distributed footprint in both tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And so this is not just about cost anymore. It's more of a strategic move towards unlocking untapped talent, fostering regional development, building resilient and future-ready organizations. With that context, my first question to you, gentlemen, and we'll give maybe all of you all an opportunity to give us a quick bite on what you think. What do you see as the biggest strategic advantage of expanding GCCs into tier 2 and tier 3 cities beyond cost arbitrage?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Rapni, for the quick intro. And for me, coming from a tier 2 city and also we have set up operations. I'm part of an organization called Guru Health. We are an healthcare analytics integrated healthcare RCM solution provider company. So we have set up operations in Coimbatore, Kochi, Calicut. We've scaled up close to 4,000 in the last 3 years in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Like biggest advantage for us is being first mover, access to talent pool, availability of STEM grads, and primarily retention. So these are biggest influences for us.
All right, over to you, Rajesh.
I'm going to take a little more from a business standpoint. I think the cost arbitrage is completely a run-over concept anymore in GCCs. Nobody really is talking much about it. But one of the things I really notice why businesses want to be in tier 2 cities is that there is a big hub and spoke model, which is getting influenced in the way how GCCs are setting up. And you definitely want your informative strategic centers in one place and the operation centers in another place. The third aspect I see that when you're divided between the large scales and the mid and the short scales, they definitely want to put their bet in where they really think they can bite a lot more. So tier 2 cities become extremely crucial at that time. Far-fetched, you get grade A candidates, you get grade A infrastructure. It's very easy to come and set up. You find a lot more loyalty from candidates who get in there. The competitive kill is very less at that time. I'm sure the HR folks wouldn't stretch much on that one. So that way, business models make a big difference. And tier 2 cities definitely are quite a crowd puller when it comes to the GCCs there now.
Okay, hi everyone. So from a tier 2 and tier 3 perspective, right? So I come from a talent acquisition background. So from an industry perspective, organizations are trying to look at definitely cost arbitrage. It started from cost arbitrage, but nowadays it's all about talent diversification as well as the talent retention as well. So tier 2 is really sort of feeding in, like he also mentioned, the hub and spoke model. While a lot of GCCs have their main centers in the major metros, but the tier 2 cities are playing a very pivotal role in really creating a cluster for certain specific skills and departments. Example, one of the recent study by, or analyst study released by Zinno Consulting says that at a rate of tier 1 versus tier 2 city expansions are moving at a pace as good as 37% higher than a tier 1 expansion for the organizations. So that tells us for a precise reason why this is happening in such a rate. Example, there are a lot of proven tier 2 cities, right, that are up and running. In Jaipur, organizations are trying to focus on a fintech workforce base. A place like a Cochin is really scaling up for all our IT infrastructure sort of a thing. Coimbatore, in all aspects of new gen technologies, from a typical IT service consulting to a data science labs and so on and so forth. So beyond cost arbitrage, there are a lot of transformative, it's a talent retention, productivity aspect of it, the cost models. Of course, the cost is very, very important. Organizations are still saving a lot of cost on infrastructures. As simple as how much time employees are taking to commute in a tier 1 city versus tier 2 city, how that is linked to the productivity aspects and so on and so forth. So these are some of the trends that are pushing organizations to look at tier 2 versus tier 3 expansions.
Yeah, I guess the last shot at it, but I'll take a different view on this one. My view will be more from an academic perspective, and we have been feeding the talent pipelines and having served at universities in Punjab, in Uttarakhand, in Haryana, in Himachal Pradesh, and now in Karnataka. I can safely tell you that students, when they are going out of the campus, they are looking for a job. That is their first criteria, and a well-paying one. But if they have a wish to make, they would definitely like to stay near to their locations rather than going far away. That is one thing. So then from that standpoint, early talent acquisition exercises would be specific to those cities where these tier 2 or tier 3 city-based GCCs will set up. Having said that, we need to look at the data points, certain data points, which are brought for you. So Bangalore has almost 40% of the GCCs, which are already established. Hyderabad is currently sitting at 17%, Chennai at 15%, Pune 12%, Delhi at 13%. So these are your major cities where you see a lot of GCC being set up. But till how long cities like Bangalore or Hyderabad, they can expand. There is a limit to it. There is an estimate 1.51 crore will be the population of this city where we are sitting right now. So it makes much more sense to diversify it. And to that extent, you can, if you will scout, you will find that there are certain state governments which are coming up with policies which are very, very similar to the one that state of Karnataka has put up. And even state of Karnataka has a policy which is incentivizing the GCCs to be set up in cities like Mysore or Mangalore. And there have been some efforts from the Ministry of, from the local government ministers also. What I see as an advantage in this one is that I guess we have heard attrition more than one time today in the hall. And tier 2 and tier 3 cities, if we are able to funnel in talent locally from the nearby geographies into those GCCs, it's no fun to make a person travel from Bangalore and go and work in a GCC based out of Jaipur. That is not the fun. If you can nurture talent locally and then provide those talents to the local GCC setup, being set up, then I guess this is a win-win situation which will solve a lot of demographic challenges that we're facing. And it will definitely be a cost saver. That is also my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a variety of insights there coming in from different industries. With that, let's move to a different dimension of this conversation. And I'd like to ask this question to Rajesh. And this is more from business, right? How are global clients actually reacting to the idea of delivery from non-metro locations? Are their perceptions changing?
Oh, definitely, yes. Their perceptions changing and by far in a large way. I think most of them, at least the global dynamic thought process is that more about build and scale than build and retain, which makes a big difference. Because when you do GCCs in the past, you're talking about, it's evolved from a time of called shared services, then the GBS, then the GCCs, then now it's the GIS. That's the new terminology which is getting in progression. Likewise, which also means the demand for the global customers have been changed a lot. They know there's a lot more we can bring in here. Right from back offices, we are literally talking about agentic AIs which we can do here. Our product engineering hubs are getting done here. They clearly know that what's in here to get through across. So if you divide them in two aspects, you basically look at like how Monit said, you have the early birds you catch up first. The low-hanging ones are the interns and the ones, the new, fresh graduates which are coming through. And then you break through across with the people who can make decisions and strategic decisions, and they can build products, they have the experience and the expertise. So when you look at that, you get an absolute good balance where you want to. And when your academia is very good at that time, tier 2s are nowhere far behind on that one. Unless you want it very pacey, that's when they go to Bangalore and Hyderabad. But immediately everybody realizes that there's more opportunity when you start looking outside them. What you can ask for is much, much more than what tier 1 can do. So definitely the thought process, there's a huge dynamic shift in the way they look at this and how they want to really push through on the tier 2s and tier 3s.
Jay, I think you have a view you would like to share.
Sure. Could you repeat one more time the question?
Sure. How are global clients reacting to the idea of delivery from non-metro cities? Are their perspectives changing?
Yes, the perspectives are changing. So global organizations have already started looking at or reaping the benefits of getting this productivity aspect from a tier two as well. Like we mentioned in the to a response to your first question, there are a variety of reasons why organizations are looking at expansion first. So it's all about multi-factor in terms of you know tier one cities are crowded. That doesn't mean that it's not expanding, but tier two cities are equally providing the required talent for certain specific skills and practices. So, the biggest, just to give you an example, right? So if global organizations are trying to look at or trying to scale in a similar pace, right? So earlier there used to be a competition from early career talent. If you were to hire in any of the tier one city versus in tier two city, you end up paying the similar compensation benchmarks. So organizations are now trying to look at that tier model in the compensation band as well, because it's straight giving them a cut of 15 to 20% lower than the tier one, right? So likewise, organizations are very cautiously trying to set up, what can go into tier two versus tier one. That's why it is evolving as well. So some of the tier two cities have already caught up, and not that only, high-end work is only happening in tier one. Slowly, gradually, if at all we look at from a trend perspective, all big consulting companies like a Deloitte or a KPMG or a EY, they have a strong presence in these tier two cities. I think that's a trend that we are seeing, not just from a skill perspective, skill, talent retention, and aspirations, from these tier two students. Of course, whenever we go and look at the aspirations of tier two students, we look at 50% of them still want to, they've studied their lifetime in tier two itself, but they want to come to tier one. So you see that trend as well. Vis-a-vis the other side of the population, they will be more than happy to find a career opportunity, start and live in the place where they've studied. So a lot of interesting trends from a talent perspective, as well as how organizations are trying to realize the value of having a presence in tier two. The short answer is, of course, they're seeing a huge benefit from it.
Thank you for sharing those thoughts. With that, let's shift gears and explore another important aspect that is shaping our transformation, and that is culture. This question is to you, Vimal. As HR leaders, how do we ensure that organization culture remains consistent across metros and non-metros? How do you balance the need for physical presence with the benefits of remote work, especially in building culture and trust?
First thing, culture is curated. It's not. It is curated. So first thing, harmonized policies across locations, which is uniform policies with what we follow. Two, as it's an organization, we've harmonized salaries across tier one, tier two. It is the same salary band, so we don't differentiate between tier one, tier two, so that so that is catered. And three, we also ensure sufficient opportunities for upskilling for team members, and that will also enhance culture. So these are aspects what we primarily look into and ensure we are aligned to an organization goals as such.
Rajesh, would you like to add some color there from a business point of view?
See, culture is pretty prevalent, right? I think each organization kind of defines what it needs to be working from a culture standpoint. But I think tier one and tier two has its own niche of how they carved out, like how Jay said, there's always an aspiration from a tier two to come to a tier one. And typically there are a lot of them in tier one who would like to pace off and keep it more easy and where they need to work through across. So this whole hybrid model back to office has actually contributed a lot to the culture, where it's been the large chunk of people who were hired between the 2021, 22, 23, they absolutely did not know what can be done from an office point of view. I see a lot of organizations actually doing a lot on that factor, and it's just not about coming back to office, it's all about saying that what you can get more done here. When you do that, if you look at the recent studies from the Cushmans and the CBREs and JLLs, the infrastructures are getting sold out like hotcake. There are companies who are just happy to take it any number of space considering next 3 years and 5 years from now. They're more than happy to have people coming to office. They clearly know that they're going to be coming in there. So that kind of investment they would only do if they're going to drive that kind of culture to keep in there. So it's a very incentivized thought process. I'm sure every employee thinks, what's in it for me? And when you do that, it's a lot about contributing, saying that why you should be there also. So organizations definitely do a lot from where the culture makes a difference. Now, Tier 2 cities has its own benefits in the way it needs to be there. I think it keeps it more close knit. It's you'll find more common faces in the office when you come to workplaces. Unlike the tier ones where you are working different business models, work in different prospects. I have my engineering and product teams who prefer to be once in a day, whereas my every other business likes to be there at least for 3 days in a week, and they have their own reasons. And there's one place where there's more noise, and the one place there's a purpose of noise. Why they come to organization. But I see the culture is something which has to be driven. It is going to be evolving. You have to drive it day in and day out. You have to keep it at the same benchmark where you've already set. So there's a lot of opportunities that way. And I think both of them have its own niche in the way how it carves out.
Thank you for that. I actually come from a tier 2 city of Mangalore, so a lot of what you said I could relate to. That actually brings us perfectly to the next part of our theme, and that is academic relationships. This question is for you, Dr. Mohit Kapoor. What role do academic partnerships play in building a sustainable talent pipeline in these regions? What are some of the successful models of academia industry collaborations that have helped tier 2 and 3 cities become viable GCC hubs?
See, Ragini, this term, bridging industry academia connect, is such a big term, which has been put to use by many professionals on their resumes, if I may say, on their professional resumes and on their LinkedIn taglines, right? And this is one gap which I guess society has been trying to address, particularly in our country, since I have started into academia, which was way back in 2004. And this gap, I feel it widens, it narrows, but it never gets filled. So now, next comes in that what kind of arrangements industry can have in our country, because every country has got its own culture. Abroad, it's a little different. Industries are coming out of universities. But we have a different kind of a industry model in our country where we are serving to offshore clients mostly, and the skin in the game is of a different kind. I'll just give you a few examples of various kinds of, allow me one extra minute in this one, where various kinds of participations are there. There are models which are existing across institutes of national importance, public sector, public funded, privately funded education institutions, where you will see people from industry who become part and parcel of curriculum development. So curriculum realignment, at this stage, they are so conscious and they will come and get the plan right. And then they will become participant to the delivery. So that is one way of looking at industry academia collaboration. Another interesting piece of collaboration which is very prevalent in engineering education across many universities. I have myself been part of such initiatives where they become part of our revenue. They will come, they will take a pie from the revenue, and then they will deliver trainings to the faculty, and then faculty goes, just like you have inductees. So we have students in our classrooms. And then the third part is where we simply outsource. So this is also one model which is very, very prevalent now in academia, where the talent preparedness needs of the graduating students are offloaded to partners who are on one end talking to the industry and who are on the one end delivering directly to the students. So that is where the industrial academia collaboration stands. So people have made money out of it, and there is philanthropy also. Having said that, now industry academia collaboration has got its various touch points, which are curriculum alignment that I just spoke about, talent pipeline development, which is a very important piece. If any university, public funded or private funded, doesn't provide employment at the end of it, they will be anyhow out of business in 2 years or 3 years at max. Then if you would have noticed, there is a lot of impetus these days on setting up TBIs inside the universities. And there is a lot of government funding which is available to it. So GCCs which are particularly working in the IP generation part, and this is where we have been reading about that. Now it is more about creating a lot of IP from rather than just doing the delivery. So TRL levels can be fastly achieved inside the labs where multiple students are working on the same problem statement. That is one thing. And to the extent that now Government of India is also started funding these activities. So GCCs plus university, if they combine, they can actually ask for a fund. And there are examples available where such funds have been given to universities, where they have been working on some credible problem statements. So this is one part of it. Now, second part, that whether this industry academia collaboration has made tier 2, tier 3 as viable destinations for GCCs to be set up. I guess this would be too much of an ask from an academic institution, because so many factors they actually add to what makes a city as a fit to be set for a GCC. Like you mentioned that for sectors the cities are being identified, which actually baffles me. I mean, how can Jaipur be only good in finance and Pune is bad in that? I mean, this is something that, but you have got your own ways to decide things, which is okay. Which is okay, because at the end, business has to be right. But having said all of that, I think there is definitely an incentive if going forward, because in IP generation is a mandate with the universities also. So if GCCs can step up and just look around what is happening, pay a visit, meet the correct people in the universities who are driving the innovation and the research part, and become part of the activity. Just watch it from sidelines and then jump in as and when they feel like. Surely there will be benefits. And few very easy hanging fruits for GCCs to get connected with the industry is where with the academia is where they can upskill their employees who wish to enhance their education qualifications, because plenty of such programs are being offered by universities of repute to working professionals. So these are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ponit. So we've looked at, the education institutions providing us a talent pool that we can recruit from to really set up GCCs. The flip side is talking about the candidate preferences. And this is to you, Vimal. What shifts have you seen in candidate preferences and expectations when hiring from tier 2, tier 3 cities? What are the trends of talent availability and aspirations that you see?
Yeah, aspirations wise, it is something a lot of members from tier 2, tier 3 focuses on leadership opportunities or longer run in the organization rather than mere job opportunities. And so that is one difference what we see emerging is something they aspire to be a leader within the organization. So while earlier it was restricted mere job, so now so that is one aspiration. Looking at to grow within the organization, grow up the ladder is something a lot of tier 2, tier 3 team members are looking at. So that's something. Apart from that, also just quickly would want to touch base on the academia program with which we earlier spoke about. So that's something we built in just to ensure there is a lot of awareness about the industry, about specific skill set. So that is major reason why we get into academia partnership, is to drive awareness among candidates, among freshers in terms of what are the potential job opportunities. So we've done, and a lot of government organizations also we've been involved in third-party organizations. So through which we were able to build sustainable talent pool. So for example, in Coimbatore or Kochi, we've partnered with a lot of colleges. We've enrolled a curriculum. Medical coding assesses a curriculum in these institutes through which we had sustainable talent pool for next few years. And so just thought of touch basing on the specific topic as such. Yeah.
Jay, if you could add to that from your talent acquisition experience on the preferences that you're seeing change among candidates.
So slowly, gradually, definitely it's shifting and changing. If we look at the tier two evolution, any tier two city, it has started with early career talent because that's a sizable talent that we've seen. Scales up faster, starts getting into a transformation in a mode. Uh, but the trend that I see currently is, if at all, depending upon the job posting index, the mid to senior talent slowly, gradually migrating from a tier one to tier two talent. So that percentage is growing gradually. We have a center in Coimbatore too. So when we really test it out for niche skill versus a generic skill, so at least I see that 10 to 15% of the migration population from different cities of India start applying for tier two job as well. Reasons are plenty, maybe because of their personal reasons, more stability. They're super pissed with tier one, city living, whatever it is. But the trend is very, very clear. Mid to senior talent is migrating for sure. But otherwise, there is a very strong base in a tier two from a university talent to a early career talent. And that base is the senior base is growing slowly, gradually. Otherwise, we've seen organizations just putting one site leader over there just to manage things out. As and when more deliverables are expected to deliver, from a specific tier two center. So obviously, within the organizations also, talents are shifting by taking that internal job opportunities. That's as far as IJPs are concerned. But the external talent, I would say there's a good 20% migration, which is clearly happening as we speak.
Very valid points brought out there. So far we have explored what the global clients expect. We've examined what is the role of academic partnerships. We've also considered what the talent perspective is. So let's now approach our final question. What would be your prediction for the next wave of GCC expansion in tier 2 and tier 3 cities? Will they become the new default? Your thoughts?
Yes. Currently tier 2, tier 3 contributes maybe 5 to 7% of overall GCCs in India. So what I forecast is, what I predict is that this would be anywhere close to around 12-15% way forward in the next few years, with emerging hubs like Vizag, Coimbatore, Kochi. So these are cities where there is a lot of potential available.
I'm going to throw in some numbers, Ragini. Currently, we have around 1,950 GCCs in India, end of 2024. The prediction by next 2 years is we're definitely going to hit the 2,000 mark and above. Now, the current distribution, like how Vimal said, is around 15% goes to the tier 2, tier 3, and the majority goes to 2 major tier 1 metros, and then they break it down further to figure it out where it is. But it also sees that there's going to be a huge shift in by 2029, 2030, where the study it says, this is from the NASSCOMs and the EYs, so in doing that, tier 2 is going to take a bigger chunk of the ones who are coming in, because they're going to be so established and well ahead of these guys that they know that they're going to be much ease in way how any of the GCCs want to come in there. So there's going to be an absolute shift in the way this is going to look through. We don't have, as much as we're talking the strength of might of muscle of tier 1s, there's a place where they're going to exhaust everything. We cannot leverage them too much long for that. So when that's there, tier 2s definitely are going to win hands down. They're more organically going to be getting business coming in there. Most of the GCCs are going to focus a lot more over there. They will still get the benefits of grade A infrastructures. They will still get the best of grade A candidates. Adding to your question when you said why candidates prefer tier 2, there's something which is more from a TA perspective, which I see and I struggle, is that someone who's in a, let's say, an associate manager or a deputy manager in a tier 1 has an easy job sitting in tier 2 as a manager or a senior manager. Very easily, because they are more than happy to bring someone who's worked in the bigger organizations, who's experienced a lot, to say that, can you just start something with us easily? I've seen a lot of them shift for titles. In India, it's a very normal thing when you shift for titles. They're happy to pay and they're happy to move that way. They're more mobile on that. So given that fact, you will see tier 2 is really eating up a lot from a talent perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, from a growth perspective. There's more probabilities which I see there, because tier 1 by them will be very exhausted. Leveraging will be very less.
I think I'm conscious of time. Your just closing thoughts, maybe 30 seconds.
Sure. So the fact is GCCs are overcrowded and getting overcrowded in the tier 1 cities, and as we already know, there is good 37 to 40% growth rate which is happening in tier 2 in comparison to tier 1. I think post pandemic operating models have changed. When still some of the organizations are trying to operate in a hybrid world, hybrid sort of a model, organizations are trying to think, when we are operating in similar fashion in a tier 1, why can't we open up a small satellite center or a serious tier 2 business? It is going to give a huge cost benefit for organizations as well. There is a good 20% lesser infrastructure cost, real estate cost that one has to look at from a tier 1 versus tier 2. So it's definitely cost, talent, scalability. And I think we see this evolution moving at a much faster pace in the tier 2 trends as well. Yeah.
So my closing thoughts would be just 10 seconds we have got. Just 2 data points that we need to dwell on. 25% of world's workforce is going to reside in our country by 2035. So spare a thought on that, right? And when we talk about the creamy layer of that, which is working in GCCs, currently I guess it sits at 1.8 million or something like that. And by that yardstick, if whatsoever is the current workforce, this is going to swell to, I think, something like 4 million or 4.5 million. So whether our cities are equipped to host so many people, and then the people who support their lifestyles. So I guess it is a demographic question. It is an emotional question, as well as it is a practical thing. It is but natural that these things will go into tier 2 and tier 3. That is my thought. Faster they do it, better it will be for everybody's good. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen, for this truly insightful discussion. It's clear that the future of GCCs is not just metro-led, but it's multi-centered, agile, and full of possibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please sum this up on a very positive and engaging note? And I'll request Mr. Abdullah to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our speakers over here. We have token of appreciation from Amity University, Right Shift, and also the People magazine. I request all of you to please kindly come forward. In order to enhance the smiles, can we please clap and appreciate? Clapping is good for the heart. And if I may use that dialogue, there's no GST also when it comes to clapping, right? So please feel free to be all heart when it comes to clapping. Thank you. We'll just remove one chair from stage because we have the next panel with 5 speakers. Oh, there are 5 chairs. Oh, sorry. Sir, मेरा भी maths कमजोर है और आपका भी. All right, so, Hanji, thank you. We'll move on to the final panel discussion of the day. This is about renewed focus on diverse and inclusive culture. I'll quickly repeat the topic for everybody. This is about renewed focus on diverse and inclusive culture. I'm going to be introducing our speakers. This is going to be the final panel discussion of the day. Then we have the inaugural edition of the BW People GCC Talent Awards 2025 and also the BW People HR 40 Under 40 post that. To join me on stage, I'll request Sanjeev Narsipur, Managing Director and Head of Digital AI and Technology Services, Alvarez and Marcel GCC. Thank you so much, sir. My next speaker over here is Mr. Amit Sharma, CHRO from Gokul Das Exports. Thank you so much, sir. Give him a big round of applause, please. My next speaker, Ms. Sukanya Ramachandran, Head People Belonging and People Sustainability from Wipro Limited. Give her a big round of applause, please. My next speaker is Satish KV, Chief People Officer from ACO. Thank you so much. And the session is going to be joined on stage and chaired on stage by Dr. Sanjay Muttal, CEO Ergo Links. He's also an honorable jury member as well for the award. So please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, sir. We look forward to hearing all of you now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Sandwich is served out in case the energy has an issue. I said good evening again. That's better. The award winners at least should say good evening loudly. So sorry for being the last straw in the camel's back, as they say. Before the awards, they all must be looking at us, where are these guys going to go back? And that too we are discussing diversity and inclusion. Today when you go to B school, everybody talks only on one subject, which is D&I. And sometimes I wonder, and I visit a lot of my clients, there are dashboards on D&I. Now fundamentally, for me at least, whatever is on the dashboard becomes a compliance issue. Now I wonder whether D&I is about compliance or is it about subscription? To me, there are two different human faculties that drive that. Compliance comes from here. Subscription comes from here. Now, if organization is not subscribing from here, but complying for the sake of Deming Award or whatever then we are failing the whole D&I in its purpose itself. And then we look at the largest economy in the world and their leaders saying that, hey, come on, DEI is useless. I'm scrapping DEI policies. That's happened in the US of A. And then the organizations which all of us aspire to be or look at them and do benchmarking against, their CEOs stand up and just abolish DEI policies. So my first thought therefore is, was that made for business outcomes purely? Or did you subscribe to the fact and believed that multiple viewpoints synergizing together adds value to organization and its culture? And therefore it's very relevant for some of us to even think today that what is going to be D&I version 2? Is it about compliance? Is it about subscription? Is it about, this is funny, just about 10 days ago, when Indian women's cricket team lost to England by, I think, 4 runs, one of the very senior male cricketer went on the record by saying that instead of wasting money on the women's cricket, we should put that into honing the, the base, grassroots of men's cricket. Now, how deep-rooted are these biases in our psyche? And the same gentleman was yesterday applauding the D&I efforts. The team. So to unravel some of these, I have perhaps the best leaders that we could have gotten from city of Bengaluru to talk about their experiences in D&I and what do they see as newer horizons of making this D&I a part of a culture. Culture to me is the way you do things in organization, home, business. And in organizational context, culture is always top-down. So what are some of the new things that we are seeing happening around? And therefore my first question is going to be to Sukanya, because she's doing some beautiful work in Wipro. And I've noted down a few questions. So with your permission, I'm going to use my WhatsApp messages where I had put these questions. First of all, in your opinion, Sukanya, what challenges hinder a genuine renewal or even implementation of inclusive practices, and how can you overcome those?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And maybe I'll go back to how you referred to, the dissonance between the head and the heart, and one, kind of going for compliance and the other one going in for subscription. If you're going to follow inclusion for the numbers, and if it's going to be more of pink washing or whitewashing that we're doing, it's definitely going to look like a compliance aspect. But if it's going to be done with the ethos of, doing it because of the right thing to do, because there's no two ways about the fact that the diversity does improve the outcome. So diversity of thought, and it needn't be measured just in terms of numbers. You will have to look at it with various lenses. So while I may not completely disagree that a dashboard isn't a great idea, but I think a dashboard often acts as a mirror. So I think it's important to have one to show you where you stand. So if that's the purpose, then so be it. Mostly what organizations struggle with is, when you kind of run DEI as an agenda, it's more of an observation-based activity rather than, something that's imbibed in the culture. So one is that. So how do you kind of bring it into your culture framework is an important aspect to make sure that DEI is imbibed across the organization. It can't be observation-based. It will have to be imbibed in behaviors, and that's where the whole unconscious bias aspect comes in, so that gets addressed only when behaviors change. So it's deeply rooted. It is important for the psychological safety of the employees of the organization. I think it is also deeply connected to engagement. Leadership sponsor or having executive sponsors, of course, helps because when you walk the talk and when you see the leaders kind of act the way they do, also in the cricket example like you gave, I think there is a message that goes out. So those are some of the aspects I would say that you need to cater to bring in effective inclusion strategies.
Thank you. Amit, you lead a very large workforce. I'm sure people come from very grassroots into the kind of industry that you run. But your product outcome, which is your product, is used by the who's who in the world. Now, in this huge journey of the cycle itself, how important, therefore, is leadership commitment to ensure that D&I agenda gets implemented in its real spirit while not forgetting the business outcomes?
So, just for the purpose of everybody over here, I'm not sure how many of you know Gokuldas Exports. Anybody who's aware of the company? A handful. So we are a manufacturing company into apparel and fashion, and we employ almost about 50,000 people across the globe. And we have, if you measure diversity by gender, we have about 84% women. If we measure diversity by regions, so we have people from, though we are predominantly in Karnataka and around, plus scattered in some other parts, but our workforce is pretty much mirrors what India is all about, different parts of India. And why I said that, Sanjay, is because this is possible only because of the fact that the leadership intent around what we are really doing. It's very critical, when you are driving a particular agenda, without having a very clear buy-in at a leadership level, things will not work down the path. The biggest challenge which I've seen, is actually when we are hiring people, and we are hiring people across all strata of society, right from the people who are from villages, who are earning 20,000 rupees, or coming from farming background, to people at the senior most levels. We have a bigger challenge, which is the society where our people come from. The fact that we may talk about whatever, but generally our society has created a kind of gender roles This is to be done by men. This is to be done by women. Parenting, in the families happen accordingly. I'm not sure how many of you would have noticed, but generally, when at least I have noticed it, whenever I go to anybody's place, if there's a guest at home, it's the daughter of the house who's supporting the mother in serving the guest rather than the son of the house. Or if there's something to be done to buy something from the market, they'll predominantly prefer a son to go out and buy it. So when we are hiring people who come from that kind of a society, and you have your middle management, supervisory levels, who are grown in that kind of thought process, the leadership commitments plays a very, very critical role, because without that, if you just leave it to them, the gender roles will automatically come to their minds, and they will look at people in that sense of whether this person will do it or not do it, or this is how things have always been. And hence, when we look at hiring, when we look at our policies, when we look at creating our ecosystem, when we look at ensuring that we have the right safety mechanisms for people, all of that is coming in because of the fact that there's an extremely high commitment towards ensuring that we give representation to that section of society. And this is not just about gender, it's about multiple aspects. So for us, D&I is not just about gender. It's also about, as I said, India's own geographical and cultural diversity. So that's what we are really looking at it, and that's how that commitment is making us drive things, what we are doing.
Now, if the policies, agenda is on the place, Sunil, I wanted to ask you, what kind of metrics it should be the D&I agenda?
Again, Sanjay, I think metric is always, it's a two-edged sword. Too much of metric also kills as you said, it becomes more and more compliance. And if it is less, the challenge always is that, okay, then there's no way to measure it. So what we have done in Alvarez and Marshall is that we measure across 3 areas. When we attract talent, there's a measurement to it. And then when we actually develop a talent, there is a measurement. And then there is a measurement on how do we retain. So that's where we try to bring in the whole, so we call it as inclusive diversity framework. And we don't treat D and I separate, but as one. And that's where we actually start to measure it. And other thing is also is that for us, it's more of a business strategy than a HR strategy. So that's how we have implemented it, because if it comes from business, then usually the buy-in is much more. And if you have a metric, the measurement, and also making sure that people are adhering to it is much better in that way. So that's how we have done. And but again, it's always a struggle that we don't make it compliance versus make it more just a measurement to see that the effectiveness of the program. So that's how we look at it.
So if I were to add to it, and generally we look at it D&I, and then we start looking at the matrices around percentages and all of that stuff. What I have realized that instead of, if you reverse the metric and you put I&D, put inclusion metrics, diversity automatically follows. So, sometimes we tend to focus on the metrics which is more on the other side because that's easier to measure. But in that ease, we actually miss the real point. The real point is our inclusion, because when the inclusion is happening, the diversity would automatically prosper in that place.
Thank you for making that point, because as I say, diversity is being invited for the party, and inclusion is being invited on the floor to dance. Now, every discussion in every forum today has to have AI. Therefore, we will also not miss AI. And I'm going to ask Satish you, are there AI algorithms today that can help us identify gaps in diversity and create more inclusive environments?
No, absolutely. I think even before I get into that, I'll probably start with where Amit stopped. Right. I think it's so important, and we were actually practicing this, Amit, what point that you mentioned about, right? I think inclusion is actually the starting point. I think the advantage for an organization like us, unlike many of them here, I think we are a small company, about 2,000 people. So I think it gives us a lot of opportunity to start building some of this very early on. We are about 7.5-year-old company. And I think our focus has been less about measuring what's the diversity hiring. We actually don't measure it at all, right? So it's also about giving equal opportunity. What we look at is, hey, on top of the funnel, are we able to bring equal amount of people, right, on diverse background? I think that's one of the ways to measure this. Secondly, from an inclusion point, we actually, measure all the things in terms of, is the voice of everybody heard in the room? Is diverse views encouraged in the company? So both through, so we have a chief listening officer, which is an AI solution, actually listens to all employees across the org on an ongoing basis. While we don't fully depend on an AI solution, there is also connects that our partners do. Combination of this actually brings a lot of insights for us in terms of, are there some red zone, are there some amber zones in terms of understanding these practices not being followed, right? So I think that's one of the ways that we have been able to, build an inclusive culture. Now, on your question about biases, so I think there are AI models, if it's trained well, as all of us know, if it's trained well, I think it'll actually can eliminate biases. But if you're not trained well, this model itself could turn to be unbiased, right? It could turn to be biased, right? So I think that's how AI will help. So what we are using, for example, we use a AI system for our interview process to all of that. So there is one place that we look at the biases. Like I said, there is a regular measurement mechanisms that run across the company on an ongoing basis instead of annual surveys to all of that, which actually gives us a lot of insights. I'll probably give a small anecdote and a story about recently that I heard from two of our employees. We all have this compliance part of compulsion of boards and others asking us to send our people for training. Actually, two of our women leaders, I've sent them as part of this compulsion for a training. They came back and said, hey, why you actually send us for this program? And I said, hey, this part of building an inclusive culture to you are understanding this concept well so that you're able to come and talk to your other colleagues at office. They said, hey, the 3 hour of conversation was about, how should women be passively aggressive in the room, right? They said, at no point in this org, being here for 2 years, I think we had that feeling we need to be one, right? So I think building that culture and building inclusiveness, what it lead to is, we actually closely looked at the employee referrals by, for example, if I take just women as a diversity, one of the angle to it, actually being significantly higher than probably even the men, referrals. As a result, in an org like engineering, where typically companies struggle to have high diversity, we have about 30% of engineers who are women, right? So we didn't target for it, but it's an outcome of driving an inclusive culture.
Sanjeev, you had some examples, right, where AI. I think for us, responsible AI is a very important thing, because as we see the workforce of the future will have a lot of human plus technology, especially the agents coming in and all, and especially in the GCC world, we will see more and more of that. Now, how do you ensure that these agents are inclusive? I don't have an answer, but I think we all have to think about it. And if humans have bias, I'm sure agents will also have bias. Finally, they are getting trained on some data. And you can actually create bias by design, or you can actually make sure that that bias is not there. There has to be some framework, some kind of checks and controls in place that the bias is not by design introduced into the agents and all, which is going to be part of the future workforce. I'm sure that a lot of us are already have them as part of the workforce, but in future it is going to be more and more prominent. So inclusion and diversity will evolve, and also it will mean it will be in a very different format than what we see right now. So I think that's a question for all of us to think in the future, how we have to look into it.
Thank you. So when you lead this large D&I agenda, are there some unique best practices that Wipro follows, which you're, in a public domain, you're allowed to say?
Yeah, of course, a lot of it. Thank you for the question. And I would say I'm very lucky that, I'm in an organization where, right from the chairman and the CEO, there is strong belief on inclusion being a part of the agenda. In fact, inclusion is not a separate function. It is built into the culture framework. And I would describe Wipro's culture as creating like a butterfly effect, right? So every action has a ripple effect that impacts employees across the organization. So you will have to be driven by purpose and, what brings together by actions of employees. If I were to just look at a few best practices, I would say that executive sponsorship. So one is the leadership commitment to what you are signing up for. Second is not really be driven by targets. Try and build your inclusion agenda based on what is the right thing to do. And your for example, if you were to look at an inclusion for employees with disability, right, it would also mean to create an ecosystem to enable them, right? Is your organization ready for that? What does it mean to build that across the organization? Or when we talk about LGBTQIA inclusion, right, is it only just pinkwashing, or are your policies allowing employees to be able to express themselves as who they are, right? But all of this on the baseline, at least what we've always followed is that you will not take a decision based on an employee's association to an underrepresented group. You will always take a decision based on merit, right? And I would say that that held us very strong in the US context, because we didn't have to go out in public and say that, I'm not going to do this anymore, because merit was always the underlining fact. So I'm not a strong proponent of tying all of this to, like leadership KPIs, because that's when, things can be done just to make the KPI look green. I would say that follow it because it's the right thing to do. And also when you look at diversity, it is important to look at it in multiple facets, which means that you also need to start looking at diversity that is not seen. So be it neurodiversity or, the need for caregivers. So it is an ever evolving journey. You have to keep listening to the employee engagement surveys, or what is it that's concerning, so that you're able to garner that and build that connect for the employees. So right now, I would say we are pivoting more towards belonging. So I would say that DEI can still, you can still have metrics around measure, but if you want to really address the human need for connection, I think belonging is a different ballgame altogether, right? Because then that can't be measured just by metrics alone. So that's in a nutshell, I would say, some of the practices that are followed.
Amit, looking forward, how do you see DNI or inclusive practices helping organizational success?
So fundamentally, the belief is that when you have employees who are feeling included, and that's when the engagement will always be higher. And when the engagement is higher, ultimately, what is engagement? If you really look at it, people are actually doing more than what they're asked to do. And hence, the entire piece around, additional discretionary effort when people make when there is a better policies, or when there is more inclusion, is what they feel, and they feel that there are no biases, or there is no no one to kind of run them down or kind of dismiss their thoughts, and that's when things improve. So if we really look at it, when in our organization, largely we have, since we hire people, as I said, across gender as well as across different regions of the country, we have hostels for them where people stay. In those hostels, we have people, especially when we hire people from different states, we have people who are welfare officers who are in those hostels who speak that language, and so that they can kind of connect with them, and we can understand if there is any concern which is which they are having, and which we can very quickly address. That ultimately helps us in terms of their engagement, their well-being, mitigating issues well in time, and also ensuring that they feel a sense of belongingness even though they are away from where they are. Today we were actually, in the morning, there was a team coming from one of the northeastern states, and we were talking about it, how we can have that set of employees coming to our organization. Similarly, whether it's each of our factories for women workforce. Now you have, women doctors available on call, at each of our factories at any point in time, just to ensure that, their well-being gets taken care of. You get, ensure that you have more nutritious food, because we realize that when people are coming in the morning, a lot of them were even not having breakfast, and they used to wait till lunch. And then a simple thing of ensuring that there's a nutritious breakfast ensures that, they are well taken care of. At the same time, it helps in terms of their efficiencies and output. So predominantly, Sanjay, if you look at it, everything has a very clear business imperative in terms of whatever we do. Sometimes people think that all this is cost, but if people don't realize that this is very minor cost compared to the kind of benefit which organizations get whenever they are following more inclusive policies. And I'll again repeat that, please don't do it because of any compliance, please don't do it for dashboards. Focus on inclusion, and you will automatically start seeing the business results coming in, and people appreciating, and they want to kind of work more and kind of refer more people. And somebody mentioned about employee referrals. That's exactly how it happens. More and more people. A happy employee would always refer more people, and that itself is a good benchmark of whether you are really being inclusive. If there's a particular group who's referring more people, it shows they are really feeling equally cared for in the organizations.
Thank you. Any emerging trends you guys are seeing?
Again, Sanjay, just to add to what Amit was telling is that I come from strategy consulting background, and one of the stereotypes we have is that you have to be tough. You can't be vulnerable. I think these are some of the things. So, and there is another cliche said, be yourself. And both of them do not go hand in hand. So if you have seen after the semi-final win of the World Cup, Jemima Rodriguez actually showed the vulnerable side of herself. And that doesn't happen too often in the corporate world. And that's very important. So if you can really be in the corporate setup vulnerable, at the same time you can actually deliver stuff, and that's what Jemima did. She was vulnerable, she had mental issues, she has anxiety, but we all know what she delivered. So I think that's a very important aspect in the workplace, like be yourself is a cliche, but let's make it happen. I think that's a very, very important thing. That's what I wanted to add to Amit's point.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just add on to what Sanjay was saying, right? So the whole, you can hear, right? Yeah. So the whole effort actually goes in from our side is to really drive that, like I said earlier, about driving the inclusive culture. So without even talking so much about D&I, what we actually do, all our measurement mechanisms, so at leadership level, at all people manager level, there are specific areas of question actually we drive through our engagement surveys and through the AI chatbot, which keep going and asking them whenever people on certain milestones. There is very specific questions around inclusion that we ask. I think that's been giving us a lot of patterns and trends about what a specific micro learning intervention needed to drive certain behavioral changes in pockets of the organization, right? Because we have operation workforce, engineering workforce, different segment of talent. And I think for each of the segment, what intervention means is very different. I think we've been able to do specific intervention at pockets of the organization, and that's been actually helping us big way.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes left, and I'm very happy to take a couple of questions. Yes, ma'am.
Can we have the mic, please?
Why don't you ask anyway? We'll try and listen, and I'll amplify it.
The very first female in that manufacturing setup out of 250 people, contractuals, on-floor employees, shop floor employees. I was the first female of that factory. Post that, the shift happened like from head to heart. We went above and beyond that. And by the first 5 years of completing my stint over there, I integrated 70 females at shop floor for the whole of state and became the first factory of Punjab to become women-led in by 70 numbers, and that too at all 3 shifts. So that was the head-to-heart movement, but it took a lot of time.
Well, thank you for sharing, and we must applaud. Anybody else has any point of view or a comment or question? Obviously not. I don't see any hands coming up. So first of all, great deliberations. Thank you very much for being part of this panel. At the end of the day, I think, to me personally, D&I is about the values. And the best place to nurture values for every human being is start with the family. If our children are taught in their early years respecting diversity, respecting inclusion, whether it is your domestic staff or whatever that is, if your early part of your life, some of these basic values get ingrained, that reflects into when you become a professional, it reflects into what you do at work. And therefore, if when I become 30 and 25 and 30 and then go to work and I don't ingrain those values, for me, then it becomes something that I have been mandated to do. And I'm again coming from same head to heart. If you need inclusion to be fiber of the organization, then it needs to be fiber of your own. And if it is not your fiber of your own and it's a borrowed fiber, then it will have a lasting date. And D&I cannot have any beginning date or lasting date. It is in eternity that you have diverse people with diverse culture, race, ethnicity, what have you, but towards one purpose, which is creating the best workplace and adding value to business. Thank you very much once again, and thank you to all of you for being patient listeners.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure the insights regarding renewed focus have helped everybody over here. Can we please clap a little louder, please? Just a little louder. Thank you. I'll request Bilkis to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. We have token of appreciation from Right Shift and Amit University, Bangalore, and also the BW People magazine. Thank you so much. Superstar. Thank you. Can we do a nice group photo of all of you together as we clap and appreciate? This was indeed the final panel discussion of the day. We have the awards to go. We have some interesting sessions to go, and then I'm sure it's going to be a great, fascinating day to compile things. Thank you so much. Can we quickly please remove the chairs from the stage? We'll quickly remove the chairs from the stage before we get going with our next session, which is a master talk. This is going to be about leadership development for a global context, developing leaders who can manage diverse, geographically dispersed teams, drive innovation, embody the global culture of the parent organization, while also navigating the local nuances. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we are now gearing up for the Master Talk session. This is about leadership development for a global context, developing leaders who can manage diverse, geographically dispersed teams, drive innovation, embody the global culture of the parent organization, while also simultaneously managing the local nuances. You have to be inclusive, you have to actually consider the entire world, and we have an expert over here for this session. We have the honorable presence of Mr. John Dauber, who's the corporate VP and MD from Novo Nordisk GPS India. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way to the stage? It seems that you are indeed the most popular person in the room. Can we have a bigger round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much. And over to you. Are you mic'd up? You want to use this? Sure.
Does this one work? You can hear me. Perfect. That's good. Yeah, it helps when you bring half your team with you. Then they make it a little louder. But thank you very much, BW. Thank you, organizers, for this great opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Sanjay, and the last panel. I think it was actually a nice segue to what I've got to talk about. Maybe we could have the slides, please, team. So my name is John. I work for a company called Novo Nordisk. You may or may not have heard of Novo Nordisk. We're a Danish headquartered pharmaceutical company, 103 years old. And for about 95 of those years, our primary focus was diabetes. If you know anybody who takes insulin, there's a 1 in 2 chance that it's one of ours. We have a responsibility to deliver about half the world's insulin. For those of you who love Instagram, a little more for the obesity business, which is fueling a lot of our growth these days. While I try and, do we have the slides? I'm originally from the UK, from England. Spent about half my career in the UK, and then kind of got booted out of the UK and onto this worldwide tour, which has given me a phenomenal and fascinating insight into leadership across cultures, across countries, and that's what I want to talk about. So having left the UK in 2010, I first moved to Denmark and had about 4.5 years working in Denmark. And then thinking that I was then going to get sent back to England, I started my love affair with Asia and had 5 years working in Japan and leading a large organization in Japan. From Japan to Thailand, and then Thailand to India. And maybe the segue to the previous panel and my own leadership journey is summed up by perhaps 3 things. The faster I can get rid of the backpack that's got the heavy weight of ego in it, the more successful I am. And that's not just being cross-cultural, I think that's being within a leadership context in a country. The faster I can kind of inject myself with some versatility, the more successful I am. And the faster I can get rid of that ego and perhaps fill the backpack full of vulnerability, the more successful I am. So very interesting discussion in the previous panel. So you'll be pleased to know that it's between, I've got the 10-minute slot now between you and the awards. I'll try and keep it simple, I'll try and keep it quick, and I'll try and tell a few stories along the way. Basically 5 points, 3 are stolen from other people that you'll see, and then a couple of stories at the end. So the first point, my learning is that nobody gets up in the morning to come to work to cause trouble. As frustrating as perhaps our employees are at times, in my experience, it's me who has to change. It's me who has to figure out what's bringing that frustration, because at least the vast majority, there might be 0.1% who want to come and cause trouble. But for us, understanding the environment, understanding the cultural dimension to which our employees are bringing themselves to work, and they're creating the environment, as we saw in the previous panel, where people can bring their real selves to work, then we eliminate some of the frustrations that perhaps may be the friction between leaders and employees. The next one is a little bit interesting from the native English speaker who's really bad at languages. But this really came to me, and it was actually a piece of advice when I landed in Japan. John, don't confuse English language ability with ability. Often there's an inverse correlation. And as a foreigner coming into a country, it's a very easy mistake to make. That the first person that comes and is fluent in English and charming and wonderful and eloquent in the way they explain the problems, you can trust me, you can listen to me, I know everything about this organization. If we fall into that trap, we fall into it at our peril. And I can tell you, both in Japan, the first leader who came to me with all of these stories, and I fell into that trap and I listened to him for weeks, months. A year later, I said goodbye to him. Yeah. Then I moved to Thailand, and the same happened. Business unit head, fluent in English. I kind of fell into the trap of thinking not only are you fluent in English, but you're fluent in business and fluent in D&I and fluent in culture and fluent in leadership. Big mistake. 2 years later, goodbye to that leader too. So if you're training leaders and developing leaders, encourage them to create the environment for all the people, whether it's language difficulties, whether it's introverts, whether it's extroverts, whether it's working mums, whether it's males, whatever it is. Be sure that the environment that you create for your leaders and your leadership teams is inclusive, as the previous panel said. And some of the things that I've done in my experience to fix this, I speak slowly, I speak clearly, I speak short sentences, I perhaps brief people, some people the day before, on what we're going to talk about tomorrow in order for them to process it and get their scripts right, ready to communicate in the meeting. But the big mistake is, for me at least, as a native English speaker, is to come into a country and then assume that fluency equals competence. It often does not. The third point is one of the stolen ones. In fact, the last three are the stolen ones. This would be familiar to you. This is a Stephen Covey thing. As I move into a new country, as I move into a new leadership responsibility, and my background is sales and marketing, and then I moved into heading up this 4,000 strong GCC in Whitefield. Very easy as a leader to join the dots too fast and to then assume that you have all the answers. My advice to cross-cultural leaders is seek first to understand, deeply understand, before seeking to be understood. Quite frequently in my career experience, which is now 15 years leading in different cultures and different countries, I walk into making the same mistakes again and again because I'm not taking the time to understand the nuances of the situation, the relationship, the culture, and before I start fixing business problems. But with that, of course, comes to what Dr. Sanjay was talking about, vulnerability. If you're not able to bring yourself to be vulnerable with your teams, you're not able to be able to really do this well. Then the last two are Einstein quotes, I believe, unless the internet's failed me. The first one being insanity and, coming into an organization when things go wrong. And particularly, I've seen this in my last two roles. The team perhaps defaults to just, well, let's just repeat the process and say a few prayers and hope that we get a better outcome. But clearly that's not going to happen. So as a leader, I've got to create the environment that fosters innovation, that fosters speak up, that fosters the ability for people to understand how things could be done better. And one of the things that I've learned from this, I remember being in charge of quite a catastrophic mistake in Japan. And an EVP came to visit to do a business review, and she said these words, they still haunt me, right? She said, I want a root cause analysis of what's gone wrong here and who is responsible. And then I will work on the consequences. And if you can imagine an environment where loss of face is as important as it is here in India, what happens? The entire room just shut the doors. And I had to step forward and say, well, that'll be me that's responsible, and what are the consequences? And what I try to do now when things go wrong is to encourage our leaders to say, okay, nobody's died. The company's not closed down. So what can we learn from this? And creating the environment for people to speak up and propose solutions helps significantly in ensuring that we actually iterate and move forward as leaders, as an organization. And then finally, point number 5, this is something which has driven me through my whole career. If I'm not able to explain a concept, a tool, a system, no matter how complicated it is, and in a pharmaceutical company, we're dealing with AI, we're dealing with biology, we're dealing with complex molecular cascades. If I can't explain that in a way that my mother, my grandmother, or one of my friends who are not in my industry can understand, I'm failing my employees. And quite frequently, I see the opposite happen, where we start a talk and we're so complex, we go straight over the audience's heads. It fuels our own self-esteem, but we miss the point. And it's important within our organizations, but it's also important as a cross-cultural learning tool, that when I try now, after 5 countries, to engage with our employees, I try very hard to keep it super simple. Much easier to ramp up the complexity through Q&A than it is to do it the opposite way around. And then finally, I'm going to give you 3 little stories or 3 little books that have shaped my leadership career. The first one being a rather interesting one, the message, could I be wrong? Right, it's something I consistently ask myself. I'm going to make a decision, could I be wrong? If I'm wrong, what then? And there's one small story, if you'll allow me 2 minutes, I'll explain it. Imagine we're in the COVID-19, I'm general manager of Novo Nordisk Thailand, I'm at an event with all our sales force, and a lady comes, after a few glasses of Chablis, comes up to me, she's one of our best salespeople, and she kind of wobbles up and tells me, my sales targets are too high. Your job is to fix it. Thank you very much. Good night. I move away. About 9 months later, I'm sat on a Saturday night with my wife, also now 3 glasses of Chablis down, and I get a text message on my phone from the head of marketing. And she says, we've got a bit of a problem. One of our employees, her name is Kun Pair, she's gone a little bit loopy. And she's posting all over social media how bad the company is, how we set targets that are too high, the benefits are terrible, the leadership's awful. By the way, you're named in this, so's the company. It's on LinkedIn, it's on Instagram, it's on Twitter, it's on it's on Facebook, it's on Snapchat, everywhere. And everything inside me is saying, right, let's get the lawyers in. Everything is saying, protect me, protect the company, protect my ego. And then I remembered this conversation, and I remembered the human that we're dealing with. And I said, you know what, there's something going on here that we're not sure about. And actually, HR director at the time is also in the room here. She can corroborate the story. We have a discussion, and we say, let's try something that doesn't involve the lawyers. Let's put as much love into this situation for the next 48 hours as we possibly can. And let's see what the outcome is. I'm going to take a risk. Headquarters may fire me, but I believe that there's a human behind all of this, and there's a human story. So we did. We found the family, we found a boyfriend, we found amazing psychologists. We put her through as much support, medical support, as we could possibly give. And 48 hours later, the posts start being deleted. And I will cut out the rest of the story. About half a year later, she had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. She's still in the company. She's still one of the best representative salespeople that Novo Nordisk Thailand has got. And you can imagine the power that that individual has got within the organization. So injecting myself with a bit of could I be wrong is very, very important. Second story, everybody matters. 10 seconds on this. Our truly human leadership matters. We have some of our HR team here in the audience who have recently had to undertake one of the toughest things I've ever done in my career, which is actually to say goodbye to a bunch of people in our organization in Bangalore. And we focused everything about this. We could have done layoffs by Teams meetings, we could have done it in groups, we could have done it by email, we could have done it in many different legal ways. We focused on individual conversations that respected human beings. And that is super, super important. And the final message for all of us as leaders, this book's really interesting, but there's one page in it that really shapes and how I would encourage you to shape the leaders in your organizations. Talks about 3 dimensions to our leadership. The first is warrior leadership, setting direction, demanding results, driving performance. The second is nurturing leadership, creating the environment for people to thrive, being kind, being thoughtful, being inclusive. And the third is taking time out to heal ourselves. Because if we are damaged, we can't help our colleagues. And those 3 dimensions we all use in the wrong order. We spend 75% of our time on the warrior leadership setting direction. We spend 27% of our time, or 22% of our time on the healing of our people, and the tiniest part on healing ourselves. And arguably, we should split them in 3/3. And with that, thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope it was interesting. Thank you.
I request you to please remain on stage, and I think kudos to him has come all the way, and most importantly, he's mentioned some very pertinent points on compassion, empathy, and being all-inclusive. I'll request Mr. Abdullah to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to Mr. John over here. A big round of applause once again for Mr. Abdullah as well, please. We have 3 tokens of appreciation for you, sir, from Right Shift, from Amit University, Bengaluru, and of course the BW People magazine. It's been a pleasure hearing you, and we look forward to hearing you the next time as well. Thank you so much. Would you be reading this? Yeah. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference and award ceremonies are powered by Amity University, Bangalore, Gold Partner, MediBuddy, HR Network Partner, National HRD Network, Health Partner, Right Shift, Even Partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee. Thank you so much to all the partners once again. What I'll request is that a lot of people who have joined us recently, so can I please request the console to play the partner AV for all of us over here?
Amity University Bengaluru is a 70-acre secure and smart campus with state-of-the-art labs, infrastructure, and sports facilities, offering 35 plus UG and PG programs. Learn from 200 plus distinguished faculty. Get placement ready through skill and communication enhancement workshops. Be part of a vibrant campus life filled with endless opportunities. Shape your future with Amity University Bengaluru.
Your body changes with age. After 40, our muscle mass, metabolism, and energy levels start changing. We spoke to 3,000 plus individuals over 40 and identified 3 key challenges they face: strength, energy, digestion. While they were also making shifts in the diet, it just wasn't enough. That's how ITC Right Shift came to life. A nutrient-dense range packed with wholesome and natural ingredients. We believe with the right nutrition, this can be you post-40. Try our jaggery cookies, roasted namkeens, oats with millets, and high-protein multigrain atta. No added preservatives, no compromise on taste. Just real ingredients. It's time you eat right, move right, and feel right.
Partners, please. Thank you so much. I request for the chairs to be please kindly set up on stage for the next panel discussion. We'll need 6 chairs on stage. I'd like to request all of you to keep the mics ready as well. Yes, we do have them on the tables. 6 chairs on stage, please. Earlier we kind of honored the rising HR leaders under 30, and it was very, very important because you need to catch them young, and that's how they kind of grow and feel all the way more motivated. But it's also important that we hear their perspective and what they feel about the generation that's next to come, and a lot more, because young perspective is always engaging and interesting. This is exactly going to be about that. This panel discussion is going to be about voices of young HR leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some stunning HR leaders who are very, very young, dynamic, and at the same time have achieved quite a lot as well. So it's going to be a pleasure indeed to hear all of them. Can we please have 6 chairs on stage? Yes. Thank you. So I'm quickly going to be introducing our honorable speakers for the session. We have with us today Sulagna Panigrahi, Senior Manager HR, Redbus Go MMT Group. Can we please have Ms. Sulagna over here on stage? Thank you so much. Please give her a big round of applause. Bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, if I may request. Let's continue the momentum throughout. Thank you so much. My next speaker over here is Karthika Nair, Senior Associate Director, KPMG Global Services. Can we please have Karthika ji over here on stage? Thank you. My next esteemed speaker is Naina Rao, Senior Manager HR, Diageo India. Thank you so much, Naina ji, for being with us. Give her a big round of applause, please, if I may request. My next esteemed speaker is Anish Kumar, Employee Recruitment Manager, Salesforce. Can we please have Anish ji over here on stage? Thank you so much. And I love the way you're clapping for yourself as well. Self-appreciation is the key. Yes. Thank you. And I'll also request Ashvin Kaur, Deputy GM, DEI and HRVP from Schneider Electric India, to please kindly join me on stage. Thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause. Do we have an extra chair by any chance? One extra chair, right? Okay, so we'll request no, I believe not, because we have fine, it's fine. And to moderate this session, I'll request the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor and Chairman-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, to please kindly come up on stage and moderate this session with the incredible young HR leaders of the country. Thank you, sir. No. It's all of
Good evening. Give them a bigger round of applause.
Please update the timer.
Sit.
Please request all of you to sit.
Though we were at a Business World 40 above, fittest above 40, and I did a session. We had influencers in fitness, health, celebrities. So with Yasmin Karachiwala, I did a standing session. She said, sitting is the new smoking, and you should get up and walk very often. Ideally, if we'd known that you are coming, I'm sure Bilkis knew. Mr. Venkatesh could have mentored because, he would know their journeys more deeply. And, I have a little outside view. He would have an inside view, but I'm sure we can bring him in the conversation. The reason Bilkis put this together is to be able to showcase all of you. You are future CEOs. Why just CHROs? And my favorite theme is, how many CHROs go on to become CEOs? Why should you just be a CHRO? At the end of the day, as he said in his last, Mr. S. Venkatesh, who's a former CHRO of the RPG group, he said, and he's written a book on Kalki, and he said that we are business partners. I know that's a term you often, sounds like cliche, but yes, HR is a business partner. So let me first go around the table and ask each one of you to make a comment about yourself. What makes you interesting? What makes you interesting?
Sure, thank you so much. And I'm really sorry for my sore throat. It's a proof that whatever you're hearing and reading about Delhi pollution, it's absolutely right. And it's real. But thank you for this question, that what makes me interesting. I think it's the passion that I bring to the table for the work I do. I genuinely love my work, and I genuinely believe in loving my work as well, in loving your work as well. So I think passion for doing the work that I'm doing is something that I bring to the table, and that makes me interesting.
I'm sure all of you are passionate. That's a given. Being passionate is given. You can't do well at anything if you're not passionate. I spoke to you in the afternoon. I'm doing this, I don't have my phone. I have not slept a wink in the night, which is not me at all. But I'm sitting here because, I'm all in. But what's interesting about you? Passion is a given, sir. Without passion, you cannot just, you can be, what is the dosa wala? Umesh Dosa Point. He's very passionate about making dosas, right? So passion is a given. Beyond that, give us some interesting thing. Ashwin, I live in Delhi. I'm coming from Bombay, and I know the Delhi pollution is real, and that's not. But give us something more interesting about it.
More interesting about me would be, so I am an engineer by my graduation. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I was the only girl in my class, and in the batch of 102, 103 men. I faced a lot of stereotypes, a lot of challenges. But I think I never backed down, no matter what happened. And I kind of used that opportunity, those experiences, to today build and be in a profession that build inclusive cultures and inclusive spaces for others. So I think that has been my shift, my journey of being one of them to now creating spaces wherein nobody else has to go through that similar experience, or trying to know so that nobody goes through that experience. I think that is one interesting thing about me from the list of others as well.
I'll tell you one thing. The most interesting thing about me is I don't use a hairdryer. So I want things like that. It's not, what you're saying is right, and I'm sure, I went to an engineering school too, and maybe we had 20 in a batch of 120, not too many women, but yeah. I understand, it can be challenging, too much attention, right? And so on and so forth. So I don't know it's good or challenging, but I want interesting. Panels get very boring sometimes. Let's see, Karthik, your name is Prasoon. Yeah, your name is Anish.
I can wait for Prasoon to
No,
come
you
back.
can. If we give you $2 million, you can change your name. If somebody, sometimes people come up to me and say, "Are you this person?" So I tell them, if you give me $5 million, no problem, I'll be that person. But Anish, apologies and tell us what's most interesting about you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Anish Kumar. The most interesting thing that I could think of myself is, uh, so I did my BBA in a college called Madras Christian College, and they have a humongous college union society set up where they have elections and you have to stand, you have to campaign. So very interestingly, I went up to my parents and I said, hey, I'm very interested in standing for a college union post, and apparently I'll have to spend money on buying beer and biryani. So could you sponsor? And my parents said, no way. That's not what you're going to get into. Figure a way out. Try and see how you can still win it without doing all of that jazz. So I thought through, and then I realized one of the best ways of coming first is when you have no competition, right? So
like it's happening in Bihar.
Exactly.
Right now, candidates are giving up.
which coincidentally I took a page out of that book, and about 17, 18 years ago, I convinced all my opponents that it is better for them not to stand for the election and to let me stand.
Are you married?
Not yet.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, very good. Okay, good. That's at least a good start, Anish. By the way, I stood for elections. I'm from the first batch of MBA from MDI, 94-96 batch. I also served on the board of MDI, for chairman of the MDI alumni. And on the spur of the moment, I stood for election. I lost by one vote, 28-29. And I still remember it. And Girish is a friend of mine, but it stays on the back of my mind that I lost to him. I mean, it's not bad, but it stays back of mind. I've done okay in life, so I have nothing to complain.
Now your story seems more interesting.
No, I don't know. I have very interesting stories, but you have to know me. I can't tell you on stage. When this panel is about you, not me. You're Naina, right? I met you in the morning, yes.
Yeah, so
you're with Diageo, and yes, I said to you, why did you let go my friend Karthik? He said he'll come back. Yes. I said maybe he'll come back as the CEO of Pernod.
Oh, no. I meant next year maybe he'll come back. Let's see.
Why? You think he can't be CEO? Never say never.
Of course.
I'll tell Neha said no.
No. Of course.
He's not French, maybe that's why.
He can be anything he wants to be.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get you into trouble. No. So, Naina, what's interesting about you?
One point that I can think of is, I remember, sir, you spoke about how important it is to have a hobby alongside your career. So I'm a classical Bharatnatyam dancer. And honestly speaking, taking up a career in HR was pretty last minute.
It's similar
for
to
me.
Bharatnatyam dancer.
No.
What are the similarities between Bharatnatyam dance and HR? Any similarity?
You do it for the people.
Wow.
Yeah, you dance for your audience, you do HR for the people. So yes.
You make it fun, otherwise, HR के panel discussions बहुत होते हैं और वही सब बातें होती हैं, which is okay. But good, Neha. Thank you for being Naina. Thank you for being a sport, and you're in an industry which is a alco-bev industry. Again, there are stereotypes in that industry. What is your view on consumption of alcohol?
So Diageo promotes responsible drinking, right? So we always say, don't drink more, drink better.
What does that mean?
Probably instead of, buying 2 bottles of a red label, buy a double black.
I like that.
So,
please give her a big round of applause. They should make it a head of sales or head of marketing, right?
So yes, don't drink more, drink better. Premiumization is also a strategy that Diageo is running. And responsible drinking, of course, enjoy and celebrate, but be responsible about it.
Lovely. Thank you for handling the question so well, and I understand your position in the company. I have lots of friends in your company, so I'll not give you all the names, but lots of them remaining in senior positions. We'll come to you I'm trying to get to know everyone's name. Your Sulagna or Kartika. Yeah, okay, yeah, we got you. You paid us last minute, right?
Yes.
Kartika, go on.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
an interesting fact, by the way.
We
It has got a lot of glitz and glamour, but when I got into the field, I understood it's not at all about glitz and glamour. It's all about
Which college
a
did you
lot.
go to?
ICFI Business School,
Hyderabad campus.
Hyderabad campus. So in fact, there was a point when my finance professor discouraged me. Why do you want to take up HR? Are you going to do DJ parties? Are you going to do, organize this fun events? Because that was the perception about HR many years back when I joined the business schools and when I started my HR profession. It's come a long way, and 16 years into my career, I understood that.
What's interesting about you?
Cleaning my home is like a therapy for me. If I don't clean my premises, I can't work.
Good. Ms. Panigrahi, you're the senior manager HR at Redbus, which is part of Go MMT. Again, I have lots of MDites there. Rishi Raj Singh.
Okay.
And me and Deep worked together. He was my client, and then for 1 year was my boss anyway.
Oh, lovely. Okay. One interesting thing about me. So I love structured approach to any problem, be at work or be at home. But when it comes to travel, I'm in a constant paradox because I have two theories. I have spontaneity. I don't want to know where I'm going. Just take your bag and just go somewhere. But I also want to kind of structurally plan, put a budget. That's where my...
And you mean leisure travel when you're doing it for family. You don't mean business travel, clearly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So that's where my
Or
brain
I was
stops
thinking every day
functioning.
you decide, which city I want to go to. Is there an HR office there? But I'm just kidding.
I can probably think of multiple ways to solve a problem, but when it comes to picking up a place or going or how to plan the travel, I have these both personalities kick in.
Brilliant. Thank you for making it a little bit interesting. But let me ask you, what has been your one defining moment at work where you really feel you made a very real and deep impact? We'll start with you, Ms. Panigrai, and then go around the corner. Something in your career of 15 years plus, what stands out? That's something you really feel you're very proud you were able to, help somebody, or you bet on somebody who really did well. I don't know, whatever that is. Excuse me, can we have Ashish and the console? Yes. Either way, I can get you on the panel. One person is short. Right.
Okay, very hard to choose one.
Take two.
No, I'll stick to one, sir. Let's not be greedy. But then I think one of the most, a moment that I truly enjoyed was curating an entire talent development journey for our mid-senior leaders. And it was extremely fulfilling for me because I took a lot of time understanding their developmental needs, the organization needs, what the function wants. And I think overall, just the entire journey of curating those workshops, listening to their testimony, going through their projects, it was the most fulfilling, I think, assignment for me. And
Fantastic.
yeah, overall.
And did you use any of Ms. Rao's brands before the session or after the session? Did you use any of, in those testimonies, before they gave the testimonies, or did they use Ms. Rao's brands, any of the brands? No. Okay, it was before that. Okay, Ms. Nair, on a serious note, tell me something which stands out in your career where you felt what you do is really meaningful and it makes an impact. I'm sure you feel it every day when you solve a problem or you're able to help somebody realize their potential, but something that stands out in your journey.
Yeah. So I specifically work in the talent management, learning and development space. So it's all about career success stories. We daily talk about how certifications and training programs impact people, not just their careers, but skills learned for a lifetime. So those are the daily stories that we get to hear. So something that was very gratifying for me as an L&D professional was what was pushed back by a stakeholder, a very senior stakeholder, was eventually accepted. All that we had to do was co-design the solution with the stakeholder. Initially, it was met with skepticism, but the moment we included them, co-facilitated, and articulated the potential benefits, it's a very recent incident that I can
Thank you, Ms.
speak about.
Nair.
Yeah.
Ms. Rao.
Yeah, so I've had a very short career. So I'm exactly 2 years, 4 months into my corporate career. So pretty much every phase has been defining for me. I was associated with Diageo first as a summer intern, then as a management trainee, and then as a manager and a senior manager. So every shift has been career defining for me. But if I have to choose a single project or a single metric that I can say, impacted business the most. So in July 2024, when I took on my first role as the HRBP for manufacturing, our women representation was at 10%. And October 31st, it stands at a 28%.
Brilliant.
So
that's tangible benefit, and I'm sure you and other stakeholders are collectively responsible for it.
yes, absolutely.
Anish?
Yeah. One thing that comes to mind straight off the bat is this was during the COVID time. I was associated with PayPal then. PayPal, for those of you who don't know, it's a digital payments business. We have their GCC based out of Bangalore. And on May 1st, which is Labor Day, PayPal saw its highest transactions on a single day ever.
This year, last year?
In 2020.
2025,
5 years ago. That's when the COVID broke out. And March, we had gone into our lockdowns, and May 1st, this comes about. All our business metrics, average pay per user, number of users that use the platform, number of transactions that happened over the course of the last 2 months, all of them skyrocketed. All of them went about 33% upwards. What it meant for us is that the goals that we had as a company for the next 2 years, we had already achieved it through our metrics. So this is when our CEO stepped in and said, let's use the tailwind and let's aggregate our growth and let's go about hiring next 2,000 people. So my hiring target and my boss's hiring target was to hire 2,000 people in 6 months. This meant re-looking at the way we've been playing the entire recruiting game, completely sidelining it and having a fresh approach, because typically we would hire about 500 to 600 per year, and now we have to hire 2,000 in 6 months. So give us a lot of opportunity to think differently, to reimagine all systems, processes. We had an opportunity of hiring about 21 recruiters. At that point in time, a lot of companies were laying off because they were not very clear about their hiring strategy, but PayPal was on the other side of the fence, and we were able to hire some really smart people, change the way we hired, and I think we went on to hire close to about 2,200 people in about 8 months time frame. So I thought that stands out as a defining moment for me.
Fantastic. And Ms. Kaur?
Sure. So I joined Schneider Electric in 2022, June 2022, and I think the moment I stepped into the organization, it was June. You expect, the Pride Month to be at its full swing, and celebrations. I saw that there weren't any conversations that were happening. And then again, when I spent some time in the organization, I realized that yes, the conversations on inclusion were there, but they were very specific to gender. They were focused on gender, and that was the need of the hour at that time as well. So I think the focus was to go beyond gender and have more conversations, build culture, ecosystem, infrastructure, and the entire culture shift as well. So having said that, while we did a lot of strides in the space of persons with disabilities, veterans, women, and the representation numbers are, are really good there as well. But I think the defining moment for me was specifically in the space of LGBTQI professionals, from having no conversations while the policies existed, the infrastructure existed, but the culture was missing. So that's where I brought in the expertise of, being myself trained on the LGBTQI, the culture, the sensitization. We drove that culture, coached our leaders, and in 2025, after efforts of 2.5 years, we successfully onboarded 2 transgenders, and we had 2 employees coming out to the larger organization, and now we have established employee resource networks as well. So all this shift from hardly any conversation or zero conversation, while the policies and the infrastructure is in place, to now having seen that shift in the culture was a defining moment for me. And those people from the community walking up and saying that we have been working here for years, but this was the first time we felt heard, seen, and validated, and found a platform to actually, come out. So I think that was the defining moment for me.
Brilliant. I think all of you given very tangible initiatives that saw the light of the day, and they were fresh and new. Now let me ask, I want a very honest answer. Do not give me cliched answer. What's one thing about the HR function you'd like to change? Apart from your boss. Anish or Ms. Kaur?
I think I can be a little honest here and
Fully
completely honest and candid.
I do interviews, people tell me, sir, can I be honest with you? I said, like, you're normally dishonest.
I'll be completely candid, I think, at 2 points. And I think with, AI being one of the most common topic discussed, with AI coming in, there are transactional works that are being getting off the plate from the HR fraternity. So I think that's something which with time would eventually be taken care of. But that is one thing I want to, change about the HR, and that's one. Second is, I think, being the bad cop at all places.
You have to break the back.
Yeah, so I think I really...
Robots. Go to though the Canton Fair is finishing today, but you still order robots from there and they can do it for you. HR robots.
Yeah, so I think...
I am available. I am a botra. Bot and batra. Botra.
Yeah.
But I understand. On a serious
Yeah.
note, I understand that sometimes you have to, the tough calls that the organization takes, you have to go and communicate that and implement that and be the first point of breaking the news, so to say. So I understand it's a tough conversation.
So I think that is fine for me. What irritates me is at times the inability of the leaders and managers to handle those conversations which are probably their responsibility. For example, okay, why am I not getting promoted? Okay, why don't I have a clear career journey? So as a manager of an employee, as HR, I am there. I will provide you with the frameworks, with how organization is functioning and everything. But as a manager, you are responsible for the teams that you're working with. So that's where my irritability comes.
I want to find this particular group of people who make memes that HR organizes Rangoli competitions, celebrates birthdays. I genuinely want to find them and beat them up. If
you shouldn't be celebrating people's birthdays. I ask everyone I meet when's their birthday. You're saying we shouldn't be celebrating birthdays? But I know.
The fact that the HR is only responsible to do that.
Of course.
Yeah, genuinely, and I'm a big Insta fan, so I see a lot of these memes and reels, which is always comes to mind. I think today where we've evolved...
You should just do beer parties. You don't need to do anything else. Right? Whatever you drink. I don't drink.
I'm open to taking that blame, but not Rangoli and birthday celebrations that way. But on a serious note, I think today HR has evolved as a business enabler and not a business support function. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes in partnership with business. Today, a HR leader has to think like a business leader, and that's when they will be able to add more value and also show employee value proposition to people that we're looking to bring into the company.
That train has left the station for many years. HR leaders are, but you're saying it's getting more accentuated and more visible, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
That's what you'd like to say, that it should be more visible impact of HR leader on the business. Fair enough. Naina?
Yes, so continuing on what she said, I think HR BPs at this point spend a lot of time being the agony aunt, right? And that's happening because line managers aren't able to effectively have those critical conversations. So that is something that I would like to change. Enable line managers to have those conversations. Of course, HR is always there to help them deliver the hard news or the good news also. But I think the responsibility of that should lie with them, with HR as the enabler and the facilitator.
Ms. Nair?
Yes, for me, this tendency sometimes of business to approach HR as the solution finder for everything. It could be a business problem, but yeah, go to the HR. They have to fix it for us, when actually it is not even something that we have a purview or remit to. So I think that's a little
Well,
disgusting.
can I give you a counter view to it? If you solve problems, whether in a personal life, in professional life, you become valuable and you become a leader. And I'm not saying in a cliched way. So if you are able to solve something, then you automatically become a business person. No? You become more valuable.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
in that sense, it should be welcome, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people come to me for advice, like their CMOs, because I was lucky enough to build India's #1 CMO community exchange for media. And I tell them, take on a business sales role. Chota sa bhi, take on some responsibility, because take a revenue role. Because if you take that, then you have a shot at being a business officer, a CEO. So similarly, if you take something on which is outside your comfort zone, possibly it will help you grow, right?
Yeah. I think for me, when leaders or people try to front end HR for all emotionally charged conversations, sometimes it's just a performance discussion, and it's not to a stage where, an HR needs to be stepping in, but assuming every emotionally charged conversation needs to be co-facilitated with HR.
I understand. I'm a boss. I know what you're saying. I understand. But okay. Now let me ask you, and you have to be absolutely authentic. What is your ambition? Next 3, 5, 7 years. I'm not, in the absolute near term. What's your ambition? What would you be like to be as a professional?
I think as a professional, I would love to be seen as a leader in whichever field of HR or business I am in, who is, apart from my, titles and designations, who is empathetic and has a life beyond work. So I think my ambition professionally and personally is on those lines. And I think that's what I would like to say. Because I think the times are evolving. I don't know whether the executive positions, how they're going to evolve and how they're going to change. But for me, it's very much that I would be leading a particular function or business wherever I go. But apart from that, the personalities of an empathetic leader, along with that I have a life beyond work. And I keep saying that I want to keep dancing till I'm in my 80s. And that's going to be my personal ambition as well.
Very good. Anish?
Sir, so 2025, I hit BW People top 40 under 40. Maybe in the years to come, hit CHR of the year in the same platform. That would be my ambition.
By the way, I started a podcast, I talked about it in the morning, called The Dropout. Again, serendipitously, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा तैयारी से कुछ भी नहीं करता हूँ, right? In my mind, I'm preparing, but it's 15-minute preparation. It's with a guy called Vedant Lamba, Anil Lamba's son. I don't know if you know Anil Lamba from Pune. And then I just recorded a second, which will go live in 2 days, which is with a guy called Krish Anurag. He's 19. I think Vedant is 24. And I was joking with him and his friend who's 22. I have a 21-year-old daughter. So they're my daughter's age. And I was saying, I want my podcast should be so popular that people should drop out of college just to be on my podcast or school. So you're talking like that, but I'm sure you'll be CHRO, dear Naina.
Very cliche, but I've always wanted to be a CEO, and I think that ambition will continue. But at the same time, I do understand that at such senior level, stakes are very high. So another thing that I want to keep at the core of it is to continue enjoying and having fun at work.
Fantastic. Ms. Nair?
Another 5 to 6 years, definitely I'd want to head the learning function, but more importantly, I want to be known as somebody, Kartika, who has lifted others as she climbed up, right?
Sure.
So that's a very important part of my identity.
Yeah, in next 5, 6 years, I'd like to be at an intersection where I'm able to converse with technology, business, and people. That's my professional ambition. I don't know how that comes in terms to role and designation. And personally, I just want to be closer to family and more fitter every year.
That's a good goal to be up. You should apply for 40, above 40 when you get there, not now. But yes, that's my ambition. I want to win my own award. I mean, not the award, but I want to be able to qualify. My last question before I want to keep to the time. Give me your role models, both within the organization and outside the organization, and why. We start with you.
I think within my organization would be my manager who heads HR, which is Prabhanjan. I find him at the perfect balance of the same technology, people, and businesses. I see him carrying that balance with so much of grace. I aim to be at that level.
Good. I'm glad you like your boss.
I do.
Yeah, because half of the time, I mean, my boss is toxic. First of all, I hate the word toxic. I don't know who invented it. You see people as you are, right? And give me a role model outside. If you said Elon Musk, we may take the award back, huh? So don't say Elon Musk. Anybody apart from Elon Musk.
I think it has to be my mother. She's been a working woman. I've seen her as a superwoman. She works, she cooks, she's there for her family. In fact, I'm sure she's watching me live right now from Mumbai. So yeah, she's my role model.
Superhuman, yes.
I have two solid role models. One is Indra Nooyi from the ex-CEO of PepsiCo and Leena Nair, CEO of Chanel.
Have you met them?
Not yet. I hope to meet them. So yeah.
I have done a con on. I was the first person to do Indra Nooyi's interview when her book came out. So anyway.
Yeah.
And within your organization?
All of my tough bosses, I would say.
All
my tough bosses.
One person. Two, okay.
Okay, so that was one of my ex-bosses who gave me very tough times and enabled me to step out of my comfort zones and do multiple iterations. Was never satisfied with anything that I did.
Sure.
I think that he's my role model. And I definitely, the technique works on my team.
Naina?
So inside the organization, again, it would be my manager and my CHRO, both of them. I think if I'm able to sit here and speak and be a recipient of the Under 30 award, it's because of the trust and the support that they have given me. Outside of the organization, it would be my parents, both my mother and my father. I learn a lot of my professional skills from him, and I learn a lot of my personal skills from my mother, so it would be both of them.
Fantastic.
Two people. One is Mr. Simon Avinash. He's my super boss. Somebody who taught me that you can have high performance and have fun together. The second person is Arundhati ma'am, Arundhati Bhattacharya, who is the CEO of Salesforce. Extremely effervescent, energetic, super motivator. If you hear her talk, you can sense that energy and vibe from her. I will also include my mom and dad because they're also watching. I hope they don't complain.
Miss Kaur.
Okay, so
Thank God you're not married, huh? Just because my wife is watching, I would like to dedicate this award. Somebody else is watching, I'd also like to dedicate it to them. But anyway,
Sir, I do have a partner. Don't put me in trouble.
Okay, so I think within the organization, it would be one of the leaders who hired me in Schneider Electric, Shikha Gupta. She currently is the CHRO for Luminous, which is again a Schneider acquired entity. I think the kind of trust, empowerment, and confidence she showed in me, I don't think so in my 8 years of journey, I had that much of confidence coming from someone. And because she believed in me, sometimes I felt like that I was told to lead something, and I realized that, okay, I kind of self-doubted myself, but she never ever did that. And I think I would want to be someone like her. When I said, that you are leading, you're heading a function, but you still have a work life beyond your work. The way she set her boundaries, the way she leads the team, it's beautiful, and that's something which really inspired me, and she has been my role model as well. And personally, I think, it's very hard to put, but I'll try my best. I think one is my father for all the, for all the...
I'm very happy fathers are getting recognized.
Yeah.
Normally it's the mothers, they hog all the things, okay?
No, I think my father, actually introduced the concept of role modeling very early on in my life, wherein he was working with PepsiCo for 27 years. He worked there, and he kind of introduced me.
What's his first name?
Jasdeep Singh Ahuja. So he worked there, and so that's where, he introduced me to the corporate world very early on and the dynamics that are involved. But again, he still managed to have fun and managed to take care of his family, provide for his family while being an excellent person that he is. And, and one more role model, if I can name, that would be my mother-in-law. I think after marriage, at times your in-laws become a lot of barrier in your career journey and success journey. There's a lot of travel involved, there's a lot of work involved, there's a lot of effort.
Anish is smiling.
Yeah.
You have a good smile, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
सास भी कभी बहुत ही came in my mind.
No, but she actually did not have all those privileges with her.
Sure.
But she
No,
ensured that
in-laws are very important.
yeah, but she ensured that we are getting those, and we don't stop just because we are women in the house, and we have equivalent say in the family. So I think she deserves the credit, and she's my role
Mr. Venkatesh,
model.
I'll tell you a funny story. I'm listening to them. I'm a boss and I'm a unique person. I like myself. Okay. I know what I do right. I'm very harsh on myself. I may not. Yesterday I was in Bombay. I went to Piyush Pandey's prayer meet. And of course, with all humility in that community, I know 100% of the community. I think apart from the host, I would be among a few people who maybe knew all 500 people in the room. If not all 5, I would knew 450, right? And of course, Piyush was a giant in his work, but the way people talked about him. And I said, I was listening, and I always say, write your legacy down. What do you want to be known for? It's not narcissistic that but ultimately, money is not the most important thing. It's how you make people feel, and you can have tough love with them sometimes. When it comes to work, sometimes all of us can be relaxed. So you have to have tough love, so to say. You have to have empathy at the same time, tough love at the same time. And sometimes you also have to nurture them beyond their comfort zone. So all that, I thought of a lot. I can't tell you all of it. But you've been a great panel. Please give our panel a very large applause for being sporty, honest, authentic. And I'm sure more and more CHROs will become CEOs. Stay in the present, do your current job. If you do your current job well, I'm sure much more will happen. Whatever you're doing at that moment, give it your 100%. Do not think of the future. We all tend to think of the future. We all do, right? Right now, the biggest thing on my mind is that I have to have a 10-hour sleep because I'm low on sleep. I'm thinking about it. It's not a joke, okay? But I am also fully here, almost fully here, I would say. So I think if you do your current job well, it positions you to do everything. So don't worry about it. It's good to, put it out there in the universe, and dreams do happen. I remember passing out of MDI and said one day, I hope I can be on the board of MDI. I was the first alumnus. I put out many other things in the universe and they've happened. I won't talk about all of them. Never, entrepreneur and, I acquired business world and then so on and so forth. I'm like a middle class person. My parents are academicians, So I've done okay in life and, losing hair is one way to get there, but I don't think any of you are geared up for that. So give them a big round. Mr. Venkatesh, do you want to ask them a question or any comment? Because you've nurtured a lot of, I'm sure in your journey, you nurtured lots of young leaders.
No, not really. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for giving me this opportunity. And I think I probably heard quite a diverse set of views from this panel. I think I really enjoyed what you said. Each one of you said something unique. You didn't get pressurized by what the others on the panel said. The only thing which I wanted to highlight, which, the topic has been there ad nauseum from the time I entered the industry is, does HR have a seat at the table? Please trash that topic. It has no meaning anymore. But I still see seminars and forums focusing on it. In fact, I wrote an article about it once saying that only HR has actually the cockpit. Forget about the seat at the table, because in today's very complex world, CEOs are grappling with margins, regulatory, India +1, Red Sea, now tariffs, so many issues that the only people who are actually dreaming and making things happen on the people side is the HR fraternity. So you should be proud that you are actually the chief executive officer of the people function. So if you don't think that way, you cannot be successful. And that's the only thought I want to leave with everybody.
Have the gift hampers over here on stage for our esteemed speakers. I'll request Dr. Batra to kindly give away the hampers from Right Shift, Amit University, Bengaluru. Sir, can you please come on stage and do this? Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Venkatesh to kindly give the gift hampers. I request all of you to please come forward and you can begin from here, sir. You can start from here. Right. Get ready with the next ones quickly, please. We'll do a nice photo of all of you with Mr. Venkatesh once the giveaways are done. Thank you so much. Now it's time for the group photo. Just hold on for a minute till he takes the chair. We don't want any photo bombing over there. Yeah, just hold on please now. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap and appreciate their efforts in terms of being with us over here and also sharing some incredible insights, stories of their own past, stories of their own experience in order to inculcate the future of the brilliant leaders of tomorrow. Thank you so much. We'll request all of you to clear the chairs. I'll request Mr. Venkatesh also to please kindly take his seat. Thank you so much. Yeah. We'll remove this quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now gearing up for the BW People GCC Talent World Awards 2025. Let's quickly remove the chairs on stage. All right, I'll request everybody to remain seated. A lot of you have been waiting patiently. Some people hopefully even impatiently for the awards, but then that's the nature of the scenario. We are beginning right now. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the insightful discussions, the powerful keynotes, and the exciting fireside chats. It's now moving on. It's now time to move on to the very, very interesting GCC Talent World Awards 2025. Can I have a big round of applause for the awards, please, everybody? Thank you. India's GCC ecosystem is not just about rapid growth and digital development, it is a story of people. This recognition is for the GCCs that have recognized that their greatest asset is actually their talent. Through BW People GCC Talent World Awards, BW is actually paying a heartfelt tribute to the GCCs that have gone beyond transforming their workplaces into environments where every professional can thrive and do their best. These awards are highlighting those GCCs that have demonstrated exceptional leadership in people management, talent management, and have implemented strategies for employee well-being that foster not just productivity, but also purpose, engagement, and a sustainable work-life balance for creating a better workplace. Before I move on to the awards, I would like to once again take out a special moment to thank our partners, as without the support of the partners, it's never really possible to take any initiative forward. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference and awards are powered by Amity University, Bengaluru, Gold Partner for the Day, MediBuddy, HR Network Partner, National HRD Network, and Health Partner, Right Shift. Even partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee. Can I have a big round of applause for all our partners, please? Thank you so much. Can I please request the team to play the partner AV for all our esteemed audience over here?
Amity University Bengaluru is a 70-acre secure and smart campus with state-of-the-art labs, infrastructure, and sports facilities, offering 35 plus UG and PG programs. Learn from 200 plus distinguished faculty. Get placement ready through skill and communication enhancement workshops. Be part of a vibrant campus life filled with endless opportunities. Shape your future with Amity University Bengaluru.
Your body changes with age. After 40, our muscle mass, metabolism, and energy levels start changing. We spoke to 3,000 plus individuals over 40 and identified 3 key challenges they face: strength, energy, digestion. While they were also making shifts in the diet, it just wasn't enough. That's how ITC Right Shift came to life. A nutrient-dense range packed with wholesome and natural ingredients. We believe with the right nutrition, this can be you post-40. Try our jaggery cookies, roasted namkeens, oats with millets, and high-protein multigrain atta. No added preservatives, no compromise on taste. Just real ingredients. It's time you eat right, move right, and feel right.
That's our partners for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Amity University Bengaluru, Medibuddy, and Right Shift. Thank you so much. Let me quickly tell all of you the hashtag that we are looking forward to engaging with all of you. For the GCC Talent World Awards, the hashtag that we are going to be using is hashtag BW People GCC Talent World. I repeat it, it's hashtag BW People GCC Talent World. The moment is here that we have been waiting for, so we are all set to begin right now. I'm going to be calling up on stage our esteemed presenters for the GCC Talent World Awards. May I please have on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Dr. Sanjay Muthal, CEO Ergo Links, and Mr. Venkatesh S, former CHRO RPG Group, to please kindly join me on stage, all 3 of you. Can I have the biggest round of applause for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen? And also I request Mr. Amit Sharma from Gokul Das Exports to please join me on stage. Do we have Mr. Amit over here? Yes. Thank you, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Thank you so much. It's been a long day. I just want to test the energy level. Is everybody pumped up? Can we feel the pumped up energy? On a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everybody, yes. This is exactly the intensity we need to maintain throughout when the winners come on stage. Thank you so much. I'll request all the winners to please come down from the left side. So the format is pretty similar to what we did the Rising Under 30. We get the group photograph done over here, then the winner moves on to the left side of the stage. They get their solo photograph done, because that is also very important. And then we get down from the left side of the stage. All right, thank you so much. It's now time to get going. Can we have our first winner, please? Congratulations, Novo Nordisk Global Business Services India. Can I please request the John Dauber, Corporate VP and MD, Novo Nordisk GBS India, to please come on stage and accept this. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. They say in India, Ati Devo Bhava. So can we please make him feel that way? Can we have a bigger round of applause for him, please? And can we have the mic?
You know, I heard and met John for the first time here in this room. He made a presentation and he was very, very engaging. And he recommended 1 or 2 books, and I bought one of them. I read, I think 2 or 3 books he recommended. And from his style of presentation and his experience in India, I realized that, he's somebody who's really making an impact. So please give John a bigger round of applause.
Thank you so much.
John,
Big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. It's a huge privilege to be given this award, but you know, as a head of a GCC, and it's kind of a large organization that I'm fortunate to be responsible for, doing my job is absolutely impossible without the partnership and the support of a phenomenal HR team. So, you know, whatever successes we have, it's because of a 20-strong HR team who are living, sponsoring, and supporting our values every single day. And to them, this is their award, and I'm truly grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to you. We are grateful that you have taken time to be with us over here. We'll do the group photograph. Is it done? The group photograph? Oh, awesome. Sir, I request you to get your solo photograph done over there as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. On that note, can we please move on to our next winner? Congratulations, Broadridge. A big round of applause for them. Pleased to receive the award. We have Mr. Dushyant Gupta, Honorable Vice President, Chief of Staff from Broadridge over here. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Swagat hai aapka. Congratulations. Can we have a bigger round of applause for sir, please? Mr. Dushyant Gupta. Congratulations, sir. Many, many congratulations to Broadridge and you, sir. Thank you. Sir, your solo photo over there on the left side. Yeah, your individual photo. And on that note, we'll move on to our next esteemed winner, please. It's now time to appreciate incredible efforts of Adani Global Capability Center. To receive the award, we have Mr. Beju Kuduvan, Governance, Risk and Compliance Leader, Adani GCC. Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Head of Digital Transformation, Adani GCC as well. A big round of applause to both of you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sir, I believe you're going behind. Huh? Yeah. Hanji. Give them a big round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Please request you to get your individual photo done as well. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Big round of applause. This one goes to Barclays. To receive the award, we have with us Mr. Arun Krishnamurthy, Honorable Managing Director, Head of HR India, Barclays. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Krishnamurthy and also Barclays, please, everybody. Many, many congratulations, sir. Badhai ho aapko. Sir has been very kind, has had an interesting session with us as well earlier. Many, many congratulations to you and your entire team at Barclays. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll request you to get your individual photograph done as well. Thank you. Moving on to our next winner, please. Congratulations. It goes to Fidelity Information Systems. I'll request Mr. Vikash Sharma, Senior Vice President, Banking and Payment Solutions, Professional Solutions and Client Experience, FIS, and Ms. Monarch Limai, Vice President, the People Office, FIS. Thank you so much, sir, both of you, for being with us over here. Give a big round of applause to the efforts of Fidelity Information Systems, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We'll request both of you to get your individual photographs done over there as well. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, very, very well deserved. Northern Trust India. Can I please have Royden Gonzalez, Senior Vice President, Head of HR, Talent Management and Development, APAC, Northern Trust India, alongside his esteemed team members on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap and appreciate these victories? All of them are part of your community, and we want to be cheering and encouraging enough so that we all grow together. That's the mantra, that's the way forward. Yeah. Thank you so much. We love the smiling faces, don't we? A little bit of clapping appreciation harms none. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. I'll request both of you to get your solo photographs done. In the meantime, all the winners from this segment, can I please have you on stage with your trophies so that we can have a group photo of all of you on stage. I'll request all our winners from the GCC Talent World Awards to please kindly come up on stage. With your respective trophies, we want to create a nice memory with all of you over here. So I'll request all of you over here to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies. We're just waiting for Mr. John. He's just about to arrive. Mr. Dover. Yeah. Mr. Dover. Okay. We're waiting for Mr. Dover to join us over here. Yeah. Little, somewhere in the middle. Do we have all our winners from the segment? Okay. Bilkis, I believe, has gone to receive Mr. Dauber, so we'll just wait for like 2 minutes. Okay. So I'll request all the winners to please stay back till the end because we will be doing that group photograph, so that's pertinent. Absolutely, some great networking in store as well. So thank you so much. You can click this photo as of now, and then we can have Mr. Dauber and everybody. So I'll request. Yeah, sir, please, I'll request all of you with your trophies, With your trophies. Yeah. Thank you. We have a pretty big stage, so the space is not an issue. Interesting observation. Ladies and gentlemen, the special group photo, all the winners have come together for this moment. Thank you so much for coming over here and receiving this award, and many congratulations, wishing you many more. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time, sir. I'll request all of you to take your seats. Please, we'll be calling all of you later very soon again, so I'll request all of you to remain with us inside the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move on to our signature awards, which is the 6th edition of the BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards. BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards are the HR industry's most sought after and prestigious recognition of young HR leaders. It aims to celebrate 40 most passionate and skilled HR experts who are eager to make a difference in the HR fraternity. Kudos to BW People for bringing this initiative together. Thank you so much. Whether it's recruitment, L&D, talent management, total rewards, employer branding, employee management, employee engagement, and well-being, these awards actually attempt to recognize the top 40 under 40 HR leaders who made a significant impact and recognize them in the best way possible. Today's award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, is also being live streamed across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels as well. You can also conduct and see the entire proceedings on www.bwpeople.in for the ones who are missing the action over here in person. The hashtag, one of my favorite topics. Every award has a different hashtag. So for this one, we have hashtag BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards. So that's the hashtag we would love you to use in case we want to create more engagement over there. The hashtag is hashtag BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards. Very simple, exactly the name of the awards, that's what it is. Before we start, I would also like to take out a moment to thank our jury members who have taken out time from their respective busy schedules to actually adjudicate and meticulously select all you incredible deserving winners. So they deserve a special mention as well. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media. Mr. S. Venkatesh, former CHRO RPG. Mr. Manjul Tilak, CHRO Piramal Finance. Mr. Prateek Dubey, CHRO Mankind Pharma. Ms. Neetu Bhushan, CHRO Pernod Ricard. Mr. Prem Singh, President Group HR JK Organization. Dr. C. Jayakumar, CHRO L&T. Dr. G.P. Rao, Founder and MD, GPR HR Consulting. Dr. Akhil Busrai, CEO Akhil Busrai Consulting. Dr. Praveen Purohit, Deputy Group CHRO, Vedanta Group. Dr. Sanjay Muttal, CEO Ergolinks. Ms. Lakshmi Rai, Founder The Wish House HR Consulting, Training and Gifting. Mr. Deepak Bharara, Director People A to Z. Ms. Madhvi Lal, Managing Director Hair HR India Deutsche Bank. Mr. Nishkal Vedya, Director Human Resources and Culture Civic Studios. Ms. Meha Mathur, Consultant Editor BW Education. Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO BW Healthcare World and the BW Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, all the 17 names that I mentioned are the ones who are responsible for your victories today. Can I have a big round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much, very kind of all of you. We have special jury messages for the audience over here. So can I please request the console to play the jury AV for all of us?
It was a privilege to be part of the jury for Business World People's 40 Under 40 for the third year in a row. And I find that over the 3 years, there's been a considerable improvement in the whole process of selection, the quality of the nomination that have come in. I think the jury itself has got the hang of it as to how do we assess the best out of such a large number of people. The opportunity to learn is immense in such jury, because these youngsters have such bright ideas, some of the bright initiatives, which is a big learning opportunity for all of us. So it was a privilege and a big opportunity for me to learn and join this jury. Thank you, BW, for inviting me.
I was extremely happy and privileged to be the jury for BW People 40 Under 40. I really enjoyed the process. Very transparent, very capable set of participants. I think they have shortlisted well, and a very, very eminent jury. And the process was very, very systematically handled. I really loved and I learnt a lot from the participants. Many good initiatives they have implemented, emulating some of this in our own organizations. Thank you, BW, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Business World, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the jury. It was a very rigorous process, meticulously planned, and I'm sure the winners are looking forward to be felicitated today. What comes to my mind is that it was great interacting with my fellow jury members, and the second more important thing was that I did pick up a lot of things that a lot of our smart HR people are doing in their organizations. Good luck to all the winners and all the best to this forum and this event. Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure being a part of the jury for the BW People HR 40 Under 40 and HR Rising Stars Under 30 awards. The process was fair, transparent, and thoughtfully designed, with a meticulous marking structure that ensured every nominee was evaluated objectively. It was truly inspiring to hear from such confident, well-prepared, young leaders, and to exchange perspective with a highly credible panel of senior jury members. It's been a wonderful learning experience, and I want to thank BW People for this great opportunity. All the best.
Judging the nominations of the HR 40 Under 40 and 30 Under 30 was an amazing experience, not just because of the quality of nominations or the work that people had done, but the kind of impact that they are creating is an eye-opener for all of us. And for me, specifically, I think it was more of a learning experience than a judging experience. I super enjoyed the process and super enjoyed the presentations. Congratulations to the whole team of BW People to have done such a fantastic job of collating amazing nominations. Thank you.
Being part of BW People 40 Under 40 jury experience was an amazing experience. It was an honor to be part of the jury along with such esteemed experts, and the quality of the candidates was also amazing.
Can I have a big round of applause for all our esteemed jury members, please? Thank you. We are all set to get going with the awards right now. I would like to call upon stage our first set of presenters. May I please have Dr. Anurag Batra, sir, Dr. Monit Kapoor from Amity University, Mr. Anurag Bhatnagar from Medibuddy, and also Mr. Venkatesh S., former CHRO RPG Group, to please join us on stage. Can I please request all of you to join me on stage, please? All four of you over here. Do we have Mr. Bhatnagar? So I believe Mr. Bhatnagar is not inside. So shall I call Mr. John? Yeah. So sir, Mr. Dauber, can I please have you over here on stage? Give him a big round of applause as well, please. Yeah, I've learned, sir, from you. I picked that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our first set of presenters, please. All right. So can we have our first winner, please? A big shout out and congratulations to Neha Kumari, Associate Vice President, Culture and DEI from Generali Central Insurance Company. Congratulations. Very, very well done. Can we have a bigger round of applause for her, please? Can we continue the appreciation by calling a little louder, please? Clapping a little louder. Thank you so much. I request you to get your solo photograph done. And I'll request for our next esteemed winner, please. Congratulations. Give it up for Aditya Varmadla, Senior Manager, CNB from CN. Congratulations. Very, very well done. Can we clap a little louder, please, for Mr. Aditya? Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Kudos to you and your team. I'll request you to get your solo photograph done. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Give a big round of applause for Ms. Srija Govindan Putti. Thank you so much. She's the Senior Manager Human Resources at ZF Wind Power Coimbatore from ZF Group. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. It's a full house. I truly, truly feel you're not doing justice to the kind of audience engagement and turnout that we have over here. See, at the moment I walk, the audience thing increases, right? See, that's the magic. So can we please continue that momentum throughout? Thank you so much. We'll request you to get your photograph done. Congratulations, and we'll move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, Ashwin Kaur. Big round of applause. Deputy General Manager, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and HR VP from Schneider Electric, India. Many, many congratulations. Been a part of a very, very fascinating conversation regarding young HR leaders with Batra sir earlier. And now this one. Super stuff indeed. Congratulations, Ms. Ashwin Kaur. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to our next winner, please. Give it up for Ayushi Gautam, Senior Lead HR VP from PayU. Congratulations, Ayushi Gautam. Big round of applause for her, please. Senior Lead HR VP from PayU. Many congratulations.
If you applaud for others, people will applaud for you. You'll build a karmic balance. Anyway, all of you believe what you sow, so shall you reap. So please give the winners. It's Ayushi. I'm sure you will come. Everyone, he will also give you an equally thunderous round of applause. All the best.
Thank you, sir. That's exactly the mantra. Let's continue the momentum throughout, please. Few more awards to go. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Many, many congratulations, Ms. Bhavya Chaudhary, HR Partner, Consumer and E-Com Biz, Lead Compensation, India from Lenovo, India. Some space to come in, please. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, when the photos are being taken, can we clap in a synchronized order, please, everybody? Yes. That's the flow we maintain throughout. Thank you so much. I'll request you to get your solo photograph done over there, please. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Dauber to please kindly take his seat. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. And I'll request Mr. Sanjay Muttal to please kindly come up on stage and give away some awards. Give a big round of applause for Muttal sir, please, everybody. And now we move on to the next winner, please. It goes to DT Dawn, Lead Talent Management and Capability Building from Levers Life Sciences, formerly Glenmark Life Sciences. Congratulations. And I feel it's a very, very talented family. I was just having a conversation with her earlier. One of the awards that I was hosting, her husband had won, and now it's her. So congratulations to her once again. Congratulations. Please kindly get your solo photograph done over there. And now we move on to our next winner, please. This one goes to Mr. Gaurav Garg, AVP HR from No Broker. Gaurav ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Come on, everybody. This is not Zor Se Thali, Bangalore. You can do a lot better. Congratulations, Gaurav ji. Whoever claps louder gets free interesting house leads from him. So I'm genuinely not kidding when I say this. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Gaurav. Thank you. And on that note, we move on to our next esteemed winner, please. Please remember the name. This is Harsha Avalari, Director of Human Resources, Doubletree by Hilton, Bengaluru, Whitefield. Congratulations, Ms. Harsha. Thank you so much. She's been a part of an interesting conversation earlier today. She's been there with us throughout. Give her a bigger round of applause for this, please. Support to us, BW people and the community. Congratulations, Harsha ji. Can we please clap and appreciate? Thank you. Congratulations and kudos to you and your entire team. And also your entire team, please. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner. Give it up for Hina Arora, ladies and gentlemen, HR Vice President, Employment Policy Consultant from NatWest Group. Congratulations, Hina ji ke liye. Please level up your clapping and appreciation game, everybody. Can you do a sync with me on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Little louder, yes. Thank you and congratulations, Ms. Hina. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Give a big round of applause for Anish Kumar, Employee Recruiting Manager, Salesforce. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Very, very well deserved. Badhai ho aapko, to you and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please up the ante in terms of the appreciation quotient? Congratulations to Mr. Anish Kumar. Wow, that's a great observation indeed. You mentioned about that. We took that cue. Congratulations. Congratulations, Anish ji. Well done. We'll move on to our next winner, please. It's Miss Kanchana Amudarajan, Vice President, NatWest Digital Services, India. Congratulations, Miss Kanchana. Big round of applause for her, please. What a pleasure to have you. Congratulations. Can we please up the ante in terms of appreciation? Many, many more awards to go. It's a long night, so let's keep the energy alive throughout. Thank you. Congratulations, ma'am. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done. Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting Sanjay sir to please take his seat. Give Sanjay sir a big round of applause, please, everybody. And I'm going to be requesting Amit Sharma, CHRO from Gokul Das Exports, to please kindly join me on stage as an esteemed presenter. Please give sir a big round of applause. Okay. So I think few more awards in the manner. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to our next winner, please. Kudos to the incredible efforts of Karthika Nayares. Big round of applause. And I'll tell you why she deserves bigger round of applause, because she has been appreciating every winner who has come over here. So आप लोग भी उनके लिए और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हो. I'm spotting everyone over here who's clapping and appreciating others and their victories. So they deserve a bigger round of applause throughout indeed. Thank you so much. I'll request Venkatesh sir to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause, please. And I'll request Mr. Arun. I just can't find it over here. Please give sir a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. And can we have our next winner, please? Congratulations, Lakshmi Priya Gagaraji, HR business partner and culture architect from Ikoren Energy India. Congratulations, Lakshmi ji. A big round of applause to you. Can we please have you over here on stage?
Sometimes we're not ourselves.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. And on that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Lavanya Ulaganathan, Lead Talent Management, TVS Motor Company Limited. Lavanya ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house over here. Can we please increase the intensity a little bit more? Thank you so much. I'll request you to get your solo photograph done. Can I please move on to our next winner? Please give it up for Levleen Rocha, Senior Practice Lead Employee Experience from Infosys. Congratulations, this is your victory. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'll request you to get your solo photograph done. And in the meantime, I'll request for our next winner, please. Give it up for Mahima Mittal. Congratulations, Miss Mahima Mittal, HR Manager from Philips, Versuni, India. Congratulations, Mahima ji. Very, very well done. Many, many congratulations. Congratulations, and I'll request you to get your solo photograph done as well. On that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Give it up for Nagesh V. Saralaya. Congratulations, Nagesh ji. Very well done. Very, very well deserved. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Nagesh ji, to you and your entire team. And on that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, Natasha Bhalla Sain. Big round of applause for Natasha ji, please. Thank you so much for being with us over here. Congratulations to you, Natasha ji. Can we please up the ante, ladies and gentlemen? And a gentle reminder, we'll do a group photo with all the winners over here as well. So please kindly stay with us right till the very end. Thank you so much. Next winner, please. A big round of applause for Neha Rohila, Vice President HR from NatWest Group. Can we have Neha ji over here? Thank you so much. We love your smile, we love your spirit throughout. Very, very energetic throughout the day. Must be appreciated. Congratulations, Neha ji ke liye aur zor se taali, please. This is how you do it, everybody. Some more participation from the audience, please. Many, many congratulations, Miss Neha. And on that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, Mr. Nilav Shorkhel, Senior Unit Manager, HRD from Infosys. Congratulations, sir. A big round of applause for Mr. Nilav, please. Mr. Nilav Shorkhel, Senior Unit Manager from HRD Infosys. Very, very well deserved indeed. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Sir, your solo photograph over there, please, and then we move on. Can we have our next winner, please? Give a big round of applause for Parijat Sinha, Associate Director, People Experience and HR Tech Transformation, Insurance Dekho. Filal, aap log inke jeet ko dekho. That is what it is. Big round of applause. That word brings a smile on his face. Love that. You know, can we clap and appreciate for two things? One is the incredibly amazing way he's dressed up for the occasion, and also for his award. Mr. Parijat Sinha. Congratulations, thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Many, many congratulations to Ms. Priyanka R. Tikarge, Head Human Capital from Live Long Protection and Wellness Solutions. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Priyanka. She's the Head of Human Capital at Live Long Protection and Wellness Solutions. Can we clap a little louder for her, please, everybody? All of you over here. Like Dr. Batra mentioned, today you clap for others. Tomorrow in your acknowledgement moment, others clap 2x for you. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Priyanka. Thank you. I'm going to be requesting Mr. Arun Krishnamurthy to please take his seat. Good. Please give him a big round of applause. I'll request Mr. Sonal from Medibuddy to please kindly join me on stage as an esteemed presenter. I believe Mr. Sonal is not there. So can I please have Bilkis, you on stage? Give Bilkis a big round of applause, please. Bilkis and her entire team at BW People, from Savi to Ashish, everybody, Mr. Abdullah, all of them have done incredibly well in terms of putting this together. So thank you. On that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Round of applause for Ms. Ragini Rabindra, please. She's the Senior Unit Manager HR at Infosys. Congratulations, very, very well done. Wow. Very well stuff at the moment. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, Mr. Ramesh Kademikonda, Deputy General Manager HR from Cronus Pharma Specialties, India. Congratulations, sir. Ramesh ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Can I have a big round of applause for him? Congratulations, Ramesh ji. We'll move on to our next. Yeah, like G in that. Yeah. All right. So on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap and appreciate the incredible efforts of Mr. Saurav K. Chaudhary, Head HR India from KEC International. Congratulations, Saurav ji. Very, very well done. Very, very well deserved. Love the way your teammate is cheering for you and has come forward to take that in a special moment on the camera. Congratulations, Mr. Saurav. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next esteemed winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sawa Sneha Lal, TD Partner Leader for Databricks, Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. Congratulations. What I see is a certain section of the audience is clapping immensely. Another section is not clapping at all. So can we please be a little inclusive, everybody, and appreciate everyone and their victories. Few more awards to go. Let's keep the unity and intensity alive throughout. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ausni Lal. Thank you. Grow and get better. That is what it is. We'll move on to our next esteemed winner, please. And it goes to Shaili Bhargava. Big round of applause. Senior Manager HR, OnePlus Technology India. Congratulations, Ms. Shaili. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody works hard, everybody dreams of awards, but everybody is not, I would say, lucky enough to be recognized. So if all of you are getting recognized, that's because all of you have had done some tremendous work, not just in terms of work, but also karma, like Dr. Batra was saying. So in order to enhance your karma, maybe appreciate others, the victories a little bit more as well, please. Thank you. Can we move on to our next winner, please? The name is Sonakshi Sehgal, Senior Manager, HRSS from GHB Advanced Care, Pristine Care. Congratulations, Ms. Sonakshi Sehgal. Ladies and gentlemen, if not throughout, at least when the awards are being given, if you can clap and appreciate at that moment, I'm sure the photos emerge out a lot better than what we expect. Congratulations, Ms. Sonakshi. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Big round of applause for Subramanian Kumar, Senior Director, People Operations and People Partner, Zepto. Many congratulations, Mr. Kumar. Congratulations, Mr. Kumar. Thank you so much. I'm also going to be requesting after this award Mr. Abdullah to join us on stage as well, please. Can we please have Mr. Abdullah over here on stage? Mojumdar. Mr. Abdullah Mojumdar. Can we please have you on stage, please? You can also be there, I believe, right? Ladies and gentlemen, two forces to reckon with from BW People. Thank you. All right, can we have our next winner, please? Congratulations, Mr. Lagna Panigrahi, Senior Manager, Human Resources from Redbus Go MMT Group. Been a part of an interesting panel earlier as well. Many congratulations, Ms. Panigrahi. Big round of applause. She is the Senior Manager, Human Resources at Redbus Go MMT Group. Oh yes, key takeaway. Oh yes. Congratulations, Mr. Lagna Panigrahi. We'll move on to our next winner, please. Congratulations, Mr. Vishal Vikram Singh, Deputy Manager, Human Resources from Make My Trip. Congratulations. Tall man, and I would say tall in terms of work and credibility as well. That's what he has built over a period of time. Mr. Vishal Vikram Singh. Unke liye zor se taali, please. Congratulations, Mr. Vishal Vikram Singh. Very, very well done. Very, very well deserved. Can we please move on to our next winner, please? It's Yashna Rai, Director, Human Resources, Sabko Coffee, Bakes and Fine Cacao. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Santosh Dhanewar, Assistant Vice President Human Resources from Nexus Select Trust. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Can we have a bigger round of applause for sir, please, as he makes his way to the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, few more awards to go. We'll be having the group photo with all of you as well. I know all your trophies are ready for the group photo flexing. A little few more awards to go. Let's keep up the energy alive throughout. Congratulations, Mr. Dhanewar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we please move on to our next winner? It's Ms. Rashmi Pandey, Human Resource Manager from Lumen, India. Congratulations, Ms. Rashmi Pandey. Can we have a loud round of applause for her, please? Congratulations, thank you so much. We'll move on to our next winner. So what I'm going to do is we have video. So our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Khushbu Chester, Senior Manager HR from CMS Indus Law. So a big round of applause for our presenters, please. Throughout, we have some video messages from some of the winners. Request all of you to take your seats. Can we please play the video message of Khushbu Chester?
Hi everyone, I'm truly honored to receive 40 under 40 recognition. I'm deeply grateful to the leaders who believed in me, the team I worked with, and everyone who allowed me to be part of their journey. Thank you BW, thank you to the jury and everyone who supported me along the way. I only wish I could have been there in person to receive the award. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I wish I could be there, but I just wanted to say I'm deeply honored to receive the Business World HR 40 Under 40 award tonight. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Batra for providing a platform to recognize aspiring professionals like us. Thank you to the Business World team and especially Aditi for being so supportive throughout this journey. A big thank you to the esteemed jury members who took out time to evaluate us. This award motivates me to keep pushing boundaries and make a meaningful impact in the HR community. Finally, to my mentors, my wife, and my parents, this one is for you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shweta Rani and I'm truly honored to be recognized by BW People's HR 40 Under 40 this year. This award is a reflection of the incredible people and mentors I have had the opportunity to work with, including my own family who inspire me to make HR every day much more impactful, data-driven and more human. Thank you to all the jury members and organizers for celebrating the next generation of human leaders and change makers. Thank you everyone.
Hello everyone. I'm truly humbled and honored to be recognized as HR 40 Under 40 by Business World. Thank you so much for this incredible honor. I regret that I'm unable to attend this particular occasion due to an unavoidable business trip that I've had to undertake. For me, this award, it's not just a personal milestone, but a shared achievement. It reflects the support, mentorship, and the collaboration of all the amazing people that I've worked with over the years. I'm grateful to my mentors, leaders, and peers, each of you who've helped me shape my journey, and I share this recognition with all of you. As far as the application process was concerned, it was highly reflective and motivating, and I appreciate the jury for their time and confidence in my abilities. In fact, I treat this recognition as a responsibility to contribute more to the HR community It motivates me to give back even more and help shape impactful workplaces in the years ahead. Thank you so much once again for all of your support.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You witnessed all the winners who are physically present over here. You also witnessed the winners who are not physically present. We had the video messages from their end. So can I have a big round of applause for all the winners, please, everybody? Thank you so much. And now in that collective and positive spirit, I'll request all our esteemed winners to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies. Also the honorable jury members over here. Can I please have all of you on stage, please? Batra sir, everybody, Bilkis. Yeah, all the presenters as well, please, who have been with us throughout. Just put the chairs a little forward, please. And can I have a photographer to please guide us in terms of the frame? Just guide them, please, so that they can put the chairs accordingly. Yeah. I'll request all our winners to please come on stage with your respective trophies. All our esteemed jury members present over here. All our esteemed presenters present over here as well. Please join us for the very memorable group photograph. And trust me when I say this, my favorite dialogue is बड़ा हम लोग ने बनाया ही इसलिए है so that we can fit all of you comfortably. Thank you. Can I have all our winners over here on stage with their respective trophies? Bilkis is around over here. Can we have the BW people as well joining us over here? Mr. Abdullah is here. Savi. Savi, are you there? Can't see you. I'll request the photographer to please adjust the frame accordingly. And I'll first request the photographer to please take the photo. Everybody, can you please move a little behind? We will have photos with all of you as well. But then a little behind, let's allow our main man to kind of click the photograph. Wow, I love this. The entire stage is filled with winners. Amazing. Yes. Can we have all of you flexing? This is a result of hard work. The recognition has followed you, so you might as well flex it to good effect. Once the photographs are done, I'll request all of you to remain over there. I have one final announcement to be made. So I'll request all of you to remain there and kindly not move. Mobile phone side thoda. Okay, mobile phone side thoda. Camera side nahi thoda. Camera done. I'll request all of you to wait over there on stage. Thank you so much. All our winners, I'll request all of you to remain on stage. Thank you so much. And please, all the winners over here. Can we please do a group photo of just the winners? What an incredible day. What an incredible day this has been. Thank you so much. This is going to be a special group photograph featuring just the winners. That's the keyword. Just the winners. Can I please request our photographer to guide us with the frame? कौन कहाँ पे बैठेंगे sir? Please guide us. All our winners, please, with your respective trophies. And I hope they're all... And I'll request all the winners to remain on stage for one final announcement from my end, please. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. Thank you so much. First of all, please clap for yourselves for all the incredible HR leaders that you all are. And most importantly, it's very difficult to get all of you all under one roof at the same time on a single day. But I think you all have done an incredible job in terms of taking out time and being with us over here. So kudos to that effort. And in the morning, a lot of you might remember we started the day with an interesting pledge that we are going to be empowering our country to good effect. So I hope we continue to take that strive moving forward. And just a bit of thanksgiving left for some people because gratitude should be the ultimate attitude. Can I request all of you to clap and loudly thank the appreciate the efforts of BW people, Bilkis, Abdullah, AB sir of course goes without saying, Savi Khanna, Ashish, like sir says, final event before getting married. So all of them at BW people. Yeah. Thank you. Very kind, thank you. I'm I'm blushing literally. But then a few more Thanksgiving to be left. Can I please request all of you to thank and appreciate the efforts of the console members working hard since morning. Thank you. A bit of appreciation for our photographers and videographers working hard since morning as well. Thank you. A bit of an appreciation for all the hotel staff and the volunteers who have been putting up the chairs and the tables on stage. A big round of applause for them, please. We had some incredible food for lunch. We are going to have some incredible food for dinner as well. A big round of applause for the culinary staff as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This was all about the awards. I'll see you all very soon the next year. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. Thank you. My name is Shubhajit Ghosh, Anchor MC and YouTube Talk Show. It's been a pleasure to host all of you. See you all very soon. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Announcement. Thank you, Agya. Yes, so all the winners who have won incredible trophies, we're having the speaker bites, the winner bites over there at the speaker's lounge. So as you enjoy your meal, please figure out some time window to get your winner bites done as well. Very important. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, somebody. Oh, yeah.
Please mention Aditi as well. She's doing nomination.
She's not here?
No, she's not there, but she's a part of our team.
Oh, yes. And kudos to, I missed out one name, I believe, Aditi. I was not familiar with her. Kudos to the efforts of Aditi as well from BW people. Yes. Thank you.